gender equality. So you're welcome. Give yourselves a round of applause. And please, for those outside, please, can you come in? So we are here today in the heart of Nigeria, a nation where media is not just news. It's the heartbeat of our culture. But let's pause and consider the urgency of the moment. We celebrate the power of Nigerian creativity. Yet, the Global Gender Gap Report reminds us that if we continue at this pace, it could take over 75 years to achieve full gender parity in the media ecosystem. So let's reflect. 75 years is a long time. The stories we often tell in Nigeria are shrouded by a whole lot of stereotypes, women and girls. The studies show that women are heavily underrepresented in the media space. And yet, our new media landscape is the most powerful tool we have. Social media platforms are bypassing traditional gatekeepers, allowing movements and entrepreneurs to drive social change. So, we have to be strategic for sustainable partnership. And this event is committed in closing that gap. And we believe that the answer lies in entertaining change. It's in the film, the podcast, civil society, technological firms, artificial intelligence, and the private sector. We're all here to invest in content to make it both commercially viable and socially transformative. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this crucial dialogue, we're here today by our visionary hosts and partners, people that sat down together to moderate this session. Allow me to acknowledge Victor Orozo Oliveira and Ms. Fifeho Oshikanlu, whose dedication, I thought we would clap for them, whose dedication is to a more equitable future, has brought this powerful event together. And I would ask them to come up so they'll set the scene further for us. Victor and Fife. Please, let's not be stingy with our claps. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, thank you. It's very early, I know, and I know some people have come in from all over the world, jet-lagged, so good morning again. Welcome to Abuja, and welcome to Entertaining Change. So these series of sessions and workshops is about more than stories or screens. It's about systems. It's about how entertainment, media, and technology can shape minds, behavior, shift norms, and build a safer, more prosperous future for us all. So we're here to connect creativity with evidence, to bring together the worlds of research and real-world implementation. Victor brings over a decade of data and research on what truly works to shift behavior, while I bring the lived experience of translating those insights into storytelling, culture, and community action. Together, we're building evidence and execution because only when we merge knowledge with practice can we scale meaningful impact. So today, we're not just talking about change, we're building it. From storytelling to investment, from policy to practice, this is where purpose meets possibility. Thank you so much for being a part of this movement because the future won't be built by machines, it'll be built by us. Thank you, and I'll pass it to Victor.
Thanks, Fife. And thanks, everyone, for coming. So as you all know, the world is facing many global challenges, right? There's 1.3 million people getting infected with HIV every year. 9 in 10 children in sub-Saharan Africa cannot read a sentence. 3 out of 10 1 out of 3 women in their lives have experienced violence, right? So to combat global challenges, we will need global solutions. And our research shows that entertainment media, ed tech, AI are very scalable, of course, but also very effective in changing behaviors. In this 2-day event, we have global and national experts here showing evidence about these different areas, but also very practical insights and advice and guidance to inform intervention, design, and implementation of such innovations for your projects. So, you know, we look forward to a lot of conversations these 2 days, but also hopefully some follow-up in great collaborations to bring such innovations into development investments. So again, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Victor and Fife. So we've seen from policy to practice, and we hope that we'll be here to discuss that further. So without any further ado, we'll go to the opening comments, and I would like to invite to the podium His Excellency, His Highness, Muhammadu Sanusi II, PhD, CON, the Emir of Kano, who is ably represented here by Alhaji Ahmed Mutawali Ibrahim, the Talba of Kano, the former Consul General to Saudi Arabia.
His Highness Mohammed Sanusi II, PhD, CON, is the 14th Emir of Kano. Prior to ascending the throne, His Highness was the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. He was also at the time the Chief Risk Officer and Group CEO of First Bank of Nigeria, PLC, which was then Nigeria's largest bank. He is credited with reforming the financial sector of Nigeria and is currently working as chairman of the Kano State Investment Advisory Committee. His Highness is focused on peace, public health, girl-child education advocacy, job creation, and reforms of Muslim family law. Please join us in welcoming His Highness Mohammed Sanusi II, ably represented by Alhaji Ahmed Matawale Ibrahim, the Talban of Kano.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was here a little early, so I was kept at the waiting room. I don't know, but the time the program started, the protocol list, I can see Her Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State. When I ran through the program also, I saw one of the ambassadors also. For which country, I don't know. So I don't know who and who are here, but allow me to please stand on the existing protocol, if the protocol list was read. Good morning, everybody. I am here to represent His Highness Muhammad Sanusi, Dr. Muhammad Sanusi, the Emir of Kano. His Highness was invited to this event. Unfortunately, before he got the invitation, he had a lot of commitments. He traveled to China, I think, and Turkey. He just returned on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, 22nd, and he came into Kano that same Wednesday, and he had to leave for a function in the UK. He departed for the United Kingdom yesterday. So he asked me to come and apologize for his inability to attend. At the same time, also appreciate the recognition that he was given. I think he participated in part of the events very recently in Lagos on this, at least on the gender equality. He did participate in an event in Lagos, so he really would have wanted to be here. He asked me to give you his best wishes and looks forward to attending probably the next event that is going to hold in the first week of November, I believe, in Lagos. So we wish you very successful, fruitful deliberations, and those that came from far away, we welcome you, and we wish you safe respective returns at the conclusion of the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Highness. And we know that you are a great he for she, and we need our norms shapers to help us in this social impact space. And the next person I would like to invite is a dear friend and sister, Her Excellency, I call her, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmed. She is the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmad is a distinguished academic, educationist, and policy leader from Jigawa State, Nigeria. She holds a PhD in science education from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and rose through the ranks at Bayero University, Kano, where she attained the position of Professor of Science Education in 2024. Her career spans teaching, research, and leadership, including service as director of the Center for Gender Studies and provost of the Jigawa State College of Legal and Remedial Studies. A passionate advocate for girl-child education and women's empowerment, Professor Ahmad has consulted widely with national and international development partners on education, policy, and reform. In her role as Minister of State for Education, she champions quality and inclusive education, driving two key pillars under Nigeria's Education Sector Renewal Initiative: Education and Quality Assurance and Girl-Child Education through Lumina 2030. Please join us in welcoming the Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmad.
Thank you for that warm speech. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I don't know why Rimisi started calling me Excellency. I have never heard you said so. But I will say thank you for saying it publicly, but I don't think she do say that. We worked with her, I think, under the British Council on GEAR N network. That is girls' education. It's a girl education initiative also. But well, is another story for another day. Let me start by acknowledging the representative of the Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sunusi. Thank you, sir, for taking time to be part of us. Ambassador Guto Magnot, head of European Union delegation to Nigeria to the ECOWAS, the World Bank officials, development partners, private sectors, and other distinguished invited guests. Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm also grateful for any opportunity to join, especially on an aspect to do with Girls' Child Initiative. So for today particularly, the theme for this particular engagement, Entertaining Change, Next Generation Media Partnership for Social Impact and Gender Equality, is very important. We know the role of social media, and it cannot be neglected. It's important. Therefore, I wish to thank the World Bank Group and all collaborators for their foresight in recognizing the power of creative media and communication as a tool for driving positive social transformation. The theme of this engagement could not be timelier in an age when the world's attention is shaped largely by stories, images, and digital content. We must acknowledge that the media is not just a mirror of a society, it is a catalyst for change. The narrative we tell and the platforms we use can challenge stereotypes, amplify women's voices, and inspire young people to imagine and build a more equitable future. For us in the education sector, this conversation is especially relevant. We know that sustainable gender equality begins with equal access to quality education and continues through equitable representation in every sphere of national life, including the creative industries. Media, when used responsibly, becomes an extension of the classroom. It educates, informs, entertains, and most importantly, empowers. It can motivate a young girl in a rural community to stay in school, spark empathy among boys and men to support equality, and mobilize communities to confront deeply entrenched social norms. Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Education, under the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, remains steadfast in advancing inclusive education and gender parity at all levels. Initiatives such as the Lumina 2030 and the National Girls Education Programs and the Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment, Agile, are practical demonstration of our commitment to ensuring that every girl has the opportunity not only to learn, but to thrive. Yet, we recognize that education policy alone is not enough. The stories we tell must reflect and reinforce these values. This is why partnership with the media are crucial, whether through film, radio, digital platforms, or social media storytelling. Entertainment can play a transformative role in reshaping perception, promoting inclusion, and galvanizing collective action. By investing in next generation media collaborations, we can connect policy to emotion and data to human experience, bringing development goal to life in ways that inspire ownership and sustain change. Therefore, as we gather here today, I urge us to think boldly about how to bridge the worlds of education, entertainment, and advocacy. Let us design partnerships that are not only creative, but also credible, anchored in evidence, empathy, and impact. Let's use our platforms to celebrate women and girls, not as victims, but as visionaries, innovators, and leaders shaping our nation's progress. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Education, I commend the World Bank Group for convening this dialogue and for continuously championing initiatives that match social impact with creative innovation. I look forward to the insight that will emerge from today's engagement and to future collaborations that will ensure our media becomes a force for equality, learning, and transformation. Thank you, and may this gathering inspire stories that truly entertain change. Thank you very much.
As you heard in her speech, the passion she has for education, girls' education, and partnerships. And we know that in the near future, 2030, the Lumina Initiative will be able to achieve its goals. So next, I would like to invite Taimur Samad. Taimur is the Operations Manager, Nigeria, Western and Central African region.
Taimur Samad leads country engagement and delivery across a portfolio focused on macro fiscal reforms, private sector-led growth, infrastructure, and human capital. A seasoned urban and infrastructure specialist, Taimur has led leadership roles across regions, including program leader for sustainable development and infrastructure in Colombia and Venezuela, and earlier posts in Indonesia and Latin America. He co-authored the World Bank's Colombia Urbanization Review and has contributed to flagship work on cities, PPPs, housing, and economic competitiveness. Before Nigeria, he managed complex multi-sector investment and advisory operations, including development policy financing for productive and sustainable cities. Taimur joined the World Bank in 2001 and holds a graduate degree from Brandeis University. He frequently represents the Bank of Nigeria's growth, reforms, and inclusion agenda, including the country private sector diagnostic and Nigeria development updates and structural transformation. Please join us in welcoming Taimur Samad.
So I sense good morning everyone, I sense the power of AI in generating that bio.
It's a real person.
I think I'm happy that AI has exaggerated my accomplishments, so that's great. I also must have some
I said I'm a
enemies
real person.
here in Nigeria because this is the second time in the last 4 or 5 months that I have to follow the Honorable Minister of Education speaking at an event, which is always a losing proposition because of her eloquence and commitment to her cause. So, Honorable Minister, a pleasure to see you again. Honorable Representative of the Emir of Kano, a pleasure to see you. I hope one day someone will refer to me as a he for she. That is a good aspirational title. Not yet, but I haven't achieved it yet, sir, but hopefully soon. Other representatives, a pleasure to be here with you today. I think I have another enemy in Victor, who has sent me a very long introductory statement that if I were to read it, I may cause all of you to leave. Sorry, I have to put this closer, I guess, yes? But let me just say a few things very quickly. I think all of you who are here probably would agree, and hopefully a broader constituency of counterparts across the public, private, and civic sectors would agree that Nigeria's entertainment industry and creative industry is a force. Yeah? Not only in the millions of jobs that it creates and sustains and its growing contribution to GDP, but also how it shapes culture across Africa and increasingly around the world. Any young person, including my 3 children, who know about Wizkid or Burna Boy, attest to that growing cultural influence of Nigerian cultural context well beyond its borders. When that storytelling, of course, carries a message, what is called edutainment, as we know, in this room, it can do a lot more than entertain. World Bank research shows that edutainment can be highly effective and scalable, in a scalable way to shift attitudes and behaviors in a number of areas, in terms of HIV testing and prevention, keeping girls in schools, reducing gender-based violence, and reducing online hate speech and misogyny, amongst others. This workshop, Entertaining Change, Next Generation Media Partnerships for Social Impact and Gender Equality, is a mouthful, the title, but it hopefully brings a similar punch to our efforts, or the efforts of many of the partners in this room, in terms of engineering that kind of soft shift in how, in the support for different developmental priorities that we all espouse. The World Bank Group, I can just say, is highly committed to this agenda of digital transformation and also of using social and behavioral norms transformation or change as part of its development approach in Nigeria. And many of you will be aware, and we have, I think, some partners in the room who support and work on the Agile program, which is focused on an ambitious target of bringing millions of out-of-school girls into the classroom and to bring them into the classroom in a safe and conducive manner for learning. That is underway. That revolution is underway in Nigeria, and we're honored to be partners of the Ministry of Education and the Commissioners of Education and Executive Governors in, I believe now, Tsege, how many? 21 participating states, if I'm not mistaken. Our use of behavioral change or edutainment and broader edutainment technologies or approaches expands beyond Agile. Also in Nigeria for Women program, which is again a widespread program, I believe now active in 32 states across the Federation, focused on women's economic empowerment and others. So for us, this is a critical tool or technology to change behaviors, to change attitudes, and to build a groundswell of support and momentum for critical social and cultural transformations that are necessary to achieve some of Nigeria's most critical development challenges. So again, we're honored to be your partner and hope that this session and the sessions around this workshop can deepen our understanding of the opportunity of these technologies to advance our development, our shared development goals for Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taimur. And I believe that you're a true he for she, because what you said and working around the SDGs, you talked about the Agile Project, Nigeria for Women project, and we know that there's no better he for she in this room than you. So thank you so much. So the next person, I thought we'd give him a round of applause for the great things he's doing. And so the final person to speak at this session is Renos Vakis, Head Mine, Behavior and Development Unit at the World Bank Development Impact.
Renos Vakis brings behavioral science to the forefront of policy design, shaping how governments address pressing development challenges. As the head of Embed at the World Bank, he leads an interdisciplinary team applying behavioral insights across education, health, public sector effectiveness, and climate adaptation. His work focuses on improving learning and health outcomes, strengthening policy uptake, increasing accountability, and shifting social norms around resource use. He also drives initiatives on knowledge diffusion, impact analytics, and AI integration through the Institute for Economic Development, advancing the scaling of behavioral solutions worldwide. Renos actively promotes the adoption of behavioral science through a global advisory work, teaching and speaking engagements. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of California, Berkeley. Please join us in welcoming Renos Vakis.
I guess you have to love technology. So in 1969, in Peru, there was a show called Simply Maria, and it told the story of a woman that came from a rural village into the big city with a dream of becoming a seamstress. But in the process, she started working as a domestic employee in a rich family. And as any good soap opera, you know, it went on for many years with lots of heartbreaks, lots of drama, people dying, kids getting born. But eventually Maria became a famous seamstress, moved to Paris, had an upward mobility, and had an amazing story of upward mobility. In the process, a lot of Singer machines, the sewing machines, the sales of Singer machines went up during those years in Peru. And the Ministry of Labor, after a few years, started changing some of the laws about the treatment of domestic employees to improve some of the treatment. As far as I know, those are one of the earliest stories that I can think of where an entertainment show had documented impacts. And over the last few years, people like Victor and many of you, and in many ways Nigeria is at the forefront, showing how entertainment actually not only changes aspirations and changes beliefs and changes societies, but we actually have concrete numbers to put to those impacts. So I'm very thrilled to be here. So I manage the behavioral science unit at the World Bank. In the last 10 years, we have managed to wire a lot of this thinking that you're all very aware into an institution like the World Bank. So now everybody in the World Bank talks about aspirations and about norms and about beliefs and mental models. These are like common words that we have mainstream into our World Banks. And I think it's an exciting really moment to take a stock and be with you the next few days to, in a way, celebrate a lot of knowledge that we have accumulated over the last few years of how entertainment actually makes a difference in our lives. The idea of behavioral science in general is how to bring back humans into the picture of policy. Ultimately, policy, it's about improving lives, and it's so having a human-centered way of thinking of how to design policies, it's important. But it's also important to remember that, you know, stories not only tell us, you know, kind of the latest of how societies are evolving, but they're also telling us ways to change and ways to improve, the human condition. I think what's exciting about these days is that not only we're at this stage of technology is now opening up many new opportunities, But I think what I hope this week will be is about, how do we go to the next generation of thinking of how entertainment and storytelling can actually be even more wired into kind of a systematically policy design. I think it goes without saying this work, it's a collective of many, many, many people, and partnership, the word partnership is at the center of this. So I want to acknowledge a lot of our partners over the years, and a lot of them that actually are involved with this event, including the Eden Venture, the Gates Foundation, the EU. I want to acknowledge the Nigeria office, the IFC, the groups and the gender, but mainly I want to thank the Nigerians for being at the frontier of change and the frontier of bringing us to a new way of thinking and the next generation of entertainment. So I want to welcome you all, and with that, I'm the last one to say too many words, and let's start and let's learn. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Please, can you stay while we take a picture? And thank you for bringing behavioral science to the fore of policy design. We need a more human-centered approach. And I would like to ask the speakers for this session, please, if you can come up stage so you all take a picture. Victor, can you wait so you all take a picture? Your Royal Highness, sir. Honorable Minister. Temu, please. And thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause as they come down? So we're going to our next session. I want you to look at the person seated next to you and ask them how many times they've been on their phones for the past 24 hours. And when I got in here, I was looking, like literally, we've looked at our phones more than you've looked at me on the stage, right? And it's really not an exaggeration. The world we live in is now saturated by our screens. Headlines, TikTok, WhatsApp, ads, and all. But how often do we stop to ask two critical questions? What's exactly on this screen? And why does it matter to my life, to my community, and to my future? Today's knowledge sharing session, What's on Your Screens and Why It Matters, is not a passive viewing exercise. It's an invitation to become active decoders of our digital world. We will move beyond simply consuming content to understand the code, the message, and the power that lies behind the pixels. So let's start the crucial conversation on how our screen shapes our minds, our markets, and our morality, and above all, our society. Today, we're dedicated to unpacking that influence. And we're here to become better citizens, better consumers, and ultimately better creators of content that define us. So allow me to invite Johanna Barkley to start this session. You have 10 minutes, and if you have any questions, please, you can write it down or you can ask her within the 10 minutes. Johanna, you're welcome.
Joanna Blakely is the managing director at the Norman Lear Center, where she researches media impact, global entertainment, cultural diplomacy, disinformation, celebrity culture, fashion, digital media, and intellectual property law. She has delivered 2 TED Talks, Social Media and the End of Gender, and Lessons from Fashion's Free Culture. And her work has been widely cited by the leading outlets, including the New York Times, The Economist, The Washington Post, and Forbes. With Marty Kaplan, she co-founded the Media Impact Project, a Gates Foundation-funded hub for advancing approaches to measure media impact. She has guided more than 40 manuscripts through publication at the Lear Center and holds a PhD in English from the University of California, Santa Barbara. Please join us in welcoming Joanna Blakely.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? Yes. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me, Victor. And just waiting for the deck. There we go. There we go. So my story begins in the late 90s. The Centers for Disease Control decided to include a series of questions about media and entertainment in a national survey that they took of Americans. And they were shocked to discover that half of Americans said they thought that all the medical storylines they saw on TV were vetted and accurate, and a quarter of Americans said it was one of their main sources for medical information. So this was really a public health nightmare for the Centers for Disease Control because they knew they couldn't control Hollywood storytelling. They couldn't afford to do it themselves. And so they had to figure out a way to try to get more accurate information onto television, but how are they going to do it? Were they going to fight the industry? No. They decided that the solution would be partnering with the industry, trying to help them to do a better job. They had heard of entertainment education. There'd been plenty of research, decades of research, saying this was an effective way to teach people about health information and many, many, many other topics. So they decided that instead of fighting it, they would embrace it. What they needed was a partner on the ground. They were based in Atlanta. That is not where Hollywood goes. They needed somebody who understood the industry and somebody who understood entertainment education. And they ended up landing on my research institute, the Norman Lear Center. USC was a pipeline for Hollywood executives and creatives, and still is. The Annenberg School was one of the foundational universities in the entertainment education research movement. And the Norman Lear Center, which had just been founded, was named after a luminary in the industry that was very well respected. And we had a terrific Rolodex of Hollywood people. So, in 2001, we launched a Hollywood outreach division called Hollywood Health and Society that primarily offered free services to the industry, giving them accurate information and access to experts, the #1 experts around the world, so that their storylines could be more authentic and more accurate. Well, it worked. It's still operational after 24 years. We've consulted with hundreds of shows on every network and streaming channel you can think of. We've done 5,000 consultations, and 1,100 health storylines aired in a 6-year period that we consulted on. And of course, those shows don't only play in the United States. They play here and everywhere around the world for billions of eyeballs, including Grey's Anatomy. It turns out that we have consulted on almost every single episode of that show, which I know is very popular here. We also consulted on every episode of House. So we knew the model worked, but we still didn't know whether there was an impact on audiences. That really requires some serious, complicated research. So 1/2 of the Lear Center is actually a research division. We do outreach and we do research, and we have feedback loops and information between the two. We know what's airing, we know when we can study it, and how. We use mixed methods research. We use a lot of quantitative methods like content analysis, of course media analytics, and very sophisticated survey research. We also use qualitative methods in order to fill out the very complicated picture of how humans engage with media. I don't know if you guys have heard about The Pit. It's a new HBO show that just won a whole bunch of Emmy Awards, and it captures in a really realistic way the feeling of being under siege in an emergency room in an urban city in America. We consulted on every single episode, all 15, and including this one, which I'm gonna play a clip. We hope we have audio and it plays, that's about sickle cell anemia. So hopefully it'll be back. After seeing that clip, you may get a sense of just how intense the story is and also the opportunities for lots of accurate health information. I bet a lot of people didn't know that about sickle cell anemia. But we have a forthcoming study, and what we found was that audiences had very strong emotional responses, they identified with the characters, and they felt deeply immersed in the story. And these factors are all related to impact on knowledge, attitudes, and behavior. We found that people who watched episodes that were about organ donation and talking about end-of-life decisions were far more likely to talk about those very difficult topics with their family and friends because of this TV show. We also found that viewers said they were more likely to become an organ donor and more likely to create a living will, which is a huge problem in the United States. People are unprepared for the end. So after 10 years of this outreach and research model in the US, we decided to go global. With funding from the Gates Foundation and other funders, we created the Creative Alliance for Global Health and Sustainability. And the idea was basically replicating the services and the partnership that we offer to Hollywood in Bollywood and Nollywood. In these trips, we would take along lots of senior Hollywood talent who were very excited to see how these other industries were running and to work with their talent. And one thing that came out of the Nollywood project was a film, Code of Silence, about sexual assault. Once again, it was really important for us to find out whether it was working. So we did a large-scale research project, and we found the viewers, compared to very similar non-viewers, were far less likely to agree with statements like this. It is okay for a man to have sex with a woman, even if she says no. And there's nothing a man can do to prevent rape. So why does media move us in this way? Why do we change our attitudes and our minds and our behavior based on fictional TV shows? Well, it turns out from the research, stories actually matter. Stories bypass the defenses that we often put up to persuasive messages that are really overt. We resist. And stories operate through complex psychological mechanisms like transportation, that immersion into a story, identification, and emotional responses. And that's one reason our research division not just studies Hollywood storylines, we also study foreign influence campaigns and hate speech because they use the same mechanisms to draw and grab attention. So key takeaways. The outreach and research model works. Commercial industry will use free services that help them tell more accurate and authentic stories. And weaving pro-social messages into commercial entertainment is cost-effective and impactful. And finally, global partnerships can accelerate efforts to change these harmful narratives at scale. I look forward to meeting everyone. If you have any questions about their research, just let me know. Happy to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johanna Buckley, for letting us know the narratives. It was a very compelling movie, short clip we just saw about sickle cell. So allow me to invite the next speaker, Victor Oroso Olivera.
Victor Orozco Olvera is the Senior Economist and Program Lead, Entertainment Education Program, World Bank Development Impact. Victor founded and leads the World Bank's research program on entertainment education, the use of media entertainment with development objectives. He runs this program in close collaboration with researchers and practitioners from governments, the World Bank, development partners, and global entertainment media and technology firms. He is currently running experiments and AI research in the fields of gender norms, ed tech and girl education, vaccinations, community health workers, sexual health, malaria, renewable energy, gender-based violence, hate speech, environment, and vocational training across sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, the Middle East, and Northern Africa, and Latin America and the Caribbean. He received a master's in public affairs and economics from Princeton University and a PhD in social intervention from Oxford University. Please join us in welcoming Victor Orozco Olvera.
Hi, everyone. I lead the research program on entertainment education at the World Bank. This is a collaboration with traditional partners, but also with media firms and its foundations, like the foundations of MTV, Discovery, Facebook. We also work with a lot of edutainment partners, like the Girl Effect, and celebrities like Ali Nuhu, and other types of celebrities like Nobel laureate Abhijit Banerjee, one of the co-authors of the studies I will be presenting shortly. Today I want to convince you of three things. First, that low doses of edutainment work. Second, that we need scalable and innovative partnerships to address today's global challenges, and that good intentions are not enough. We need strong formative research and evaluation before we scale up these entertainment media campaigns, given their scale, to minimize any unintended harm and to maximize benefits. So as motivation, behavior change is at the core of development, right? A lot of campaigns, such as HIV prevention campaigns, aim to promote HIV testing, reduce risky sexual behaviors, right? So behavior change, again, is at the core of a lot of our development investments. However, a lot of information-only campaigns, while effective in increasing awareness, often do not change behaviors because humans are complex creatures. And the question is, can entertainment media promote behavior change from television to games, right? And the potential is very clear because there's over 5 billion television viewers in the world. There's over 2 billion Facebook daily users. So the potential is there, of course. Today I will take you on a global tour that includes Nigeria, India, and my home country, Mexico. I'll present evidence of randomized controlled trials, or RCTs, on low dosage edutainment. RCTs work like clinical trials. Basically, you randomize individuals to a treatment condition, others to a control, and we extract the causal effect, not correlation, not association, but the causal effect that could be fully attributed to an intervention. And our studies that I'll be presenting have large sample sizes, so if it works or doesn't, we will be able to tell if that's the case. We'll start this tour in Nigeria, where we evaluated the third season of MTV Shuga, a TV drama broadcast across all the continent, brings top African talent like Lupita Nyong'o in its early seasons, produced by MTV Staying Alive Foundation. In our randomized controlled trial, we find that after 8 to 10 months of simply watching this TV drama, which lasted around 3 hours this third season, HIV knowledge about HIV transmission and attitudes towards HIV-positive people improved. Most importantly, we find big effects on behavior change. HIV testing doubled. Chlamydia infections, a common sexually transmitted infection, was halved. Both of these were measured objectively, not self-reported indicators. We also see the halving of sexual concurrency, having more than one partner at a time, but also we see significant decreases in sexual violence and physical violence among the treatment group, among those who watch Suga. Making the business case for the power of storytelling, we see these already large effects being even larger for individuals that reported stronger immersion in the show and those who reported stronger identification with the characters. Something that information-only campaigns would have a very hard time, right, in replicating these mechanisms. Staying in Nigeria, this time now in northern Nigeria, we tested an intervention called the Movies in Mobiles, which was delivered in 5 days for a total of 8 hours. We invited 6 to 9-year-old boys and girls and their parents to community screenings based on excerpts of the production My Better World, produced by Impacted International, formerly the Discovery Learning Alliance, with top African talent, that won actually an international Emmy Award a few years ago in the category of kids and education, and the reinforcing effect of providing low-cost smartphones preloaded with open source apps to teach children how to read through gamification, called Feed the Monster and the Global Digital Library. Our colleagues of Curtis Learning are here and will be presenting later today. These open source apps have been translated into over 100 languages. So again, a very scalable approach. That way. What do we find? After 12 and 36 months of this 5-day intervention, that out-of-school rates for the 6 to 9-year-olds dramatically decrease. After a year, 43%. After 3 years, 13% with respect to the control group. We also see strong spillover effects, right? Not on the kid that was invited to the community screening, but also family members and neighbors. We see a reduction of 15% in teenage marriage, teenage parenthood after a year, and this number grows to 18% after 3 years. In terms of learning, we see that after a year, there was an improvement of 0.50 standard deviations, which in our control study communities, that represents around 5 years of schooling. So a massive effect. We also see that these learning effects benefited the older siblings that were basically playing with these games with the younger kids, and the neighborhood children. We also see a similar learning gains among them, so big spillovers. And well, after 3 years, learning gains decreased, which is a call for reinforcement as well of such interventions. Now, these are large effects. Question is it a smart investment? So we did a cost-benefit analysis of the MTV Suga study, and here we find that for each dollar invested in producing this show, there's a return of $150 in terms of lifetime earnings for those individuals that were HIV positive and that got tested and started treatment. Got tested because of the effects we see of the MTV Suga show. We then did a cost effectiveness for the Movies in Mobiles, where compared to over 100 studies, rigorous impact evaluations of educational investments, right, mostly school-based interventions, we see that the learning gains only restricted to those of the 6 to 9-year-old child ranked this intervention in the top 10% of educational investments, big effects, right, great ranking. And despite giving a smartphone to 40% of community attendees to these community screenings, it still ranks in the top 25% in terms of cost effectiveness. So evidence of very good investments. Now, we go to India, where we tested short video clips delivered through social media, 2 different formats, a mockumentary, right, where there's a lot of humor and messages are implicit, and a docu-series where there's clear calls to action and real storylines to see which one would be more effective in changing attitudes towards gender norms and the condoning of gender-based violence. We find that after 1 week, the treatment group with respect to the control group was twice as likely to visit like the UN Women website and spend 5 times more time in that website than the control. But also we see strong effects in terms of the treatment group becoming more progressive in their attitudes. After 4 months, we see that the folks that saw the docuseries were twice as likely to add in their Facebook profile picture a banner supporting violence against women, right? A social messaging of the individuals. So far, it seems that edutainment is a silver bullet, right, for development, but Mexico offers a cautionary story. Addicted to Life is a program filmed in the US and aimed at reducing addictions among teenagers. This show is shown across multiple countries and in schools, but also in movie theaters. In the case of Mexico, all states of the country had already shown this program in schools or in movie theaters. And the messaging is very explicit, it's very educational. And while we find that there's an increase in awareness about the risks of addictions, we also see that the treatment group was more likely to report consuming alcohol and consuming tobacco, right? And the thing is that a lot of the formative research was basically missing. The lack of the implicit storytelling made the message very educational, explicit, and perceived as preachy, right? So that seems to be one of the reasons why it backfired. So as takeaways for my presentation is, first, low dosage of edutainment works, right? From these short video clips in social media that amounted in total to less than 25 minutes, to the 3-hour MTV Shuga TV drama, or these community screenings combined with smartphone provision that lasted in total of 5 days, we see that edutainment can have very large effects. To combat today's global challenges, such as 1 out of 3 women experiencing violence in their lives, we will need innovative partnerships between the development and the entertainment sectors. And again, good intentions are not enough. Before we scale up, it's always good to have very extensive formative research and evaluation so we can maximize benefits and minimize unintended effects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. And we see that edutainment works. Thank you for showing us clips around Nigeria and the world. So quickly, I would invite the next speaker, Samuel Freiberger. You're welcome. He's a data scientist and program lead. See here?
Samuel Freiberger, data scientist and program lead, DECDI AI program, World Bank. Sam is a research scientist working at the intersection of computer science and the social sciences, using the digitization of daily life to study human behavior at an unprecedented scale. His work has been published in Science, PNAS, Science Advances, and leading computer science conferences such as ACL, EMNLP, and ICWSM, and featured in the Wall Street Journal, The Economist, The Washington Post, Axios, and an award-winning documentary. At the World Bank's Development Impact Department, he develops machine learning methods and applications to scale development impact. He is also a visiting researcher at NYU Computer Science and a fellow at MIT Connection Science, where he advances the use of data and technology to address global challenges. Please join us in welcoming Samuel Freiberger.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Is there a chance to get the slides here? Perfect. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be talking about online hate, how to detect it and how to mitigate it, both with and with behavioral change communication. I think the slides are not moving. No, because it's here. Okay, so, okay, perfect. Okay, so as I said, I'm going to be talking about detecting and mitigating online hate with both AI and social change communication. Before I go there, I'd like to ask the room, how many of you remember when social media used to look like this? So this was the mid to late 2000 when we used to open our screens and see our feeds that were filled with people smiling and cheering and hugging each other and being nice to each other. And that was really filling the original promise of social media to connect people and communities together. But fast forward 20 years, and now social media frequently looks like that. So this is a picture, for those of you at the back, of someone sitting on his computer and being bombarded with extreme content, things to make you react. And as we know now, the way social media algorithms are built is they try to encourage engagement, and the content that tends to drive the most engagement is the most extreme, which can be, outrageous, provocative, or sometimes hateful. So I'm going to be focusing on hate speech today, and more specifically, hate speech as defined by the UN as direct attacks on individuals and groups based on their identity, whether it's their gender, their ethnicity, or their religion. And these attacks can go from insults to dehumanization all the way to inciting violence. This is not a small phenomenon. I'm sure many of you have experienced it. And when we look at survey data, we found that more than 70% of respondents in low and middle income countries report frequently being exposed to hateful content on social media. And obviously that doesn't stay on social media. We've heard time and again these stories of online hate fueling offline violence. These are examples from different corners of the world, from Germany, where stories on Facebook have been shown to have fueled anti-refugee attacks, and many other stories from Myanmar to Ethiopia, where interethnic violence has been again fueled by extreme content on these platforms. What we found in our own research is that this extends to Nigeria, as I'm sure many of you have experienced. So what we've done is we've been basically tracking over time hate content posted on social media in Nigeria, on Twitter more specifically, and we found this very strong connection between hate content and violence happening on the ground. And more specifically, to give you an order of magnitude, when you have an increase in about 50,000 hate posts, that very strongly correlates with a 15% increase in weekly fatalities. So social media clearly has this very strong link with violence. And so the question is, what can we do about it? But before thinking about what can we do, let's see what platforms themselves have been doing about it. So to try to analyze this is a complicated thing because we don't know everything that's happening within social media platforms. But through our research, we've still been able to figure out a little bit of what's going on. So what we've done is we've collected everything that was posted on Twitter, or X now, within one particular day. That was in late 2023. And that's globally. And we've looked at how this content evolved 5 months later. how much of it had been removed either by the users themselves or by the platforms. And so we see that in the case of hate, about 21% of content has been removed 5 months later. And for violent hate in particular, that's even lower, it's close to 17%. So these numbers are quite low, but what's even more striking is that if you compare them to non-hate content, you know, type of typical content that's not particularly outrageous, that circulates on social media, some of it also gets removed for a variety of reasons. Users get, stop using the platform, or they decide to delete their feed. This type of neutral content also gets removed at about the same rate. So what that shows is that hate is not more likely to be removed either by the platform or by the user after this period, which really shows that not much is being done by platforms, as many of you experience if you're on social media. But the question is, how much can actually be done? And the first thing that comes to mind is, can AI help to tackle this problem? Of course, we now have these amazing AI tools that are coming into our lives for a variety of reasons, from learning how to cook to improving your resume. And you may think that they can also be helpful for detecting and mitigating hate. But what we found in our work is that it's actually more complicated than that. That at least with the current AI tools, it's very difficult to use them to automate content moderation. The problem is that hate often comes in subtle forms that are difficult for an algorithm to capture. And so what we've discovered is that depending on how you use these systems, if you want to be very conservative and filter as much hate as possible, these systems tend to over-moderate, meaning that they will capture and flag hate content, but they will also flag a lot of non-hateful content, which will lead to what's called over-moderation, or a form of censorship. On the other hand, if you don't want these systems to over-moderate, then they'll tend to let a lot of bad content, harmful content, pass through and propagate on the platforms. So the bottom line is that AI alone cannot, or at least the systems that exist nowadays, through our studies, we've shown that they couldn't solve or automate this problem away. Can the systems be improved? Obviously they can. And so this is what we also found in our work. We've been building context-specific AI models, meaning models that were adapted to the Nigerian ecosystem to improve their performance at detecting hate in the Nigerian context by teaching these models to learn about local slangs and different dialects and cultural characteristics of the way people express harmful content in this context. And we found very large improvements in the model's performance, about 10-fold increase in performance compared to existing systems. So that definitely helps a lot, but it's still not enough to use a fully automated approach. What works with content moderation is human and AI working together, meaning humans basically looking at content that have been flagged by an AI system and deciding which one is hateful and which one is not. And that basically improves the performance of moderators alone. So what we've done a thought experiment based on all the data we've collected, finding that if humans were to moderate alone, we looked at what it would look like with a team of about 100 people. It would be able to detect about 15% of the content posted on harmful content posted on a daily basis in a country like Nigeria. With the help of existing AI systems, that number would go up to 35%. And with context-specific AI, like the one that I talked about before, that would go up to 80%. So that's good. It means that this approach can be effective, combining AI and humans. But there are still problems with that. if you think about what moderation is, it's a reactive approach. You know, bad stuff gets posted, it gets flagged, then a human has to review it and decides to remove it. And by the time this happens, you know, the content can still have already spread and done a lot of damage. It still can lead to censorship because humans make mistakes, and so, you know, that can lead to concerns around freedom of speech. It's harmful to moderators that have to, you know, read and review harmful content day in, day out. And it's also costly to scale. So the numbers I just showed you are based on the platforms as they operate now, but we know that these platforms grow and it becomes increasingly more costly to have moderators do this job as these platforms scale. So we've been looking at alternative approach using behavioral change communication, in particular counter speech, trying to change the narrative on social media to really engineer social change through the community. This approach has lots of advantages. They're proactive in the sense you don't have to wait for users to post harmful content to intervene. You can target them with ads, for instance, before they've posted anything. They're non-censoring in the sense that they aim to shift behavior rather than block or suspend the user. They work by reinforcement in the sense that, you know, if you target someone with an ad to change its behavior, if that person likes the ad, they retweet it, so they act as an agent of change in their network. And finally, they're cost effective because ads are very cheap compared to, you know, human moderators. And so to test that, we've been implementing a large-scale intervention on social media in Nigeria, looking at the entire Nigerian ecosystem of Twitter users and identifying users that have been posting hate in the past. We've been randomizing them, targeting the treatment group with ads featuring Nigerian celebrities, including Mr. Macaroni, Diesel, Marian Booth, and others that were, in essence, delivering a message saying that hate was bad because it incites violence, which is destabilizing for the country. And we found very sizable effect of about 5% reduction in posting and resharing of hate content during treatment. So if you think about it, this is a very large effect because we're talking about people that, you know, post quite a bit of hate. And about, you know, the average user posts about 6 hateful posts per month in this period, so that's 5% reduction. Not only do we observe an effect during treatment, but that effect persisted after the treatment period for up to 4 months. It was stronger for the more active users and the ones that were posting less hate. So there was a limited effect on the more hateful users. But what was even more interesting is that we found that we were able to generate spillover effects on the community in the sense that not only were the users who posted hate showing a change, but also the users in the network, in the sense that the more we were posting hate in the user's audience, the more that effects propagated to their network. And we think that this can have tremendous potential to change behavior at the network level. So I'll just conclude briefly by saying that we're super excited with this agenda and that we think that it can scale across many directions, from mitigating other types of harms, including misinformation, to building more of this context-specific AI to detect harms in low and middle-income countries across different contexts, engineering change through these network spillovers, and also implementing these kind of interventions across other platforms and really cross platforms to really mitigate the propagation of harms at the country level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Thank you, Samuel. We see that novel innovation would really help here in Nigeria and the world, because we know that sometimes when you hear the Hausa word Amfara means it has begun, or they would say Anchi, who said that did not say, and would find out that it would start up a conversation and hate and sometimes erupt into violence. So for the last speaker this session, please allow me to invite my big sister, Dr. Anita Kemi Da Silva Ibru. She's the founder and executive director of WARIF.
Dr.
Yep.
Anita Kemi Da Silva Ibru is a consultant specialist in obstetrics and gynecology and a public health physician with over 3 decades of experience across 3 continents, dedicated to improving women's health and gender equality. She founded the Women at Risk International Foundation, a leading nonprofit addressing sexual violence, rape, and human trafficking in Nigeria and across Africa, providing free survivor-centered services and driving education and community initiatives for the system change. She serves as the co-person of the UN ACT Program Global Steering Committee on Ending Violence Against Women and sits on Nigeria's Presidential High-Level Advisory Council supporting women. Recognitions include Forbes 50 over 50 EMEA, CNN COVID Hero, Nigeria's National Council of Women's Affairs Award for Excellence, Gold Award Thought Leader of the Year, Silver Award Women Changing the World, and Women Economic Empowerment Policy Champion. She holds fellowships. She is a WIHCN founding member and serves on the Institute of Directors Nigeria Health Committee. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Anita Kemi Da Silva Ibru.
Well, good morning, everyone. So my role here is a little different. I have been tasked to have a conversation about the potential dangers, if you will, about online edutainment when it's being misused and sadly when it hasn't been addressed in an appropriate fashion. So if I could please have my presentation. Am I doing something wrong? Ah, here we go. I can go ahead and start without it, perhaps. Oh, here we go. Progress, I think. Well, essentially, in Nigeria, a population of 220 million people, we are a very young country. Age 17 is our median age. And more than half of Nigeria subscribes to the internet. And 70% of this group are aged between 15 and 24. And majority of them are predominantly boys and men. The conversation that I'm about to have is the misuse of the internet that has resulted in a new form of violence, online sexual exploitation and abuse, with manifestations seen in various ways. You see the grooming of girls and boys online. You see image-based sexual abuse. We have revenge porn. We have artificial intelligence now and deep fakes, where essentially imagery can be made to be anybody doing anything. And majority of the perpetrators we have found, unfortunately, are boys and young men who use social media. They also use chat rooms and gaming platforms as a means of accessing these internet imagery. I would really love to be able to show pictures here. It's so sad. It's not coming on? So usually, in my organization, addressing gender-based violence, my patient population and my beneficiary group are women. And in Nigeria, when we talk about gender-based violence, the statistics that we use is 1 in 4 girls before the age of 18 If you remember, I did mention that our median age is only 17. However, for every 1 in 4 girls, we have 1 in 8 boys under the age of 18 also enduring acts of sexual violence. The common narrative that we would have that walks through our doors would be a young girl. I will call her Bosse. She's only 13. She's socially awkward. She doesn't have many friends. And she goes to a school that's highly competitive. And they're, girlfriends that have formed friendship groups, and she's essentially being ostracized. However, it's a mixed school. And so a couple of young boys in her class take an interest, and one starts to become really friendly with her and starts to ask her to send nude photos. She's reluctant, she agrees, they get closer. He starts to encourage her to send even more explicit pictures. She starts to worry about this, and she says, I'm not doing this anymore. And he starts to threaten her. He starts to say things like, well, if you don't continue, I'm going to send it around to all our friendship groups, and everybody is going to be aware of, here we go, oh, yay. And everyone's going to be aware of what you've been doing. Bosse can't take it anymore. The pressure is too much. She attempts suicide. Bosse is then brought to our facility. This is a narrative that we tend to see. But there is another story that I want to share, and this is about David, who's a 16-year-old young boy. He's brilliant, an aspiring programmer. He has been gifted, and he's very keen to learn this skill. And so on a gaming platform, he meets this young man who becomes his mentor. And he's learning, and he's excited, and he's sharing all the information with all of his other friends. However, his mentor now starts asking him for favors. That, David, send me a picture without your shirt on. And David would pause and think, well, okay, a bit odd, but he'll go ahead. And this progressively, again, escalated. And David was looking for validation. David was hoping for opportunities because this mentor had promised him all sorts of amazing job opportunities when he finished school. So David complied. Sadly, David now became a shell of himself. He stopped programming. He wouldn't even go to school. His parents were concerned, and we got involved. When we speak on sexual assault and gender-based violence, it's important for us to go back and understand what the social drivers are. And the social drivers is through the lens of being a perpetrator and being a survivor. Nigeria is a patriarchal country. It's a low middle income country. Women are subjugated. As a result of this, a lot of times men are taught about toxic masculinity from a very young age. Young boys are institutionalized in homes of violence, and they mimic what they see. There's a lot of rigid stereotypic role play that goes on in many of these homes. And therefore, boys grow up to become potential perpetrators as opposed to protectors. And then we say to ourselves, what are we teaching these boys? What essentially and where and how are they learning in terms of their behavior, in terms of the narrative? Boys are taught from birth to be strong. They're taught not to show any pain. You certainly can't be afraid. You're not expected to cry. And you're not supposed to be abused because you're a boy. And so where does he go when it's happening to him? Who was David supposed to report this crime to? Because in David's eyes, the basic fundamental role that he had as a man, he's failed by acquiescing to his mentor's requests. We look at it through the lens of, if David had an opportunity to learn, could he ask his peers? Perhaps a few of them would be able to explain to him what he was dealing with, the confusion. How about pop culture? Films, Nollywood, as you spoke of, or music. Well, what do? They objectify women. So this confuses David even more. He could pick up an editorial, a magazine. Again, he's not quite sure because no one's unpacking to him what he's supposed to see and understand. And then so he turns to digital pornography because in his mind, why not? Men, women, relationships. And again, when you think of exposure to pornography, it always starts with just a simple request of sharing or looking at explicit imagery, and then thereafter, they get involved with role play. Thereafter, you start to use the social media platforms to exchange many of these images. A lot of shame and confusion then starts to blur the lines, and boys turn from being curious to suddenly associating power with pleasure. And girls start to associate silence with survival. So violence doesn't just happen any longer in physical spaces. It's now starting to happen behind the screen. And every message that they send these young people, there's usually the aftermath of some trauma from this digital act. And it's usually the survivor that's ostracized because society has created this cycle of silence. And it's a perfect storm. We have the vulnerable young adolescent age group. You have them misinformed and confused. They cannot speak on this abuse. And then sadly, the cycle then repeats itself. So what have we done at the organization? We've created a program. It's called the Boys Conversation Cafe. And it's a mentoring program. And it operates at that precise intersection between education, mentorship, and cultural change. And this is a necessary program in protecting these young boys, not just from online sexual abuse, but other forms of violence as well. It's a peer discussion model. We encourage them in small groups to discuss respectful masculinity. We go further and discuss consent. We emphasize healthy relationships. We essentially encourage them to discuss their habits, if you will. Those that do engage in digital pornography, sometimes in substance abuse. And we employ participatory methods, such as role-playing and case scenarios, to create these safe spaces for them. Many a time, at the end of our sessions, when we speak to the boys, they're able to reflect on a lot of the things that they've learned and unlearned, and they're able to challenge a lot of their harmful practices. Many of them don't understand the fundamentals about consent, for example, that I'm supposed to actually ask her permission, and she's supposed to give it. The whole issue of the age of consent is also a very blurred area. Many of the young boys don't appreciate that age 18 legally is the age of a minor, and it's an actual crime if you engage in sexual relations with anyone under that age. Currently, the Boys Conversation Cafe has been implemented in both the northern part of Nigeria as well as the southern parts. We've had over 5,000 boys participate in the program, and we've seen transformational change, not only in the knowledge base, as I emphasized today, but also in attitudinal changes, because this is a program that's over the course of a year. And so we're able to go back, and we're able to engage in parent forums, in teacher forums, to understand what the impact of the program has had in the behavior of these young boys. The most important lesson that a lot of them have come back to emphasize is the fact that they are finally able to get proper sex education lessons in a safe space. They weren't able to get it at home because parents traditionally in this part of the world don't have the language for this sort of thing. They don't get it in schools because we do not have sex ed classes in mainstream educational curricula currently in Nigeria. And so imagine if they're able to sit in a safe space, understand more about consent than control, and they're able to use the internet and the digital tool for understanding and not objectification. They unlearn all of the baggage that pornography has taught them, and they start to become more equitable in their behavior. They're asking the right questions now about consent. They have greater understanding and empathy as they approach relationships, both at home and in school. So our outcome is not only to increase awareness and change behavior, but our outcome is also to change the conversations that these young boys are having. And with one conversation at a time, we'll start to raise a generation that chooses respect over exploitation and empathy over silence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kemi. And we're building a generation of empathy, and we hope to raise boys that would benefit Nigeria and all around. And thank you for the good work you're doing. So we have to move from toxic masculinity to positive masculinity. So it's time for us to stretch and have tea. And we have, okay, so before that, I would ask all the speakers to come up stage for a quick photograph, and then we'll break out for tea. And someone left this at the registration table. If it's your phone, please reach out to me. Thank you. So speakers, can you come up quickly for a picture? Victor, Samuel, Johanna, Dr. Kemi. And please, if this is your phone, yours? Hello? Hello? Okay, so you can turn it off.
should I sit there since it's curved this way? No, 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 the last one. Since it curves and I can face everybody. Do I have a camera monitor on my glasses? Well, I just have to take it off. I have to keep it on because I can't see like beyond like you right now. Well, I mean I can. It's just blurry. And but I can't. It's not. But I can't see my like this. It's the most annoying thing, but I'll do it. Or I can do it from here like this, and then it'll be fine. So there's no wireless mic here, guys. There's no wireless mic here. They said there was a wireless mic. Because I have to use the wireless mic. Can you ask them for the wireless mic? I will, but I have to, I'm going to start standing. Shay, sorry to interrupt. Sorry. Do you mind telling when we should get started, or that I'm ready whenever she's ready? And then there's no wireless mic here. Oh, there isn't? No. So there's no wireless? Yeah. Unless this is a wireless mic, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, did I miss it? Where now? It's not here. Get started. Yeah. Sorry? Sorry? Please, can we settle down? Can we come in? She needs it right now. Perfect. Hello, hello.
Hello? Okay. Thank you. Can we make our way back to our seats?
Hello, everyone. We need to get started. Can everybody come back into the room?
Can we come back to the room?
You have to go and meet people and tell them to come in the room.
Great job.
Hi, everyone. Can we come back into the room so we can get back to the reception?
Thank you.
Yeah, we have to go around.
So, no, can we come back to the room?
Hello, everyone.
The next session is about to begin.
That's fine. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can we come back to the room so we don't miss? Okay. No, yeah, no.
So you can take your snacks in the room if you want. You don't have to stand here. Sit down and you need help with the...
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd appreciate your presence back in your seats as we are ready to commence the program. Thank you.
Sit down so that we can get started. snacks or drinks into the room. Thank you so much. Hello. Please, you can take your tea with you. Nora, you know you can take your tea with you. You can take your tea and your snack with you now. You don't need to stay here and eat. That's right. Yeah, that's fine. Just take your tea with you. Yeah. You're not talking, you're just watching. Exactly, I don't know what I'm going to do. Sorry. No problem. I couldn't hear you when I was telling you. When they come in with their food. We're doing good with time earlier on. Like, we did really good with time earlier on. But then you have to cut yourself. You'll have to reduce your session. Your timing. We have to reduce what? Your timing. Your panel. Your panel. Time. No problem. We can cut lunch. Yeah, I think it's cut lunch. You understand? Hello, everyone. Can we settle down so we go into the next session? Welcome back. Please. Sorry. You can sit. You're saying something? You thought that? No. Oh. So for those of you still outside, please can you come into the room so we get started? So welcome back, everyone. That was more than 10 minutes stretch, and I hope we're refreshed. So the next session, we're going to be talking to innovators, problem solvers, who can deliver on solutions. And to moderate that panel is Fifehan Oshikanlu. Can we give her a round of applause? Fife is the founder and principal at Eden Venture Group.
Fifehan Oshikanlu is a creative strategist, executive producer, and social impact architect working at the nexus of culture, health, and capital. She's the founder and CEO of Eden Venture Group, a platform that blends investment, storytelling, and ecosystem building to advance people of African descent across Africa and the diaspora. Her work spans mobilizing capital and partnerships for women and youth-led enterprises, producing short films, podcasts, and narrative projects, and curating convenings that connect policymakers, investors, and creatives. She is passionate about promoting maternal and reproductive health, mental well-being, youth opportunity, education, and economic empowerment, reframing how culture and storytelling drive social transformation at scale. Previously, Fifehan led growth and strategy roles at Amazon.com and Vietnam Engineering Group before consulting across technology, private equity, and the creative sectors. She holds an MBA in global leadership from Thunderberg School of Global Management and a bachelor's in sociology cum laude from Georgia State University. Please join us in welcoming Fifehan Oshikanlu, who is our moderator.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks for joining us again today. I'm just going to go right into it. This session today, distribution, branding, and investment. We're learning how to, for scale, again, with the experts and people who are doing in the field. And so this session is going to explore how storytelling, brand identity, financial models can all amplify the reach, credibility, and sustainability of entertainment, particularly for social impact. Our speakers will share insights from building brands, funding creativity, and designing scalable models that connect culture, commerce, and conscience. Each speaker will have up to 10 minutes in total. So we're just going to go ahead and get started. We'll hope that we can have some time for Q&A at the end. But basically, I'm going to first introduce each person who will come up and have a seat, and then we're going to give, and then each of them will start with their presentations. First, I'd like to call and introduce Chude Jide Onwo, CEO of Joy Inc. Chude, as many of you, well, actually, I was going to say many of you know, but most of you know, is a talk show host that he hosts a platform called With Chude. He's also a co-founder and CEO of Red for Africa. As co-founder and CEO, he crafted and led strategies that fueled social movements and shaped national elections across Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Sierra Leone, and Senegal. Under his leadership, Red was honored as Africa Business of the Year alongside Dangote Group and Chandaria Industries. In 2016, after a decade at Red, Chude sensed a calling to a new mission. With no prospect of revenue or recognition, he stepped away to focus on storytelling that uplifts the mind, heart, and spirit, and founded Joy Inc., a human flourishing company that partnered with the Ford Motor Company and the Lagos State government to create safe, nurturing spaces for mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. In 2020, he launched With Chude, a viral podcast with African leaders and celebrities hosted on withchude.com. He has taught at Pan Atlantic University, advised Meta, Google, the Gates Foundation, the African Union, and the UK and US governments, and has earned multiple honors, including Creative in Residence at the London School of Economics, 2024. Please welcome Mr. Chude. And then next on the that I'd like to introduce is Wame Jallow. Welcome, Wame. Wame Jallow is the executive director at MTV Staying Alive Foundation. She's a global health rights and environmental advocate with more than 22 years of experience promoting equitable access to health services and medicine. As the executive director of the MTV Staying Alive Foundation, she oversees entertainment, education, and mass media interventions addressing the intersection of rights, health, and the environment. Wame has led global programs on HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, hepatitis C, non-communicable diseases, sexual and reproductive health, maternal and child health, and nutrition. She has been instrumental in strengthening community health systems through community-led monitoring, research advocacy, and social impact communications while championing the rights of women and young girls and empowering communities worldwide. Please welcome Wame. And I'd like to introduce Adekunle Adebiyi, who is the Executive Director of Investments at MBO Capital Management. Adekunle oversees the investment division at MBO Capital Management, bringing over 15 years of experience, spanning investment banking, consulting, telecommunications, operations management, and private equity. Before joining MBO, he served as corporate finance manager at PwC Nigeria, providing advisory on both buy-side and sell-side transactions. He previously held roles at Access Bank PLC, first as head of private equity and later as team lead in the financial markets division. His international experience includes working with Lehman Brothers in New York and DHL in London. Adekunle began his career as a research analyst at Analysis, a UK-based telecommunications consultancy, and holds an MBA in finance from the Kellogg School of Management and an MA Engineering in Manufacturing Engineering from the University of Cambridge. Please welcome Adekunle. And next, I'd like to introduce Abdul Rashid Bello, known globally as JJC Skills, a visionary filmmaker, musician, creative director, and AI animator. Abdul Rashid's influence bridges the worlds of music, film, and technology. Born in Kano, Nigeria, and raised between Nigeria and the United Kingdom, JJC Skills rose to fame in the early 2000s as one of the pioneers who skillfully fused Afrobeats with hip-hop, shaping the sound that is now dominating the global stage. His career spans award-winning music, TV productions, and Nollywood blockbusters, reflecting a deep passion for African storytelling. Beyond entertainment, he is the founder of So Kids TV, an innovative children's animation platform dedicated to African education, language, and culture, proving that JJC Skills isn't just creating art, he's building legacy. Please welcome JJC Skills. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we're gonna go into the first presentation of our esteemed panelists, starting with Chude. So if you can, okay. We're gonna start with Audu. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry, that's my fault. I'm so sorry, apologies. I'm sorry, that's my fault, I skipped it because I was expecting to start with Chude. Okay, so apologies, Audu, that's my fault. Audu Maikori is a media entrepreneur, creative economy strategist, and legal advocate. In fact, I'm going to release my seat for him. Please give him a round of applause. Apologies. Okay, so apart from my faux pas, I'd like to just mention that Audu is like a big brother to me, so I'm sure he'll forgive me after giving me a few floggings. Floggings. So Audu Maikori is a Nigerian media entrepreneur, entertainment lawyer, and creative economy strategist with over 20 years of impact across Africa. He is the co-founder and chairman of Chocolate City Group, which has developed top artists like M.I. Abaga and CK. As CEO of Pixel Ray Studios, he leads film and content infrastructure projects across Africa and the Caribbean, including Barbados' ROAD project. In Nigeria, he has driven creative economy partnerships with government bodies aligned with the Destination 2030 agenda. Earlier, he advised on major infrastructure reforms like the Nigerian Railways and Lagos Blue Line. A multi-award winner, Audu is an alumnus of King's College Lagos, University of Jos, MIT Sloan, and Pan Atlantic University. And again, please give him a big round of applause. I think I'm just gonna stand here for my bad behavior. Okay, can we start with Chude now? Yes, okay, wonderful, we're on track. Thank you, team. And Chude, the floor is yours. Thank you. You wanna use this or it's up to you? I think you should stand.
Thank you. When it turned out she had made a mistake with Audu, I thought my prayers were answered and I wasn't going first. I'm still hoping the prayers will be answered. Where's the lady that interrupted her? Well, quickly, I want to talk about something crucial. Why foreign capital keeps failing in Africa's creative economy and how to finally get it right. I've been working in the media and entertainment industry since I was 15 and working at the government-run Nigeria Television Authority. Across the ensuing 25 years, I have built some experience working across every subsector from TV and radio to music and film across 21 African countries. And I want to share one of the key insights I've learned from that work. Now, it might sound like a completely new economic thesis about African creative markets, But it only sounds like that because research reports and white papers have stubbornly refused to capture the truths that are right in front of their eyes. What I will share today is certainly not new to those who are already winning in the African creative market. I'll share it in 6 points. 1, every few years, in the past 30 years, a big global name or a few big global names enter into Nigeria's creator and creative economy. In the past decade, that has included Netflix, Disney, Prime Video, Showmax, now Canal Plus. And every few years, they leave, withdraw, or reduce their investments. Funds are announced from multilateral institutions. They dry up, and they are not replenished until the sector becomes sexy again. The problem isn't Nigeria. The problem is the model. Africa is not a variant of the Western or Eastern media markets. It's a post-colonial hybrid economy with its own taste, its own flows of money, and its own informal value chains. Western models keep failing because they try to impose order on a fundamentally plural market. Number 2, most investors arrive assuming Africa is an emerging version of Hollywood or Bollywood. But Nigeria, for instance, is not a younger version of America. It's a post-colonial mixed economy organism that is half formal and half invisible. The real money in the system isn't formal, it's mixed. Now, the Nigerian economy runs on overlapping liquidity circuits, 6 of them, that are not often mentioned in polite company. One of them is government money, which is a mix of tax revenues, oil and gas, debt that is either paid or restructured after a few years, amongst others. The second is informal money, which is why the running joke in the streets is that the Forbes billionaires list doesn't actually capture the full breadth of dollar billionaires that this economy holds. The third is questionable money. That includes monies that are buried under the ground, monies that come from the famous Yahoo boys, and all these other monies that many of you recognize when you look at the burgeoning real estate markets in Nigeria and Abuja. They might not be legal, but as the tax reform experts said last week, they are certainly taxable. Another is the international monies that come from NGOs, the World Bank, FDI inflows, amongst other monies. The fifth is remittances, the monies that Nigerians and Africans send back home to family, friends, and security men. And the final is new money, which is the new creative monies that are coming from Amazon, Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube, and everywhere else. Unfortunately, investors and policymakers often only see 2 of these broad categories of monies. Our tax system is finally going to work because Oyedele said and shocked the nation by saying transactional sex was finally going to be taxed. It shocks because it is both truthful and entirely missing from interventions in the economy. Number 3, behavioral economics, not GDP, explains why our entertainment industry thrives. Only behavioral economics explains why the market works even when it shouldn't. Even the poorest Nigerians spend on ceremonies, pre-wedding shoots, laughter, birthdays, omugwo, because entertainment here is survival, it's not luxury. Even low-income consumers have spent on entertainment because of 2 primary drivers, assistance and escape. Entertainment is survival. To make it vivid, I say you have to look at weddings in poor communities with live bands. You have to look at wedding concerts with Ashoebi. You have to look at street parties. These are not a bug, they are a feature. This turns low disposable income into high cultural spend. The way to understand this is this, through KFC. The joke on the streets is that if KFC wants to survive in Nigeria, it has to change its menu and serve jollof rice. That's how Shell, Stripe, Unilever, and others have done it. If McDonald's is not ready to bow to the logic of this market, it makes sense that it hasn't come in. If you do, like the people have mentioned, you reap massive returns locally like them, or if you choose to spread its tentacles organically, you win like UMG and Maven. Number 4, stop trying to help African creatives tell stories to the world. Help African creatives tell stories to Africans first. Stop trying to find a pipeline between Lagos and LA. Focus relentlessly, like Paystack and Piggyvest, on building deep into the local market. Then let the invisible hand of the market do the rest of the work organically, from Lagos to Toronto and Nairobi and Atlanta and Berlin. Now, this is why Afro-pop and Nollywood worked, because they were telling such important stories locally that our diaspora audiences took them to African countries first, and across the world, international gatekeepers paid attention. Money always follows. That's the investable insight. Stories that travel organically because they are true at home. Number 5. Now, for the first time, the economics make sense. The digital creator economy bypasses legacy inefficiencies, no distributors, no gatekeepers, no need for Western validation. I've mentioned many examples over the past few years. I was at an event with Rashid a few weeks ago. I just mentioned 3. Agbabs is Nigeria's most successful YouTube creator, 5.1 billion views in 4 years, about $3.1 million in revenue per year, and his expenses at the highest cannot be more than $50,000 in that year. Sandra Okeke, 2.1 million followers, $1 million minimum revenue, an exercise influencer, no burn, no float. Omani Oboli released her big blockbuster movie on YouTube. Within 2 days, she has over 6 million views from the local African audience. On track, according to Viewstats, to make $1.1 million just on YouTube alone by the end of the year. The digital creator economy is the reset. It allows for local creation and global monetization without the interruption of the stubborn Western point of view, finally making the economics make sense. The creative economy is bankable because it is native with a digital global model that finally respects it as it is and doesn't try to change it. Number 6, final point. Foreign capital keeps failing because it funds memory and nostalgia, not reality. Don't fund Africa to make it familiar to you. The content isn't really for the foreign audience. Fund Africa to make it work like it already is. Capital often has a point of view. Understandably, the point of view is sadly, stubbornly Western and increasingly Eastern. In this market and across Africa, that POV has to change. The POV in this room has to change. I am not selling optimism. I am reframing risk and opportunity. If you follow the models of the past, whatever money, whatever intervention will fail, and then people will say that our creative market cannot be trusted for returns. But this sector that has made Kwam and King Sunny Ade eternal financial legends, this sector that is making Funke Akindele and Uchenna Mbanabo $1 million net income earners, of course you can trust this market. You've just been measuring it with the wrong instruments. Any investment given so that we can break into the American market will almost certainly fail. But the market, now there will be geniuses and outliers. But markets are not built around geniuses and outliers. It will be built around a repeatable model. And right now, there is no more scalable, investable, repeatable model than what digital creators are currently doing. In a world where unicorn companies have become the symbol of wealth inequality globally, the global creator economy gives Africa a fantastic opportunity to create a new model. A model that is in fact already being created. All it needs now is for policy direction and capital injection that spreads the wealth and makes it sustainable. You need to listen to the local audience. You need to partner with those who are already making it work. You need to invest into the local market as it already exists with no reference at all to how it works anywhere else. KFC must sell jollof rice. A new phase of billion-dollar capital is about to enter Nigeria and Africa's creative economy. It will be a tragedy and an entirely avoidable one if this intervention ends up just like those before it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was actually, oops, sorry about that. That was actually, you know, one of the key things that we're trying to do by bringing the experts, the people who've been in the field, the people who've been implementing, and people who've been doing this work for years. And so I'm sure you're going to be blown away by the other presenters. I know he was saying that he didn't want to go first, but I'm sure everybody is like, dang, I should have gone first. But next up is Wame Jallo, Executive Director, MTV Staying Alive Foundation.
See what happens with nerves. Tough act to follow, that's why. Good afternoon, everyone, and really excited to be here to represent the work of MTV Staying Alive Foundation. I think we're best known for our flagship program, which is MTV Sugar. I've heard many people tell us stories around how sugar has really impacted their lives. It was very interesting, actually, arriving yesterday at the airport, and I said to the immigration officer, because they asked me, they're like, okay, what do you do? And I said, I do entertainment media, etc. And they still looked at me with a blank face, and then I said, MTV Sugar Niger, and everybody said, oh, yes, we resonate. We know that story is relatable. I have my own story about MTV Sugar. I was a young researcher in Botswana in 2012. And Botswana was home to a really high HIV/AIDS prevalence. I mean, we had 30% of young people aged 18 to 24 who were HIV positive. And the behavior change messaging was all about the ABCs. It actually didn't show content that was relatable for a lot of young lives. So sugar actually was then broadcasted in Botswana. And two things struck me. One, the content was really very raw. It showed the lives of young people, and these were in rural communities, and young people said, we resonate with that content. It actually is powerful. It speaks to our lives. And we saw a change in behavior from the time they were exposed to the content. So from my own personal perspective, I've been able to see sugar as a tool that's been used in many countries to complement the HIV/AIDS response, to give young people agency and information that's all the time required. So I'm going to tell you a story about what our sugar journey has been since we started and the scalar impact of it. I'm happy that Victor's already shared the results of some of that, so it makes my job easier. But MTV Sugar started in 2009 in Kenya, and we had a very famous star in it, Lupita Nyong'o, and she started out as an emerging actress and then director, and then also turned into an Oscar winner. And this sugar series became quite a cultural phenomenon. It was a movement that young people could engage in terms of the issues on the ground. When we evaluated the program, we saw that Johns Hopkins was able to see that it reached MTV Sugar in Kenya at the time, reached 60% of young people in Kenya. This is a captive audience who was looking at this content week after week. And in that, 87% said they changed the view of how they saw HIV. So it was not just about watching it, it's about how they were able to relate to the messaging. So after leaving Kenya, going to South Africa, going to Botswana, and in many other countries, we're very fortunate that we're able to even implement sugar here in Nigeria. And this started in 2013. And I must say, it's like home to there's the most passionate home that has actually landed in the sugar broadcast. Since then, since 2013, we've been able to produce 5 seasons of Sugar, 2 radio dramas, and a nationwide peer education program that's reaching millions of young people across Nigeria, in Lagos, in Kano, Kaduna, Plateau, Oyo, and Ogun states as well. And we're still growing, and thanks, Victor, for sharing the results of some of that, because we're seeing some phenomenal impact as a result. It's beyond the numbers for us, it's also about the talent and the people who are also broadcasting and acting in sugar. And Nigeria is home to many of those. We've had many trusted actors who've been able to come be part of it and also impact young lives as well. So the likes of Jemima Osundu, the likes of Folu Storms, and many others. In true MTV Staying Alive fashion, we're going to show you a video that actually really encapsulates all that we do in a nutshell. Next slide. We're going to start again with audio. Sorry, everyone. Technical. It's muted.
Oh, it's mute, just unmute. It's unmute.
Unmute. Yeah. So for over 25 years, MTV Staying Alive Foundation has really stayed true to its mission, which is to use storytelling to change the lives of young people. We've been able to reach, to do 15 campaigns across seven countries, broadcast in 120 channels over 115 nations, and reach more than 3 million young people and lives around. And that's really quite a phenomenal number, because it's not only just about the reach, it's also about what we do with the engagement. I think it's safe to say that there's a lot of information, it's an information highway right now. There's a lot of information that young people encounter. Our mission was to make sure that we can create trusted platforms that young people can continuously engage in the content. And this is important because for a lot of young people, they're making choices about their lives, and they need to have a platform where they can actually access information on a continuous basis. Not only for young people, but also bridging this content as well for parents, teachers, and being able to bridge the dialogues between young people and their parents and their communities as well. So through peer education programs on the ground, working with healthcare providers, we've been able to bridge those safe conversations. I'll give you an example of another piece of work that really focused around gender empowerment, and this was our In Bloom series. And what we loved about this was that 60% of our cast crew writers were women, writing stories about the issues that they saw on the ground, to Tudor's point, which is important. So we brought together five powerhouses of young creators, female content creators from Nigeria, from Kenya, India, and Brazil, and the US. And they were telling the stories around gender equity issues in their own context. And this was distributed in over 100 countries in 19 languages on issues that resonated with vast majority. I'm going to show you the next video on what this work actually entailed, and then speak a little bit about what that meant in the context of Nigeria. Next video.
One, two, three.
I just paid for a bigger space for salon.
As my hairstylist, I want you to supervise things when I'm not there.
God bless you, ma. Thank you, ma. I no go disappoint you.
Oh, tètè máa bọ̀ nsìn.
O gbọ́dọ̀ fi iṣẹ́ sàlúùnù rẹ sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan.
This was actually one of our most loved films across the world. Whether we showed it in India, whether we showed it in Kenya, whether we showed it in the US, everyone resonated with the story of a young woman who had to make a difficult choice between family care and also being able to work. And unpaid leave is something that is a silent pandemic. You don't hear a lot of stories around how young women have had to give up their space in order to take care of home. When we actually then went into the ground in Nigeria to see how people resonated with the messaging around women's economic empowerment, we saw really amazing results. We did it specifically in Kanu, and 90% of the men who watched it actually said that this should be shown widely in schools, in communities, in engagements. And a year later, after we were showcasing the FFA in particular, many women actually reported setting up their own home-based businesses, and also young men having greater empathy to ensure that their partners are also supported in this. And I think that's the power of telling the story and the issues on the ground. I know because there's a lot of conversation around data, but really stories move it. I always say graphs are great, they give a bigger picture, but when you give a story of an individual life, it makes a difference, and having films to tell that story is powerful. So as we look ahead, our mission still remains true as Staying Alive Foundation, and that is to spark reflection, deep empathy, and to build a world where every person, especially young people, can make choices freely, safely, and without fear. I wish I could show you a lot more. I know we have a very time-sensitive panel, but please come to the screening later on today. We'll show much more other clips and films that really speak to this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wame. MTV Sugar is literally a staple in most households, globally actually now. So thank you so much for the work that you do at MTV Staying Alive Foundation. And next is Adekunle Adebiyi, Executive Director, Investments at MBO Capital Management. Please join us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, no, it's fine. Well, it's actually still morning, so good morning, everyone. So I'm the money guy, I'm the investments guy. It's great to be with you all. I'm going to give you a brief history lesson on how we came to start investing in the Nigerian entertainment sector and what we're looking at going forward and sort of the trends we see. Let's just see. So yeah, MBO Capital, I'm not going to dwell so much on my slides here, but we're a private investment firm, private equity, private credit, whatever you want to call it. But we're sector agnostic. We believe the Nigerian industry landscape is very fragmented, and as such, we go by what the market says. So we don't invest based on sectors, we invest based on themes. So we're thematic investors. We have 5 themes, and I'm going to rattle them off very quickly. The first one is job creation, because for me, I believe that is the surefire way to encourage economic development. In fact, I would go so far as to call it a proxy for economic development in our country. You give people jobs, you know, they can take care of their families, send their kids to school, put a roof over their heads, etc., etc. The second one is homegrown. We like supporting homegrown entrepreneurs. They don't have to be Nigerian. As long as they're leading businesses in Nigeria and Africa or within the subcontinent, we like to encourage them as well. The third one is female and youth empowerment. We believe that's also very important because, I mean, historically speaking in Nigeria, I think access to capital has always been easier for older men, right? And women and young people have historically been disenfranchised from being able to access capital. So that's one of the things we look at in terms of the businesses we support. There are the 2 more, import substitution and export promotion. Those are essentially flip sides of the FX coin. I'm sure we all know the history of Nigeria's issues with currency, you know, the dollar, the price of dollar moving up and down, well, moving up against the naira, and the challenges that's created for us. So we are 100% locally sort of finance-raised business. All our capital comes from Nigerian investors, Nigerian HNIs, some Nigerian companies. And as you know, Nigeria is a debt-first market. You can't really go to Nigerian investors and talk about equity. So you have to take their funds for a limited period of time. And so we then invest based on that. And you know, I mentioned those 5 themes because when we talk about the Nigerian creative space, it's important to note that we define the Nigerian creative economy in terms of 6 verticals. Film, TV, and digital content, which obviously I'll talk about in greater detail later. Music, and you can't go anywhere today without hearing Nigerian music. I mean, I was in Dubai a few months ago, and you would have thought Burna Boy was Emirati the way they were playing his music up and down. Fine arts, also another sort of space that is an interesting asset class. Nigerian sculptors, Nigerian painters, their works are gathering sort of acclaim worldwide. Theater arts also is another one. In fact, well, that's a bit difficult because I'm not quite sure how you invest in theater arts in Nigeria. We've done some, well, again, I guess you'd call it CSR, but again, it's difficult for me to see it as an investable space at the moment, although one of the movies I'm going to talk about later was originally a theater play that transitioned into being a movie, and that could possibly be one way in which we support the theater, or theater contributes to the creative sector. And then the last 2 are fashion and food. But the focus for today is really on film, TV, and digital content. And you know, when I mentioned our 5 investment themes earlier, job creation, homegrown, female and youth empowerment, export promotion, import substitution, Nigerian films are very unique in the sense that they hit all 5. All right, there's job creation there, obviously. It's homegrown. Lots of women in front and behind the camera, lots of young people. Dr. De Silva Ebru spoke earlier on about how the median age of the Nigerian population is 18, compared to the African average of 19 and the global average of, well, global median of 30. So we have a lot of young people. And if anyone spends any time on TikTok, you realize that these are very creative people. So for us, it actually made sense to look at the film space because that's a sector that hits all 5 of our themes. In terms of what we've done in the film space, we made our first investment in 2017, but really we ramped up post the pandemic when everyone had been locked down at home and the streamers really gained sort of like market share or access to the Nigerian market. So, in 2022, we funded almost $800,000 worth of film content. That was almost $1 million in 2023, 1.4 almost in 2024. And yet to date, my budget calls for me to do about $3 million, and we're currently almost at 2.4 million USD in investments. What have we invested in? A bunch of movies. Osamede, the first one there, is currently showing in cinemas. It came out in the middle of this month, and the plan is for it to have some sort of access to streaming platforms before, after its cinema run. We've done about 35 movies in total. I'm not going to run through each one, but most of them are available on Amazon Prime and Netflix. For us, it made sense as an investment because, like I mentioned to you, we get all our money from Nigerian investors. Before, we were able to raise that funding in Naira, and then after a series of, after the most recent devaluations, we would go to our investors to raise funding, and everybody would tell you, oh, I don't save money in Naira anymore. All my money is in dollars now. But if I trust you guys, if you can take my dollars and give me dollars back, you can have it. So that for us led us to start looking at dollar investment opportunities. We have something in aviation, but at the time, it also made sense to do Nigerian movies because a lot of these guys were coming to us with contracts with Amazon Prime, with arrangements with Netflix, to essentially, as you know, those guys pay in dollars within a year of the investments. So it's also unique in the sense that we're able to invest both local currency and dollars, and able to get dollars back, which is a natural hedge against the devaluation and just made perfect sense for us. Our funding isn't cheap. Like I said, it comes from Nigerian investors 100% at the moment, and one of our big initiatives going forward is diversifying that into getting sort of foreign capital, which we know will hopefully be cheaper, so we can pass those, that cost on to the producers. So Moms at War, The Wedding Party 2, which was our very first investment, those were all on one slate. And I wouldn't say they were great investments. We got our money back, but really what it did allow us for was, what allowed us to do was to learn about the entertainment value chain and to see where the opportunities were. Most of what we've done, almost $6 million in capital to date, has gone towards sort of funding the production of movies. But there are huge opportunities around sort of like distribution. I've seen at least 4 opportunities this year to fund sort of local streamers. Historically, I thought distribution wasn't an issue in Nigeria, but only to come around and learn that, the barrier, the hurdle Netflix and Amazon Prime set is quite high, and a lot of films don't get to sort of achieve that. And the only way to combat that is to find sort of local streaming platforms. And I can think of about 3 or 4 that I've already seen this year that are coming out, and it looks promising. Just again, going forward, in terms of, we've worked with 13 houses so far to do about 35 movies. These are some of the other houses that we've sort of reached agreements with. We were committed capital at various points, and the movies, I think 12 movies or so, will be coming out between now and the end of 2026. One of the landmark deals we recently did, because one thing that's clear to us is for us to do larger and larger productions, we need to partner and collaborate with other finance houses, with other DFIs, and we did with other producers. So this is a movie called Clarissa. It's our first partnership with Hollywood producers. It's going to use talent that's predominantly sort of from the African diaspora, so Nigerian artists based in Hollywood or in the UK. We're financing it with with an African DFI and some other Nigerian investors. And it's the largest budget to date, it's about $4 million. We're committing about $1 million of capital to that. and we just disbursed the first tranche last week. Very, very, very interesting, but we're looking forward to what that will do going forward. Again, we've partnered with 13 media houses. The pipeline, we've spoken to at least 35 film producers, and it's looking very promising. How we invest, I'm not going to bore you with this, but we don't see the banks as competitors, because typically the challenge has always been, how do you access capital from a bank when you have to provide security, whether it's a house in Ikoyi or Maitama, and so on and so forth. But we've been able to structure the investments to use the actual IP that these young entrepreneurs have, and to IP rights and so on and so forth. And typically the tenure of the investment is 24 months maximum. And to date, we've not lost money on any of our investments. And we're thank you for that. We're moving forward with that. I'm not going to bore you with the external forms of security, but just when we come to the Q&A, I'm sure we can delve into that. That's really the crux of my presentation, and I'll hand it back over to the rest of the team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's really interesting to see private capital investors. Oh, it's okay. Private capital investors really get into this space, because typically the complaint, we get from, so I used to work in private equity, and the complaint back then, back then to me, it was about 5 years ago, but the complaint, and still now, is the fact that they don't understand, this space. So it's really, really exciting to see a private funder, taking their time to kind of understand and taking those risks and seeing it being a winning strategy for them. Next, I'd like to introduce, again, to the stage, to the podium, Audu Makori, media entrepreneur, creative economy strategist, and legal advocate.
Hello. Hello. No energy. Hello. This is a creative session, so we have to be creative about how we say, how we respond. Hello. Okay. So let me start with a story. Chocolate City started 20 years ago. We just celebrated our 20th year in August. Yeah, so I'm old. But seriously, Chocolate City, we started in the city of Abuja. And when we started our company, it was the least visual thing to do, because most people started their businesses in Lagos. And we saw that there was a gap, there was huge creative talent in this part of the country, but there was no representation. So we started this company begging for money. Nobody believed in our dream. In 2009, the World Bank actually held something here in Abuja, and I think probably in the Hilton, and where they're talking about monetizing and investing in the creative sector. So you can imagine my excitement in 2010 when the secretary calls me and says, somebody from the World Bank is here to see you. So I'm like, I knelt down really quickly and I thank God. I said, God, finally, this thing is going to happen. And this giant of a man, I'm 6 feet tall. This guy is like 6'7" maybe, walks up with two other giants behind him. And then he says, my name is such and such, I'm from the World Bank. I'm like, welcome, sir, sit down, I was excited. I was telling the finance guy, get the invoices ready. And the guy says, so you're the Audu Makori guy? I say, yes, sir. He says, my sons want to do music. You can imagine the excitement and disappointment, because you have to remember that in 2009, nobody believed in this industry. It was an amusement. At best, it was entertainment. It was not an economy. It was not a conversation whereby your parents would say, yeah, go ahead, go and do music. They would say, go be a lawyer, be a doctor, be something else. So having watched the whole gamut over the past 20 years, is exciting to be in this room. And shout out to JJC. This man here is one of the singular reasons that we have the music industry in Nigeria. So I think it's really important. But let me talk a bit about what Chocolate City is. For the past 20 years, we've been redefining the creative industries across Africa, not just Nigeria. We believe that creativity is a national growth driver, not just an art form. I think this is really critical. I believe that every city in Nigeria has untapped potential and it's just waiting to be nurtured. It needs inspiration, it needs some money, but also needs the infrastructure that leads it to be able to do that. And the third thing is I believe that is the sustainability of the creative economy needs some structure, some skills, and some capacity. So we have 4 focus areas. Number 1 is creative infrastructure development. I'll talk about all those things really quickly as well. The second is education and capacity building. You see, what happened with music is that there was a proliferation of apps and mobile access to be able to create your music. Think about music business 30, 40 years ago. You needed a studio this size of the room. You needed a live band, you needed guitarists, you need people, session people playing to create the music. Right now, you can tap your phone and you can create any sound in the world. And with AI, we even have online musicians creating lyrics and things like that. So with more technology, there's more access. With YouTube videos, with people all over the internet, you can actually quickly scale. But there's more to that. There's actually the skill sets that need to be built over time. This is across the sector as well. The third thing is talent discovery. Everything does not end and start in Lagos. There are millions of creative people. All of you look amazing, except for Fife. All of you look amazing because you're wearing local brands, right? Amazing hats is all local. This is a multi-billion-dollar business. But until they have the right training, the understanding of branding, understanding of IP, it is just a guy or a lady doing subsistence work just to earn some naira and kobo. And the third thing is community and economic integration. The creative sector is peculiar because that is the only place where real collaboration and cooperation meet. You cannot create by yourself. You have to co-create, and that's the beauty of the industry. So let me talk about the project that we're doing. I'm of the belief that when you've gone through things, it should either impact you to help other people or you keep it to yourself. We have a culture of keeping our problems to ourselves and not trying to use the challenges that we went through to impact other people. We have a different view of Chocolate City. What we believe is that if we had problems raising money before, then our job is to help other people raise money more easily, perhaps, or if there's an infrastructure play. So quickly, what we did was in June, we signed a partnership with the national, wow, only 5 minutes. So we have a partnership with the NFI, and the idea then is we are going to rehabilitate the place. We're going to switch the curriculum. We're going to create more online training and create an edifice that looks something like this as compared to the original building that is exactly like this right now, if you can see the building. And the idea then is that we can get young people to come in, get trained, get certification, and start creating jobs. The gig economy, if you like. The second thing is that we're doing a creative and cultural hub in Jos. We're rehabilitating an old building as well, because we believe that it's too expensive to build brand new infrastructure. But if you go around Nigeria, there are thousands of buildings doing nothing whatsoever. Case in point, the National Theatre. If you've been there, and if you haven't, please take a flight to Lagos, go and look at the National Theatre. It's a $60 billion, Naira rehabilitation, but it is to the cheese. I happen to be on the board of the National Theatre, and I can tell you firsthand, there's a lot that's going to happen, and it's going to trigger a lot of changes in the creative sector for Nigeria. So we believe that this needs to be done across the country. Every state has edifices like this that are doing nothing. Why build stuff when we can just rehabilitate and get people in really quickly? The third thing that we're doing is a talent discovery thing around the underserved markets. Yes, there's Lagos, but then there's Jos, there's Kano, there's Enugu. There are many hubs in Nigeria that just need to be stimulated. And what we're doing is through the creative partnership with the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, we're reaching out to local stakeholders to find talent, to give them a platform. This is an example. The lady up there is an 18-year-old Hausa rapper who comes from a conservative family, and at first her activities were frowned upon. But with the cooperation of her brother and her parents, she was able to, she's created a viral movement online. She's trending on TikTok, and she's making money. This is what we need to do. We need to encourage young people that have talent to be able to get the opportunities. Last but not least is what we call the Founders Fund Africa, which was just launched last month. It is a collaboration between Chocolate City, Argent Hill Capital, and it is implemented in a partner with CC Hub. The MD of CC Hub is here, so just put your hands together. We believe that this is the formula for real partnerships. Private equity funds sometimes put the money, they don't understand the ecosystem. right? And sometimes the ecosystem, the creators understand it, but they're emotional about their investment. For example, I could like the hat he's wearing and say, look, this guy is going to be the next biggest fashion thing. Yeah, you with the glasses. I could say that. But do the facts, do they support this idea? No. We need people who understand it and look at it objectively. So Argentile Capital is a private equity firm. They invest in the sector. We've done 2 projects with them. They'll look at the investment and say, look, off of our own metrics, this makes sense. Chocolate City has been doing entertainment across film, music, and fashion over the past 20 years. We understand the soft power and the soft things that have to do with investment. Meanwhile, CC Hub is an incubator. They can accelerate, they can train them and give them the business skills that they need to make sure that they succeed. I think Chude said something about that we can't keep hoping for the outliers. You know, that we're outliers. We shouldn't have succeeded, but we did somehow. But is there a way we can ensure that people who have the right skills, the right mentorship, the right funding, and also the right environment can succeed? This is our mission in Chocolate City, which is to ensure that the next generation of Chocolate Cities are founded there. 2 things about the fund. 50% is dedicated to women. Hello? I thought it was about gender equality, guys. So 50% of that is dedicated to women. We have raised $250,000 of that. We're going for $1 million, and we'll expand to the continent over the next 2 years. My time is up. If you have any questions, you can meet me later. And thank you, World Bank, and I hope this time we get some money. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much, Audu, even though I'm the only one in the room that does not look fresh today. No, just kidding. But thank you so much. We'll come back to some of the things that you were saying because I think it's important that you finish, the rest of the thought if possible. We are running behind in time, but we've been given some leeway. So, but last but not least at all, not even close to least. I wanted to go ahead and introduce JJC Skills to join us. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm Abdurrashid Bello, popularly known as JJC Skills. I'm a filmmaker, music producer, and an AI animator. My work focuses on using African language and culture and technology to inspire, entertain, and to basically get the mind ticking. My story began as a young boy who relocated to England, and in school I was bullied heavily because of my accent or because I was African, by Africans. So they called me JJC. So, so instead of shying away from the name, I embraced it. And I told everyone, yes, my name is JJC. And most importantly, I started making music because that was my passion. And my first song was Nigeria is the Best Land. So I would go on stage, paint my hair green, white, green, and I would perform, and everybody would really be shocked for how brave I was to embrace my culture. In time, that actually changed people's mentality about how they saw me, and most importantly, how they saw themselves. So that journey took me to another place where I wanted to now started evolving from just speaking English. So I started using my language. I started rapping with Yoruba. I was rap with Hausa, mixing African rhythms and European sounds. And I called it Afropean music. But one man cannot be an island. So I started picking talented people I saw in London and started training them. Some of those people are Don Jazzy, D'banj, and so many other people. And lo and behold, we created Afrobeats from just playing around, I guess. So my point is, I turned my insults, my pain, into my pride. So that's I guess, my greatest strength. And that journey led me, well, I was living in England, and I thought to myself, I'm not really making that big impact that I wanted to make. And people like Audi was taking over Nigeria with, with the new movement of the Nigerian Afrobeat music. So I moved back to Nigeria. But when I came here, I realized that making impactful content hardly had any audience because it was too serious. So I started a strategy called Entertainment First. We'll tell meaningful stories and promote change in a way that feels good and not forced. Give stories that inspire, but not preaching. So for 7 years, I directed a TV show called Jennifer's Diary. And if you ever watch that, show, you know it's really funny. But we use laughter to talk about real issues, from education to self-esteem to gender roles, etc. It quickly became clear that when people laugh, they learn. And when they connect to a topic, they start reflecting on it, and which in turn shapes mindsets and moves society forward. Entertainment is not just art, it's influence. I believe that media shapes values, and that's the reason why if you check on TikTok and social media, you see that these tools are the best tools that we can use to drive change and drive social behavioral change. In 2020, I started an experiment. I just had little boys, and all we watched all day was Cocomelon. So I thought to myself, what if I can use that platform, like animation, to actually teach the next generation? So I started So Kids TV, using that platform to teach languages in an educational and fun way. Now we are, I think, the third most watched African children content in Nigeria today. Because I believe that when children speak their languages, their native languages, they connect to their roots, their culture, and they have confidence. And by knowing who they are, they know what they can be in the future. So that's the kind of change I want to inspire. Based on that, I have started teaching new generation boys and girls on how to use AI to create animation, and most importantly, to create music, and join both together. And hopefully, my aim is to go to all the different zones. Right now we're only doing Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. And I'm hoping by training different people from different walks of life, I'll be able to help them start teaching Benin, Efik, and all the different languages. So that brings me to the private investors and the developers and the development partners. We can do more than just fund. I think it's time we co-create. We have the creative freedom, and you have your social goals. I think combined, we can drive social behavior change more. For instance, I did a collaboration with PSI, where they wanted to do a campaign on menstrual health and hygiene. So instead of the usual awareness ad, I created a song and made a music video featuring Yemi Alade. And then I gathered Nollywood actors from the north, from east, and from the west to reflect, which reflects our cultural diversity, and to use that platform to break the silence. It was successful, and it achieved the desired results. So, trust me when I say entertainment is the most important, powerful export that we can use. If we scale up this mindset of collaborating, I believe that we won't just change everything, change entertainment, we will lead it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly powerful. It's so important to have, content for the next generation, especially leveraging, technology, and that's obviously one of the key things that we're discussing today. So as we wrap this session up, I'm just going to ask one really quick question before we open it up into Q&A, but we don't have that much time, but please let us know how much time we have for Q&A. I think we have about 12 minutes total. So to everyone of the speakers who wishes to respond to this, I'd like to ask you to speak on the idea that, we know that all of these, the great work that you guys are doing have been transformational, but the session title is How to Scale. Essentially, how do we sustain this on a of course, on a mass level, so that not only are we impacting people en masse, but we're also sustainably doing it. And so what are your thoughts? What are the things that maybe you guys might be doing, or what are some things that you're thinking, particularly as it, maybe ties to distribution, ties to funding, ties in particular to policy? And I'll start with Audu from there, and then we can just go from, to JJC and whoever else wants to respond going this way. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Fife, and you look amazing. Please put your hands together for... No, but seriously, I think that partnerships are the key to any sustainable thing. It doesn't really matter how big you are. If you don't have strong partners that bring something that you don't bring to the table, it's hard for a business to be sustained. And one thing I find about creative business is that we love the status of being CEO, founder, but there's nothing greater than co-founders. Because when one is down, the other can pick them up, So I think that's one part that people kind of miss. The second thing is diversification. Most people know Chocolate City as a record label, but I think since 2011, we've diversified our portfolio significantly. When publishing, we have a media agency. When distribution, we do a ton of different things, but the flagship is really around music. And all those other verticals were created by partnerships. What we did was find the right people in those sectors, and we partnered with them, and they lead that instead of us trying to struggle to learn something that we're not really adept at. So I think that is crucial. Partnerships, collaborations, partnerships. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah, I believe that you said it all. Partnership is very important, and collaboration. But most importantly, I feel like we need training. We need to educate more and empower the next generation so that they can continue the good work. That's where I stop.
No, thanks for that. Is a really great question. I think one thing I would like to add is getting to understand our audiences better, because you have young people in many different places, and it's important for us to bridge this digital divide and make sure that we're reaching young people even in the rural areas. So understanding that is really critical to our reach. We saw, and Bolade is here to talk about it, we used to create like long form content, and people wouldn't go, and then we shortened it to like an 8-second, 30-second on TikTok, and we had a lot of people go to it all of a sudden. So I think understanding the behavioral patterns as well is very critical in our reach to do this going forward. Thanks.
Sorry. What I'm doing on my part is, I think that what we need to do is to put our monies where our mouths are also. Some people in the room know I announced the Fourth Mainland Fund, where I'm putting $500,000 of my own money into the creator economy. And we already made our first investment for an AI creator. So immediately I announced it in September. It was my personal money. By the next month, other people were bringing their monies. And so we made it into an investment club. And so I really believe that if you believe in a thesis, then you prove it by putting your money where your mouth is. And I think that's the future. It's not just theory to say that the creator economy is one of the biggest economic revolutions on our continent. And the way you prove that is by making the money and showing others that, look, that's what I was telling you about. I think that's the play we should be making now.
Okay, so I would echo everything that's been said so far, but I think one of the things that we find challenging is the fact that for us, whatever investment we make has to be sustainable, all right? Which means it has to make money, all right? Because if it doesn't, there's no impetus to continue doing it, unfortunately. And the demographics of Nigeria and indeed Africa are such that the market potential is in a sense limited, all right? So we talk about how Nigeria has 220 million people, but when we do all these private equity sort of fundraising trade roadshows, you know, we have to be honest and say that the actual addressable market is a sliver of that. Our consumer class, so to speak, is maybe 5 to 10 million, all right? And what we found with the creative sector is that the most viable, the most sustainable investments are those that are obviously clearly locally or African created, but that speak to a wider audience. This is where the importance of the African diaspora comes in. I mentioned earlier about how I've reviewed about 3 or 4 local streaming platform investment opportunities this year. And what's been interesting about most of those investments, the way they've been structured is, you know, clearly they want to push local content, but they're actually looking at the global market as their market. I mean, you saw stories last year about how Netflix and Amazon Prime were, quote unquote, pulling out of Nigeria. It's not so much that they were pulling out in terms of they're no longer sort of investing. Well, yes, they're not bringing their money to invest, but they're saying we will still buy content from this jurisdiction, which for us at MBO Capital is a huge opportunity. Because before, a lot of these producers were going to the streamers to fund Amazon originals or Netflix originals. Now the streamers are saying, you go and find the money to make this, and if it meets our quality benchmarks, we'll put it on our platforms. So I get a lot more calls nowadays from people saying, MBO, we've seen what you're doing, you have money, please come and invest in us. And when we now appraise those investments, we're always keen to see what sort of distribution strategy they're working with. Because for us, entertainment is really like a fast-moving consumer good. It's like your Coke or your toothpaste. There are 2 primary sort of levers of success: marketing and distribution. Okay, marketing from the like, are the eyeballs aware of it? And distribution is, do they have access to it? And that distribution element is so, so key. In fact, I would say it's one of the 2 biggest challenges right now as far as entertainment is concerned in Nigeria. Again, particularly to film. The other big challenge is pre-production, which lends nicely onto what was being said earlier about training. When we talk to filmmakers in Nigeria today, pre-production and principal photography are pretty much local costs, and we have most of the skills necessary for that. The post-production is a real challenge. Post-production is an FX cost for most parts, and we're talking about sound mixing, color grading, VFX, and so on. I didn't realize the extent to which it was a challenge, but it is a huge challenge, and you see a lot of these films taking 6 months to even a year to get done with post-production. So we believe there are opportunities to invest in training, all right? I always look at the investment juggernaut for the creative space in terms of 2 buckets. There's the hardware side, which is like, you know, can you build more screens, more distribution outlets, and so on. And then there's the software side, or the soft infrastructure, which is training, capacity building. Because right now, even a lot of people who are sort of skilled in post-production in Nigeria, they've all jackpot. So a lot of our film producers are now having to go to South Africa or to speak to their sound guy who's moved to Canada or the UK to get these things done. So we know for a fact that whatever, and you know, this is one of my tenets for when I go fundraising soon, is I'm looking to get a lot more money into that training, that capacity building aspect of the market, because it's key for us to create content that is, again, with partnerships, bigger budget, bigger scale, right, but also meets the quality that makes it attractive to not just the local market and the diaspora, but even non-Nigerians. You look at what's happened with the Korean market, K-drama, with the Turkish market. They've done stuff that's of sufficient quality that it speaks to a global audience, and I think that's the direction in which we need to move going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually perfect. I mean, I love that you said the aspect of quality. I really do think that Africa can lead in that if we can get the post-production right. I see that a lot in the content that MTV Staying Alive Foundation has done with Sugar. Afefe, I mean, you talked about how Afefe, which is a Nigeria, I mean, in fact, Yoruba speaking, did really well in India, in China, and all over the world because of the quality of the content. So thank you so much for that. How many minutes do we have for Q&A? 5 minutes. Do we have any questions? We can take maybe 2. I saw one hand up. Was that a hand back there? Okay, 1 and 2. Okay, so yours went up first in the red. Can you please get her the mic? And we'll just take the 2 questions and then answer them after.
Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Adenike. I'm from UNHCR. I want to ask, some of these trainings that you plan to have for particularly young people, there are refugees. I mean, these are people who are forcibly displaced from their country. So I don't know, will it be possible to, give 1 or 2 slots to refugees who are not Nigerians? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the beautiful contributions and then what we have learned so far that is happening. So my question is this. I am Helen John. I am the gender and GBV expert from ACRISAL project, which is a World Bank funded project. So my question is, I'm just curious to know that a lot of investment has been going on, and then one of the main purposes is to see how we can bring about social impact. So my question is to the private investor. You have talked so much about investment that has gone on, that is going on. I'm just curious to know, do we have like a portion of our profit that is set aside as a part of social corporate responsibility to our communities? Now, I'm asking this because I know that I work mostly in the northern part of the country. I know that we have a lot of, traditional and social norms issues in the north. So I'm just curious to know if there is a certain percentage that we plow back into the community, such that we'll look at some of these traditional and social norms and see how we can also sponsor programs that will address, such issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. So I'm going to ask that whoever wants, let me know who wants to take the first question, and then obviously the second question is for Adekunle here. First question, you'll take it? Okay.
Let me say, so your question around getting people who might not be able to. So a bit about what we're doing in NFI Lagos is we already have a strategic international partner that's going to help out to build out this post-production facility where you can record and improve on audio quality. But the partnership with NFI ensures that you also get the training. Now, one part that we've embedded is to make sure that it's accessible for people who normally won't have access to a place like that. So I can assure you, too, that we do have a placement for that. We're also working with NEL Fund to see if we can also get sponsorships. Because remember, I think the minister was here, but NEL Fund is supposed to give you free tuition, pay for free, and then overtime. So, yes, we're incorporating that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the second question?
All right. So, thank you very much for that question. So, the short answer to your question is yes. I recently instituted a policy whereby we reserve 1% of the previous year's sort of investment income for CSR initiatives. I think I mentioned during my talk earlier on about how we gave money to a theater festival last year, and we've done a number of things. We supported the fibroids women's health charity this year, and we're looking to do more. I think in terms of corporate social responsibility, it is obviously a responsibility for us, and it's something that we try and instill in all the businesses we work with. I mean, it was interesting to hear Jude talk about some of the money a lot of these YouTube founders are making. We, as proper responsible investors, insist that all the businesses we invest with must be organized and pay their taxes, right? And I want to make the point about government involvement, and this might be somewhat controversial, but if there's one thing I admire most about the creative sector, it is the fact that almost everything they have accomplished has been sans government involvement, right? They have achieved what they've achieved by the sheer creative talent, tenacity, and grit of the promoters. And I want to encourage that. I find, and I know I shouldn't be saying this in Abuja, but I'll say it all the same. I find governments, African governments in general, to be extractive in nature, all right? And I always want to limit that as much as possible. I think the one thing that all the businesses we invest in must do is they must all pay their taxes, all right? That is crucial, all right? But they must have corporate governance. They must have audited financials. I always tell promoters, if you don't have audited financials, you don't have a business. You don't have an investable business. And that's something we want to see more going forward. And again, it's not to, this is not peculiar to the creative sector. We invest in a lot of other sectors. And I can't tell you, big oil and gas companies that don't have fixed asset registers. I've seen it all in Nigeria. That don't have boards. That you look at a board and you see 4 board members with the same surname. That doesn't work for me, all right? But going back to the issue of corporate social, we're not getting away from that. We are aware that a lot has to be done in that sector, and we're willing to play our part. Thank you.
That rounds up our session. We need to obviously exit the stage, but I want to first say thank you so much. I think the last thing, one thing I wanted to quickly add is that, to answer also part of your question, is that I think the entire idea is that as we scale these productions, a lot of this social impact messaging is embedded within in an entertaining way, such that we don't necessarily have to do a separate program for the quote-unquote social impact focused programming and then a separate thing for the commercial programming. We can actually do both within one and also achieve scale and commercial value. So that concludes our session. Thank you so much. And
thank you all. Can we give them a round of applause for that phenomenal session? Please, pictures. And we've learned a lot today, right? From investments to branding to telling our stories. I think this can be a masterclass, I didn't get tired. Who agrees that it should be a masterclass? Yes. And JJ Skills, we never knew that Jennifer's diary, so we're like, oh, wow. So Jennifer once said, how many of you watch Jennifer's diaries here? Jennifer once said, you're shy? What? Why should I? So thank you. Can you give them a round of applause as they step down? Well done. So thank you again. Hello, everyone. How are we? How is the energy in the room? So now we're going to the next session, and we're going to look at in the spirit of innovation, what shines the most, and we're going to look at the northern part of Nigeria. We're going to be using and listening to 2 of humanity's most powerful tools, compelling narratives and the connected screen. So this session will be focusing on how storytelling and EdTech are transforming lives in northern Nigeria. We're going to be exploring hope in action. Storytelling captures the EdTech, amplifies knowledge, and together redefining education, empowerment, and possibility in the North. So let's hear from the pioneers making this transformation a reality. And allow me welcome Thomas Katurki. He's an education consultant with the World Bank to lead this session.
Tomas Kautoki is an education economist specializing in data-driven decision-making, impact evaluation, and large-scale survey design. He leads government engagement in Sierra Leone, working closely with the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education and the Teaching Service Commission to strengthen the use of data in education policy and teacher management. His work also focuses on enhancing education systems through data, technology, and AI-driven tools, and on translating evidence into actionable strategies that improve learning outcomes. He co-leads design and delivery of rigorous impact evaluations, the programming and implementation of large-scale survey instruments, and the management and analysis of education data. He holds a master's degree in economics from University College London and has taught at Middlesex University London. Please join us in welcoming Tomas Kauteki.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here today with you. And I was tasked to tell you a story, a successful story of evidence that is currently being scaled up with the EU support in northern Nigeria. I just realized I can't move the slides. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Up. Okay, great. So let me take you to northern Nigeria, where we observe that half of the children are out of formal school, and even the children who are in schools are facing some barriers in terms of high pupil-teacher ratios, not necessarily obtaining the care from the teachers that they require. And as such, the learning outcomes of these children are relatively poor. So only 3% of second graders are found to be able to read a simple text, a sentence in their local language. And on top of that, the children, especially girls, are facing these harmful social norms. We observe half of the girls being married before the age of 15. So what did we do? Well, in 2019, we partnered with our colleagues from Impacted, formerly the Digital Learning Alliance, to bring these aspirational content movies into schools and deliver these impactful interventions within a matter of 2 weekends or 5 days. You can see a photo of that from northern Nigeria. So these are very aspirational movies that show characters who talk and show families how they can sort of overcome these adverse social norms. We did some exit surveys and found particular one of the stories with Fatima, the first female pilot in Kano, to be kind of the most aspirational for the kids, especially girls and their parents, when these stories are really embedded into the local context of northern Nigeria. And these stories are really popular. Impacted has actually won the International Emmy Award for these a couple of years ago. So we conducted this impact evaluation that is targeting 6 to 9-year-old children in northern Nigeria and their parents. And we observed that these community screenings increased parental aspirations towards children, schooling attitudes, aspiration to obtain higher levels of education, as well as the attitudes of the children, parental expectations for their children to be achieving those higher attainment levels, and their self-efficacy beliefs towards helping their children to learn, as well as directly to the children to be capable of learning. The movies also achieved to bring kids to school, so we see a 42% reduction in out-of-school rates. However, the movies alone were not found to impact on the learning outcomes, perhaps due to some of the constraints that I mentioned. So that's where kind of our Rainforcer comes in. So for that, we partner with Curious Learning, who's got these really cool apps that help to teach children foundational literacy. And then as kids kind of progress, they can make use of digital books, which are also ordered into different proficiency levels. So these phones were distributed in half of our treatment communities to 40% randomly selected participants, including sole chargers, so that they can keep them charged. And that is where we see the learning impact. So a little bit more about those games. So they are all working offline. So kids are able to access Feed the Monster, a really popular game where they're essentially dropping letters into the monster's mouth. So it starts with a letter recognition, then it kind of progresses towards word and sentence decoding, and as you kind of attain those levels, the kids can progress and start making use of the Global Digital Library, which offers hundreds of digitalized books in 5 proficiency levels. And this is really powerful because I'm going to tell you a bit more about the baseline collection that we just conducted, but if you look at the statistics, these families have less than one children book at home on average. So, you know, it's providing those learning resources to the kids. And so this edutainment combined with the EdTech provision is now found really powerful, reducing children scoring 0 in letter recognition, and when we administer the early grade reading assessment and early grade mathematics assessment, we see really large impacts over kind of all the domains, from letter recognition, word recognition, all the way to sentence reading. Same for mathematics. But it doesn't stop at there. So we only targeted the 6 to 9-year-old children, but we also see significant human capital spillovers on the siblings of these children. So they are also found to have, you know, learned more, as well as behavior changes. So we see 13% reduction in teenage pregnancy, early marriage, as well as 14% reduction in early entry into the labor market. And so these learning gains are really equivalent to spending 5 years in schools, if we do the comparison, how much children ran from grade to grade, at a tiny fraction of a time and a cost. So when we did the comparison to other 74 educational investments in developing countries, found in Angris et al., we found this intervention to be extremely effective. And despite providing these phones, it still ranks in the top quartile of these 74 interventions, so it's also very cost effective despite the phone provision. So what happened next? We went back 3 years later to check if these interventions are lasting, and we found that they are in fact changing the life trajectories. So we see a sustained impact on lower number of out-of-school children, as well as higher foundational learning skills and lower teenage marriage and pregnancies. So that means better lives for future moms and their families. We've got parents who have higher aspirations towards children learning, towards delaying the marriage of female children, higher self-efficacy beliefs of those parents and willingness to help their children to learn, as well as directly of the children that we've impacted, those 6 to 9-year-olds, having higher aspirations in order to continue their schooling and higher self-efficacy beliefs to learn when they go to school. So we know that edutainment carefully combined with EdTech works. And so now, with the EU support, we are in fact scaling these approaches and continue to learn. So first of all, will these approaches work for adolescents aged 10 to 15? So especially as girls are now entering that critical age and are about to get married, are those interventions still gonna work? But also, how can we further sort of make these interventions more effective, and can we increase those spillovers that we have observed? So we are also testing kids within the communities this time around. So first, we are still staying in up north in Kano and Jigawa, but we are also now scaling into Sokoto states. This is an out-of-school intervention impacting over 2,500 children across 44 communities. And so we're gonna be seeing whether it can work in other states of Nigeria, but then more importantly, the question is, can we maximize these spillovers outside of those households? And so our base interventions is now kind of the edutainment with the mobile phone provision, which was previously found successful for those 6 to 9-year-olds. But our reinforcer now are these digital YAF clubs, where children embark on a 6-week journey and are we are trying to promote their empowerment for them to really become empowered to not only help their younger siblings to learn, but also help other children within the communities who are not directly benefiting from that intervention to learn. And so these are in half of the communities that we are at. Now this is just one, this out-of-school intervention is just one of the delivery mechanisms under the EU portfolio with their support. So next year we are also going to be creating EdTech Power interactive classrooms with our partners from Impacted, as well as bringing the AI to school to kind of bring those teaching at the right level approaches with our partnership with EDU. And then with Curious Learning, we're also going to be scaling these social metric campaigns to promote these cool digital learning apps that they've got for the populations that have access to devices already. So these interventions are still ongoing. Our implementing partners from BBID are just about to finish the last set of the YAF clubs in the next couple of weeks. However, we've conducted a short exit survey, so this is not the impact evaluation just yet. We're going to have to wait 1 more year for that. But focusing just on the treatment group after those video screenings, we already observe large changes in aspirations for the children to kind of continue schooling to attain higher educational levels, as well as aspiration for female children to get married later. So before they've seen the movies, only 17% of the parents would told us that they want their female daughter to get married after she turns 21 or older, 17%. Right after seeing those movies, this increases to 60%, right? So that constitutes over 244% change. There are also changes in expectations. So parents, as well as children directly, are expecting to be attending school by September next year and to be obtaining the kind of secondary school, as well as changes in self-perceived capability beliefs for the parents to be able to help their children, but also we ask this directly to the adolescents, and they feel more empowered and with higher self-efficacy beliefs to learn and to help the younger folks to learn. So I just want to close this now by saying, what do we learn from here? So edutainment and edtech, when carefully combined, can be really powerful, and even a low dosage can go a really long way. Partnerships with governments, but also development partners, we also heard from the private equity, from innovators, can really make this possible. And we strongly believe that Nigeria is well prepared to take this to the next level, including embracing the AI and creating these gender transformative initiatives across. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much. I was told that you're going to get a sneak peek of what is happening in the field right now. So if we can get that video up and...
In communities across northern Nigeria, a quiet transformation is taking place. One powered by stories, learning and technology. Through a project titled Enhancing Education and Youth Empowerment in Northern Nigeria, innovative community approaches, families are discovering new ways to inspire the next generation. It began with 2 weeks of aspirational film screenings, stories that spark dreams, open minds, and bring families together around the value of education. After the screenings, selected adolescents embark on a 6-week digital learning journey. They receive preloaded mobile phones filled with educational apps and resources, and are guided by trained mobilizers who teach them in their local language how to use these tools effectively. These sessions are more than just lessons. They are opportunities for creativity, collaboration, and confidence building. Each participant is encouraged to share what they learn by teaching their younger siblings at home, and even bringing them to class for peer-to-peer learning. It's a ripple effect, one that extends knowledge beyond classroom and into homes. Through interactive role plays and digital practice, children not only learn, they lead, teach, and inspire others. For these children, a simple phone has become a window to the world. For their parents, it's a promise of hope, and for their communities, it's proof that when we learn together, we grow together.
You can see the power of storytelling and the ripple effect it has on data. So we hope that by next year would see more and better outcomes. So up next, we'll be inviting Hajara Mitchell, former country coordinator, Impact Ed International. Hajara?
Ajara Mitchell is an education and humanitarian professional with expertise in program management, monitoring and evaluation, and knowledge management. She supports Girl Effect to empower girls through education access and economic opportunities. She led Impact Ed International's Kano Social and Emotional Learning Project, managing program activities and teams while coordinating mail and knowledge systems to strengthen education outcomes. She has contributed to large-scale initiatives such as the FCDO PLANE program, coordinating remedial learning efforts, and the FITILA Girl Education Challenge, where she advanced accelerated learning, teacher training, and classroom media use. Earlier, she worked with Discovery Learning Alliance as a lead trainer for teacher professional development and as a community mobilizer empowering girls and fostering school community partnerships. Please join us in welcoming Ajara Mitchell.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have heard how edutainment is changing communities, how it is improving learning outcomes. So Victor has shared how the use of edutainment is changing the world also, and Phil must have shared part of it. So I'll also share from my own aspect, especially telling real stories of what is happening in these communities in northern Nigeria. So before I start, I would like you to imagine yourself as a community mobilizer in a community trying to synthesize that community. So, and then that community has very low literacy level, and then child marriage is prevalent. And then you're telling that same community that girls should not be married early. Early marriage affects them, and then they should be educated and empowered first before they are married. What do you think will happen? Knowing fully well they are doing it, they don't see anything wrong with it, right? But imagine yourself then showing a video of a very young girl sharing her experience of how early marriage affects her. That community is seeing that girl in her house, very young girl, taking care of a big grown man, taking care of her children, the animals, running errands, fetching water, cooking, firewood, looking confused, sometimes overwhelmed, distracted. How do you think they will react? Empathy, right? That's the first thing that comes in. And that is where edutainment comes in. It helps to engage the audience. It gives them active and then give them an opportunity to analyze and make informed decisions. So I'd like to share a story of Aisha. Aisha is a very young girl. She's in secondary school, junior secondary school. But Aisha wants to drop out of school and get married. Her mother, who was a victim of early marriage, doesn't want that to happen to Aisha. But Aisha doesn't want to hear about that. In fact, she has gotten herself a suitor and wants to drop out of school. They are not even in talking terms with the mother at home. So one day, a friend visited the mother, and then she was sharing her plight with her. So the mother said, well, in my daughter's school, there is something that is happening called community screening. I, as a parent, I was invited, and I watched a couple of episodes, and then had some interesting interactions, and it has changed my perception of what I want my daughter to be. Also, my daughter shared with me that there is a mentorship happening, and then they are also using the same stories to inspire them. So I believe Aisha will benefit from this intervention. So they agreed and went and met the mentor in the friend's daughter's school. So the mentor asked them to send Aisha during one of those mentorship sessions. So Aisha went. When the session was happening, she watched a couple of episodes, saw how the other girls were interacting, conversations happening, sharing their fears, aspirations, what they want to become, how to overcome those challenges. So the mentor went ahead and showed additional videos like the story of Fatima, the pilot, who was the first pilot in Kano, Bushra, the ambulance driver, as well as Grace, who was the first teacher in her community. And then at the end, they got talking with the mentor. And then she was telling Aisha that, I heard you want to marry soon. But she said, no. She said, no, but your mother has said that is what is happening. She said, but not this moment. Because from what I have seen, I have changed my mind. I'm no longer interested in marriage because I realize I can be somebody. This is the power of edutainment. And what happened? Safe space, trusted voice, and great stories. And it happened in less than 2 hours. Aisha is still in school now, learning. So I have seen over the years how edutainment has helped in shaping communities, because it has shown that in terms of change, social and behavioral change, improving girls' life skills aspiration, as well as even calling for community action, it has proven over time that it is effective. Because I'm going to use the My Better World, for example. Over the years, I have seen how it has evolved from complementing other projects, like we have seen with other learning apps, to of recent proving that it can stand alone as a project component on its own. Because during the Kano Social Emotional Learning Project, the My Better World was exclusively used for club activities for boys and girls, as well as social and behavioral change are calling for community action. So at the end of the project, after a full year implementation, some of the successes we have recorded are, sorry, okay. Oh, okay, sorry. So these are some of the successes that we have recorded. So after a full year implementation, there was an 18% increase in girls' enrollment. So when I talk about 18%, I'm talking about in the 50 school communities that we have worked in. And this translates into over 6,000 girls being enrolled back in schools. And then you can see an example. In one of the schools, Dimi, we had over 109% increase in girls' enrollment, because enrollment rose from 300 girls to 629. This is as a result of this powerful edutainment. We also had an increase in 21% in attendance, 31% increase in girls' life skills and aspiration, 43% increase in boys' life skills aspiration, as well as support for girls' education. And then, interestingly, we had a 58% increase in parental attitude and support for girls' education. And another area that it has proven to be successful is calling for community action, because stories like the toilet story, Being Safe, has been able to encourage communities to know that they as a community can take up action to support girls' education. So out of the 50 schools we have worked in, over 37 schools took up one action or the other, from renovating existing toilets to erecting new ones, from building new boreholes to repairing old ones, supporting with uniforms, even as little as going for advocacy and all. But an interesting result that we still celebrate till today is the establishment of a JSS. Because in a community in Dawakin Kudu, their main challenge is girls transiting to secondary school. So part of the action they took was to create a secondary school. So they don't have the space, but they realized that they have a boys' secondary school existing within that community, and there was an extra class that they could use. So they used that extra class to start a junior secondary school. They engaged the government, and they were told that, okay, but for now we cannot support with teachers. They said, yes, we are going to take care of that. We will give the teachers incentives, but we want approval for girls to start school. Today in Chersili, that school is officially junior secondary school coexist. That means for boys and girls in Dawakin Kudu. Just this September, over 110 girls have graduated and are now in senior secondary school, and still there are over 300 girls in that junior secondary school. This is as a result of a story that changed the perception of the community and called for action. So one interesting thing about edutainment is that, like it has been shared, impact can be achieved within a short period of time. When we also had a no-cost extension, we did 2 community screenings in 1 month. And then after the community screenings, I think there was a school that 30 girls who have graduated and were just staying at home. They went back and collected their admission letter and transited. And then another school, 50 girls also went back and collected their admission letters. We did that community screening in November, when session was already 2 months. So these girls were staying at home without intention of going back to school, but the community screening was able to change that, and then this was the result. Imagine the change in that community now as a result of these powerful stories. So I would like to say that community screening and edutainment is really powerful in SBC, calling for community action, as well as supporting girls' life skill and aspiration. So I would like to say that it doesn't require much. It just required what? A safe space, good story, and a trusted voice. So please keep investing in edutainment, because it changes the world, one individual, one community at a time. Thank you. But sorry, I think someone raised a question earlier about children with disability. I can see that my time is over. I would have wanted to share how this story is also helping to support children with disability. If you want me, I can also share a light on that and what is happening in these communities.
1 minute.
Okay. So in one of our school, one of our characters, Freddie, we know he uses crutches and all, but there is a talent story whereby it's part of the My Better World stories, whereby every child has its own talent. So Freddie, even though he uses crutches, is a singer. In fact, he won the school competition for the school. So there was a school in Reno who also got from what is happening in MBW. So there's a student in their school that has one leg. So one day when they were having sport, one of the teachers, what he did was he asked all the other boys to tie up one of their legs and then to do a sport. That boy that had one leg came first. He was so happy and said that was the first time in his life he has won a competition. This is because of the story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hajara, for the fantastic job you are doing in northern Nigeria. And thank you for giving the Aishas and the Freddies a chance for education. So allow me to welcome the last speaker, Tinsley Galen. You're welcome. So he's the CEO and co-founder of Curious Learning.
Tinsley Galen was among the first 10 PhD graduates from the MIT Media Lab and has spent decades pioneering children's media and user experience design. He holds multiple patents and has created innovative media experiences for Disney, Warner Brothers, and Discovery Kids, earning an Emmy nomination for his work. As CEO and co-founder of Curious Learning, a global nonprofit, he's driven by a mission to ensure every child has the opportunity to learn to read. Tinsley's ever-present curiosity fuels his latest book, Reframe: How Curiosity and Literacy Can Redefine Us, which explores how these powerful forces can shape individuals and societies. His work continues to push the boundaries of learning, technology, and human capital. Please join us in welcoming Tinsley Galen.
Thank you. Okay, so about 12 years ago, myself and my co-founder, Stephanie, who's in the audience, found ourselves walking along this ridge line in northern Nigeria, northern Ethiopia, to get to this village. This village was one of our research sites, and we were going to check on it. We had given all the kids in this village a tablet with some content on it and solar panels to keep them charged, and left them to explore that and see what they could do in terms of learning to read. Much to our surprise, when we came back a year later, they had been they were roughly at the same levels as if they'd been in a well-resourced kindergarten for a year. Okay, so this was kind of mind-blowing for us, right? And even more surprising was this young boy was the first person to come up and greet us. He had been ostracized by the village because of his parents' suicide. And he had become the leader. He was the first person to figure out how to turn the tablets on and to learn many different things about how they were used and share them with the rest of the kids. And so he now aspired to be someone who worked in the future with computers, and another girl to be a doctor. So that led us to actually spin out of this research project, Curious Learning, as a global nonprofit with a very simple mission: give everyone the opportunity to learn to read. And the way of doing that was to make free open source apps that kids could use on any mobile device anywhere. Since then, we've reached a point where we're operating in 60+ languages. Our apps are used in every country in the world. In 2024, we were able to reach 1 million households. This is a short video that shows one parent talking about her use of the apps with her kids in Nairobi.
I'm Susie. I am 35 years old. Education for me is very important. I'll do everything for my son because I know at this age, this is where he starts like learning everything. And I believe education to make someone go far. Curious app, it benefits me as a mother because I can spend time with my kid. So it's like engaging with my son more than before. And for him, he has improved, like the language, the pronunciation, the attention he has, like he can listen to a whole story again and again. It makes him like being attentive and then learn how to read a sentence and construct a sentence. Pick your phone, go to where you download WhatsApp. On the top of the icon, search Curious Learning app. And then you'll get it there and then click on the download. The cartoons are nice and the kid like presses the letter and then it says amazing. It even motivates him.
Fantastic.
Amazing. I've seen a very good improvement because he's a quick learner. He can even pronounce an elephant. It's even amazing for me. So I like it. When he's reading the sounds, I learn from the app too. Even if you want to run a business, you need education. I want to say go back to school next year and do data science or software engineering. That's my passion. This guy, when he went up country, he was talking to his grandfather. You were like, are you taking him to the international schools? I'm like, no, this is the app he's using. So even them, they're amazed he has a nice English. As a parent, I'm happier because he's learning, he's improving a lot.
So these apps can be used in a variety of different situations. This is a community that we've been working in for years in South Africa, in KwaZulu-Natal, near the Drakensberg Mountains. We partnered there with organizations that were providing community centers and other programs for kids. And as is typical in South Africa, only about 20% of the population was reading at grade level by grade 4, okay? So after 4 years of using this program in the community center on tablets for kids to come and work with in conjunction with the other activities they provided for those kids, it moved the needle to the point where 100% of the community was reading at grade level in Zulu, and 50% was reading at grade level in English. So English is the language of instruction after 4th grade in South Africa. You've already heard Tomas talk about this study. This was the app being used in northern Nigeria. And in that particular case, as he said, phones were actually equipped with our apps and then handed out and used at home, okay? And results were very strong in a number of ways. And started to change social norms as well. But the way that we've been experimenting with most recently for scaling this is actually going directly to parents' mobile devices. So we run awareness campaigns, sometimes just on social media, sometimes in partnership with other organizations. The parent sees it, downloads the app, and starts using it at home with their children. I won't go into a lot of detail on this, but this is one of the approaches we took was to try a variety of different kind of distribution strategies and get a sense of what the cost is to reach a kid under that particular distribution strategy versus how much reach we could get and how quickly we could get that reach, right? So there are 3 basic types in here. The red ones are ones that were campaigns that were direct to parents and trying to activate smartphones that parents already had, extremely cost-effective, highly scalable immediately, right? One of the places we've been very successful in that context is crisis, centers of crisis like in Afghanistan or Ukraine, where you get very rapid uptake and usage. Then the middle one is trusted sources, people using them in a context, like the partners we had in South Africa. We have yet to get a really large-scale initiative off the ground with the government, but we'd love to. So there's a huge opportunity in front of us, and I think almost everybody here, particularly coming to and aware of the kind of entertainment landscape, understands how important the mobile device is and how rapidly and quickly that's spreading to even the most impoverished communities in the world. You know, we're already at a place where this data is a few years old, but it's probably closer to 65 or 70% of adults in India and sub-Saharan Africa already have a smartphone. Okay. And all the data I've seen says we're going to reach market saturation in the next 15 to 20 years. Right? These are. So how can we use those? How can we take advantage of the fact that that's already out there and that infrastructure is being laid for us to activate it for positive change, right? And it's a big part of what we've been talking about today, doing that through entertainment, but then how can that entertainment change the social norms and the ability to understand how you can access your own education? And we believe that starts with basic literacy, right? So if we can help parents to understand how they can be part of the process of making apps available to their kids and encouraging their use over time, even if they're not fully literate themselves, there's still a way for them to do that. Then we can actually unlock the power of all these mobile devices that are already out there, and then use that as a stepping stone to reach those people who don't have phones yet by getting phones to them. So I'll leave you with this last thought, which is that it's very rare for a literate parent to raise an illiterate child. You have some skills for helping them get there, and you understand the power of that. So if you can get somebody literate, you're not just helping them, you're helping all of their children and their descendants indefinitely. That implies there's a pathway that if we could get a whole generation literate, we could inoculate the planet against illiteracy indefinitely. Thank you.
To follow up on that would be inviting the moderator for the next panel. So we're going to be diving deep into the issue of girls' education, evidence-based, what's happening, what's working. And we're going to build on the work of Thomas, the work of Hajara, and the work of Tinsley. So I'd like to invite Leila Ben Amor Matthew, the head of Section for Human Development, EU Nigeria Delegation, to lead this panel session. Can you give her a round of applause, please?
Leila Ben Amor Mathieu is a development operational manager and strategist, as well as a social impact leader, specializing in human development, education, health, innovation, and civic engagement across Africa. She has steered programs in data-driven governance, education, especially for girls, health, youth empowerment, and social sector innovation. Leila has led strategic innovations in collaboration with governments, international NGOs, and private sector partners, leveraging technology for inclusive development. Based in Nigeria and France, she holds a global outlook and has worked across multiple countries in West Africa and the Americas. She is passionate about building partnerships, designing scalable solutions, and mentoring emerging leaders and social impact. She is a tenured academic at the University of Poitiers and holds a PhD in social science from the University of Toulouse, France. Please join us in welcoming Leila Ben Amor Mathieu.
Yes, sorry, I just got, I did not go do the training for moderators yesterday. Sorry about that. We have many, many different competing events, but I'm very, very pleased to be here today with you and to moderate this particular session. I must thank the World Bank team, especially the DECD, DI, whatever, DIME, as you were used to call, for the very good partnership we've had over the years. It's a very special journey that we had together, Victor, and it's not here that I should talk about it, but it was very interesting. Yes. So basically, I just came into the delegation in 21, end of 21, and I was looking for what am I going to do with the money. So I had like 150 something million euros that we were supposed to bring into Nigeria on human development, and so I wanted to see how to do it different from usual. And so I met with the DIME team, the DIME team, and they helped my team design better programs. We worked a lot. We did a lot of workshops. We tried to embed impact everywhere. I'm a social scientist, so I was super happy with that. And today, we're just seeing some of the first results, at least in concrete, because I know we've had results already. So that's why I'm here today. Also, this, like just me explain that this program is part, the program we have with the World Bank is a small component of a larger program that we have, which is called IPIN, which is a 45 million euros program in northwest Nigeria, in Sokoto, Kano, Jigawa. We do a lot of different activities focusing on trying to find how to trigger change for girls especially, but also for all out-of-school children in general. So we've been working with nomadic education centers. We've been working in Quranic schools, and changing it into mainstream education. We've done a lot of different things, but this one is particularly dear to my heart. Just before I introduce my dear panelists, because I must not speak instead of them, I just wanted to say that I'm glad to be here also because we are at the European Union Commission. We have embarked into supporting culture and the creative industries as well. So that's for the first panel that I listened. And we're going to be supporting it through different means. I just mentioned two programs that all of them are new, upcoming from next year. One is going to be called Creative Africa, and it's to connect the two markets, European and African markets. And I've positioned Nigeria. I said, yeah, Nigeria must be part of this thing. You cannot do Africa without Nigeria. So we'll see how it comes up. It's still very early days. We also have what we call Create and Connect, which is part of a larger Africa-EU partnership for culture. You know, we have a very strong partnership with the African Union. And as part of it, we have a partnership to support festivals, a lot of different cultural activities, and of which you have something we call Create and Connect, which is going to be focusing exclusively on mobilities for all types of artists and creatives. And this one also is upcoming. And then just for companies that are already established, and I'm looking at financiers as well, we're also going to provide guarantees for the sectors. One called 40 million euros, this one, guarantees to creative companies on projects. One is called Crea Fund for Creative Industries, and one is going to be Fashionomics, and this one is going to be implemented by the African Development Bank. We just pure donors, so we give money for people to implement. So that's for information. I haven't got I came without my business card, but the World Bank has my contact. But all these calls are going to come up very soon. So let me introduce without any further talk my panelists. I would like to ask Dr. Folake Olatunji David. She is the Director of Basic Education at the Federal Ministry of Education here in Abuja. Thank you, Folake. Folake has been working for many, many years, over 20 years, on how to build a better, more resilient education system, and she's been a partner to many donors, and she is as well passionate about giving children a better future in education. A round of applause for her again, please. Then I'd like to introduce Mustafa Shehu. Mustafa, yes. Mustafa is the Executive Secretary of the Katsina State Development Management Board. He has been a pillar of the Agile program, which is, he will explain about it, I guess, very soon. Has been working on a lot of different projects touching on education in Nigeria. And he will explain more what Katsina has been delivering on thanks to the World Bank grant, I guess. And then the last panelist, Dr. Anita Kemi da Silva Ibru. I don't know where she, here. Hello. So, doctor, you're a doctor specializing in obstetrics and gynecology, a public health physician. So, we are welcoming her. Please, a round of applause for her. She founded the Women at Risk International Foundation, which is leading it's a leading not-for-profit that is trying to address sexual violence and human trafficking in Nigeria. She served as a co-chairperson of the UN ACT program, Global Steering Committee on Ending Violence Against Women. So without any further discussion of this, in order to give maximum time for the panelists, I would like to invite the first one. Okay, thank you. So Dr. Kemi, if you want to start, I've been told that you are starting, so please, please start. A round of applause for her. If you could explain how your activities can be scaled up, because I think the important topic today is we're doing things, they're working. How can we scale them up? Thank you.
Well, hello again. I have another presentation, so let's do this again. Hoping this time it goes without a hitch. And I promise it's not me. Well, to put things in context while we wait, WARIF, as I mentioned this morning, is an organization that addresses gender-based violence. In addressing this issue, which is so layered and with a staggering number of survivors, we adopted a unique approach, looking at the issue through 3 pillars. So we have the health pillar, where we have our rape crisis centers that serve beyond the traditional services of a rape crisis center. We also look at social welfare. We have the educational pillar, which is what I'm going to spend time discussing this afternoon. Earlier on in the morning, I had touched on the Boys Conversation Cafe, which is an implemented program for adolescent schoolboys. This afternoon, the focus is going to be on the WARIF Educational School Program, which is a school-based program for adolescent schoolgirls. The question of why the difference? Fundamental gender-based violence. The young girl or woman, her focus is typically on what is my appropriate response? What was I supposed to have done? I mean, was I supposed to fight him off, but I didn't have the strength? Was I meant to push back? Was I meant to be still? And in my being silent about it, was I giving subliminal messages that it was all right? And what's the prevention? Where do I go? Where do I seek services? With boys, it's more about 98% of them being potential perpetrators. How do we then desensitize them and change their narrative? This afternoon, the conversation has been about educational programs for girls. Thomas mentioned in-school programs. I believe Hajara mentioned out-of-school girls. Fundamentally, the question we should be asking ourselves is geographical location. And I say this because Nigeria is a country of 36 states, 6 geopolitical zones. And for anyone living and working in this environment, you only need to move from one state to the other to feel like you're moving from one century to the next. And so therefore, when you're implementing programs, you design them with this in mind. The second fundamental point, before I go further, is the fact that cultural nuances matter. More than anything, when you're working in a country like ours, where you do have a patriarchy, which we've established, but we also have rich culture. We have beautiful culture. We spent the morning listening to Afrobeat creatives. We're all very familiar with jollof rice. We have beautiful fashion. But sadly, we also have traditional practices that encourage the violence. And these harmful practices and social norms play a very big part in the social drivers. I mentioned earlier on that 1 in 4 girls would experience at least one violent sexual encounter before the age of 18. Now, this is taking into consideration the underreporting that we would see, especially in northern Nigeria, where there is, as with most places, a stigma of silence. And this is why we felt that it was important to create, design, and implement a program that speaks to this institutionalized violence, speaks to the harmful practices, speaks to the community shaming and blaming. Because 9 out of 10, it's always her fault, isn't it? It's never his. So she carries the responsibility of her rape, because perhaps she was wearing a short skirt, because perhaps it was 6 p.m. in the evening, because she wasn't trained better. And so sadly, this is the narrative that we see and we hear across the board, both in the North and in the South. When we look at other issues, then we start to layer the problem. Lack of essential services, justice, enforcement of laws, social issues, poverty. The Warif Educational School Program was established in 2017. We started early, with the idea being we go local, and from there, conversations will start to ripple out into communities. When we started working in the space, the very first thing that we recognized was we needed the community buy-in, especially working up north. We couldn't charge in like knights on a shining white horse and expect community members to listen to us. And we certainly couldn't access young girls without the permission of her guardian or her caregiver. And so we started by empowering the community with information, having social discussions about why it was important for their girls to remain in school, and also why it was important to touch on this really sensitive topic that most parents would shy away from. The Warif Educational School Program so far has benefited almost 30,000, I believe 27,000 girls across the 6 geopolitical zones. The idea was a 4-week curriculum in school, and then thereafter we ripple it out into a community-based program, and then we have a peer-to-peer approach where the girls that we've educated go into the program serving as ambassadors and continuing the cycle of education. Storytelling was an integral part of the conversations because this was how we were able to implement our sessions in a very productive but non-threatening way. We would use plays, we'd role play, we would use scenarios, we would give the girls the space to express themselves. And more importantly, when we were in the North, we were mindful and respectful of the cultural nuance. We used the language that was appropriate. We used the hijabs when we were training the girls, recognizing that this was an important and respectful part of the culture in the North. We were very mindful of using women when we had facilitators because we also recognize the sensitive nature and that approach. It has become a fundamental pillar of a lot of the work that we've done in educating girls. We've appreciated the growth and we've appreciated, the scale. And we're at the point now where, as has been reiterated here over and over, partnerships matter. For us to take this to the next level, we need to sit in rooms with amazing folks such as yourselves, as well as my fellow panelists. We need to move this forward. We need to scale because no girl should live in a society where she is scared, afraid, and at risk of violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I guess I should go back there, but I like it better sitting with you. So thank you. I was just going to ask you that. You did something that works. You saw it working, especially, I mean, adapting. We know it works. I mean, we know how we adapt the messages to the culture, and we know we can do a difference at local community level. So I was just going to ask you, but so what's needed now to scale it up? And I guess maybe we come back to it later. I'll just now give the floor to Dr. Folake. Dr. Folake, I don't know the order because the order has changed, but please go ahead. So Dr. Folake has been working with many donors on education and basic education for many, many years, and she has seen it all, I guess. We have done girls' education and support to education traumatized girls through some of the projects that Dr. Folake has been following. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. Good day, everyone. So from the Federal Ministry of Education, we've had series of projects and programs to improve access to quality education, especially for girls. The Honorable Minister of State was here earlier, and she spoke about some of the things we've been doing and we are still doing in the education sector to ensure that we provide education for all Nigerian children, boys and girls, irrespective of their location, peculiarity, or any other situation where they are, that they have quality basic education. And we've had the Nigeria Education Partnership Program, a project funded by GP, that's Global Partnership for Education, and managed by the World Bank between 2015 and 2020. And the focus states were 5 in the Northwest, where we had prevalence of girls out of school. We had Kano, Jigawa, Sokoto, Kaduna, and Katsina states that served as a focus state. And the approach we used then was a targeted approach to ensure we reach the right targets and beneficiaries, which were girls. The objective was to ensure we provide quality access to all children, particularly girls. And it was also community-driven. And the impact was massive. We had partnerships, one of which was working with DIME. Remember, even in 2014, before we started, we went to Mexico, courtesy of DIME. Mustafa, we were there together, and some other colleagues, to look at how edutainment, a program such as this, but of a larger scale, how edutainment could really impact behavioral change. So during NIPEP, we had leverage with DIME to provide edutainment supported by the project. And we leveraged on media, MTV Sugar. We've had a lot of discussion this morning, or today. We also used mobile apps, including Fidi, Monster. It was very popular among them. We used the mobile, the phones provided by the parents, because we could not provide mobile phone devices to all the children, but of course, because of the incursion of technology and mobile phones in Nigeria, we were able to take advantage of that. And we had interactive contests to shift social norms around gender, around health, and around violence against children. So we had the children using their parents' mobile devices to access content that promotes the social norms we wanted to encourage and to discourage the negative ones. So this really brought about a lot of changes, as discussed earlier by Thomas and even mentioned by Victor. So this brought about changes in girls' education, perspectives changed to ensuring that parents now have a better idea of sending their children to school, especially the girls. And we had a lot of scalable things that we can do with what we had. Even since then, we have done a lot of things. I'll be sharing with us shortly how we intend to go ahead and scale up and what we've done so far. Now we have a reform in the education sector. We have digitalization. We've had structured pedagogy using devices introduced through various projects and programs, even of government, not just depending on donors alone. Currently, we have the state of Oyo, Adamawa, and Katsina, where we have provided over 60,000 devices to teachers with contents loaded in them to ensure we have quality learning and instruction going on in the classrooms. And then we are looking at how we can also encourage the use of, perhaps we can have interactive boards, we can have projectors, because students may not have access to mobile devices to use in the classroom. But then we can look at how we can make the contents to encourage us to have a lot of edutainment infused into the contents that we provide teachers with. And now we also have incursion into ensuring that teachers have proper contents to teach in the classrooms. And we are doing a lot in this regards. So shortly, I'll be telling us about other scalable innovations we are doing in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Folake. So, but you already stole my question, but we'll come back to it when it's time for questions. Mustafa, I think if you want to take the floor, and then we can give more time for questions and exchanges. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon. I think I'll just write from what my senior director just mentioned, and I think this journey started in 2016, to be specific, with Victor, Edward, and the rest of the team when we started discussing about edutainment back in Mexico. So I will be talking both from the government and development perspective because I put in some 12 years within the UN system championing girls' education project under the FCDO. And I will tell you that of all the interventions that worked, edutainment is at the key at all levels. Go to the classroom, take 10,000 hours to teach, come to the learning centers, but the moment you put 1 minute clip, you will see the impact. So back in the States, every intervention that comes, my role is to say, after this intervention, what happened? How can we sustain it first? But I will tell you 3 significant things worked. 1, every single stakeholder within the education system, male or female, an actor or a non-state actor, must not only show a sign of commitment to the do no harm to enable girls to go to school, but must be seen to be doing so in reality. Why am I saying this? A lot of times we don't know the perpetrators of all of this evil act are within the actor groups, not somebody external. So in all the projects we intervene, the first thing we do is the do no harm policy is on all of us. You must sign the code of conduct. So I will tell you a significant thing that works in my team. Every single person must go to the online platform and take courses like Introduction to Child Protection, Prevention of Sexual Exploitation and Abuse and Sexual Harassment, Building Gender IQ, so that at the first level, you will see clearly what is your role as a stakeholder. But significantly, the MTV Sugar model has led the state into developing so many short clips, of course, reminding the social norms, the religious norms, and the culture. 1 minute clip we just aired on Nigeria Learning Passport, because Nigeria did not only sign the SDGs or the Education 2030 agenda, but many states, including my state, have signed the Nigerian Learning Poverty. It means even children that go to school, most of them leave the school without meaningful learning outcome. So when you're addressing enrollment, you have to remember the quality issues. This, I think, has significantly improved into 2 things. 1, the state has now adopted gender-based budgeting. Every single budget of the state must be gender inclusive and clarity must be provided. So if you want to buy sporting facilities, if you say X amount of dollar for Ministry of Education, you must say X amount for the boys and X amount for the girls. So it will not only go to the football, there could be skipping rope and other things. So the girls will not only feel that we are included, but we are seen to be included in realities. We also have this issue of the life skills. I will tell you, under Agile Project, we have reached about 70,000 girls for now, but not only the number, but we have now seen in the first and second cohort where girls have agency to negotiate. We reach a level where mentors don't have to go for follow-up with the parent, but the girls are equipped with skills and capacity to sit down with the mothers and say, okay, I know that after secondary school, the norm in this house is that I'll be married. But can I have a discussion with you or with the spouse to be either to delay getting married by additional 2 years or to agree that even after marriage, education will continue. When we keep pushing it as advocates, it's like we are asking for a role for the girl. But when the capacity and the agency of the girl is built, so much so that they can negotiate by themselves, sustainability is very key there. So we have achieved this by ensuring that even currently, the second year of the graduation of the cohort, we have quite a number of girls going to study health sciences, nursing, and midwives, and we have a lot of stories to tell about that. That means, beyond advocating for girls' rights, if they are included as the critical stakeholder, they will learn the negotiation skills and they will be able to have their agency. And I will tell you, this cannot happen without the male champions. So I like the opening. Victor, of course, you are he for she. Everybody here is he for she. And every year during celebration of the International Day for the African Child, we invite both the boys and the girls. And what do? We don't only tell them the role of girls or the impact of supporting the movement, but we also put them into practice. I will tell you now, in all of our events, we switch roles. So the boys serve the foods, they clear the plates, they do what our social norms is perceived to be the girl role. Now it is for the boys. I remember one boy saying, is this how these girls suffer in the kitchen? Just to boil water for tea, he came out thinking, I think I need to study technology to get a protector for my hands. Because when the water boils, it spills. I say, but ask your sister, how does she fry the eggs? How does she fry the meat? So this will not just tell them girls are important, but they have seen what it is to be important. In fact, he told me that immediately after day one, he told his dad that, Dad, you usually complain. Please, when lunch is not served by 2, don't complain. We've gone to the kitchen and we've seen what it is to produce a meal. So it is important to think sustainability in every aspect of supporting girls to go to school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. So I think we've heard from our 3 panelists. We were expecting another one to present online, but it's not happening. So now we have a bit more time to discuss. I think that's good also for us, yes. So we heard from our 3 panelists on girls' education for girls. And all of them try to embed in their presentation how to scale it up. We said it all. We need to know. We know it works. We know it works. It works, but a country like Nigeria has huge challenges. Also, yes, huge opportunities, potentials, wealth that is not maybe properly channeled to the right, to reach the right outcomes. But yet, we still come back to it. And I think from Dr. Folake, I heard about federal government taking the lead and putting together an action plan, an implementation plan to roll it out. And we heard from state level a very important one. It was on girls and gender, but I heard budgeting. And I think this is fundamental because we cannot deliver if the country itself does not ensure that proper funds go to the right outcomes. And then we heard about the very specific issues of girls that have suffered trauma and how to engage with that, how to help them overcome it, and it worked. And then we also try to find a way to scale it up. So I think it's very interesting, these 3 topics merged together quite well on how to finally deliver for our children, especially for the girls in northern Nigeria. So maybe we can start taking questions, and please, if you know already to whom you want to address it, say it. 1. Okay, we can take it on the go. Please, go ahead.
My name is Felicia Ngajo Sibe. I work with the Sustainable Urban and Rural Water Supply, Sanitation and Hygiene. It's a World Bank supported program in Nigeria. My question is going to Dr. Folake. Sustainability is core to the program that my program is running. And that comes with expectations from both the implementers and the beneficiaries of this project. And so, in order to create a stronger pathways so that the reforms that your ministry is undergoing will be strong, I will expect you to talk about WASH in schools. What are your plans? Because recently we visited Kaduna State for a World Bank support mission to inspect some of these facilities that are ongoing in the state. And we discovered that in some schools, or most of the schools are not fenced. And because of that, it is giving room for influx of community members into the school to use that same facility with the school. And I think that action alone is giving room for risks, which comes with social violence. Because a lot of these people using these facilities can come into the school. They said the heart of a man or a woman at times can play with our head, even when we think we are adults. Because men can use this program and in the course of that see a girl that they will start admiring. And from there you start hearing evil stories. So what are your plans in respect of washing?
Thank you, Dr. Flake.
Thank you for that question. So like we said, we have plans for sustainability and we have reforms. But then we all know that education is on the concurrent list, legislative concurrent list. And then these children are in the states. I'm so excited that Katsina State is taking the lead in what they are doing to protect the children, both male and female. So it is for us to keep sharing this story. And then for us at the national level, we're also ensuring that our reforms are not just done at the national. We also look at all stakeholders, including NGOs, including partners like yourself. Before we come up with our reforms, we don't just sit down and make the reforms. So we also have policy that will provide safeguards for our children, our learners in school. There's minimum standard. There is policy to promote safety and security in school and violence to reduce violence against children. So it is for us to ensure we provide sufficient budgetary allocation for schools to remain safe, and ensuring that we build the capacity of teachers, of administrators, to ensure we implement right. And also the community has to be involved, because education of a child is a responsibility of all. So we should all take our place and ensure we do the right thing to protect our children.
Thank you very much, Dr. Folake. We are just 2 minutes left for questions, so maybe 2 questions. But before I proceed, concurrent list, for those of you that don't know, because some are from outside Nigeria, is the way, what becomes to the competence of the federal level and what belongs to state level. So federal level regulates, states implement.
National level,
Yeah.
but we
Yeah.
implement, and
Yes.
then there's, even for us
Yes.
at the national level, we also provide intervention. Even
Yeah.
through the UBEC, we provide support for the states.
Yes, thank you very much. So another question here, the mic, please.
ACRISA project, World Bank supported. So my question goes to the speaker from Katsina State. You made mention of the Agile project, beautiful, and what you've been doing so far. So just to know what we're doing differently under the Agile project. Why I'm asking that is because there have been similar projects before now. We have the GEP, that's the Girl Child Education Program, that was implemented by UNICEF, and I know it went on for a long time. And when that project ended, those states went back. So I just want to know what we're doing differently under the Agile project to ensure that the gains that we're getting in the Agile project is sustained and then scaled up even after the Agile project. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think we have run out of time, but please, Mustafa, please answer because we just went faster as well.
Okay, so quickly, thank you very much. Actually, because I'm on transition to leave Agile in the next couple of weeks, less than 1 month, I think. And my role now as the Executive Secretary for Katsina State Development Management Board is to ensure that every aspect of the state development is not only harmonized, but is sustained. I will tell you for record that we conducted a study. Every aspect of the GEF intervention was looked into and sustained in the Agile project. I'm happy to inform you that we have girls who have passed through the life skill project, which is called G4G, the Girls for Girls in the GEP intervention, that have now joined the Agile project, and they are the 4 front runners of our Girls Champion. Currently, we have 30 girls ambassadors in the state, but 26 of them have participated and benefited from the GEP intervention. So just to tell you that once an intervention is about to end, we scale up within the state government to ensure it is sustained. At the board, my role is every single project that come into the state, my first question is what is for the girls and for the women, including the ACRISAL project. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. I don't know if one of you has one last question from our last panelists, or are you good to go? Nothing? I think maybe to wrap up the session, I think we know what to do in many different aspects, and in the face of less and dwindling funds, Nigeria has taken its own into its hands, and they're trying to find the funds for delivering on a lot of things. However, maybe government is not going to be enough, and so maybe it's time also to reach out to private sector and see how to work with private sector, especially since we know that EdTech comes at a lower cost. It's not going to provide WASH facilities, I fully agree. It's not going to solve a lot of things, but it can help lower the cost. So maybe if we want to take it in the next sessions, Victor, there is this point of funding, but also engaging with the private sector in a different way. And we at the European Union, by the way, and I know many donors are also looking at how to work differently in countries where you have a strong private sector that can invest in social and human development. That's what I wanted. I don't know if you want a single last word.
Thank you. I think I would just end by saying organizations like ours are always mindful of a systems change. And so therefore partnerships matter, both in the public sector and the private. And we're all available so we can collectively work together. And on a lighter note, for Dr. Mustafa, I was a soccer player. So perhaps when you are dispersing your budget, we could bear that in mind, that it's not about the number of soccer balls, it's about more female soccer teams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leila, for moderating
Yes,
that session.
maybe my last word for very short from the last panelist.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah?
That's fine.
Thank you very much. I just want to let us know that this current administration, we are very much interested in encouraging public-private partnerships. I see the likes of Mr. Debi in the room and some other ones that I have not identified. Because now we have dwindling ideas, and then we have to look inwards. And fair enough, I also sit as the focal point for GP in Nigeria. And where we are going is to find domestic financing, innovative domestic financing, and then to ensure that we match every dollar we get from GP with what we can have from the private sector. But we have to look at outcomes. So we have the next tranche of GP funding, 2030, that is providing some funds for us in Nigeria, but we have to look at what is available locally. And the government is, our ministers, they are very much interested in engaging the private sector. So the floor is open for us to see what we can do in the sector to improve the quality of education delivery in the system. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think from me, I would say that when this current administration came on in May 2023, all the 36 states and Abuja, the governors, were in Rwanda, and they talk about development. I know that now we have regional governments like the Northwest Development Commission, the South Development Commission, the Niger Delta. But it's only my state that established the Katsina State Development Management Board, as far as we are concerned. And everything about the development is now centered in the board. We advise the governor on all development programs. One good thing about is this year alone, we have cut lending by 40%. We are now going into partnership, not borrowing money, but partnership and grant because we have investment. For example, we just recently signed a €5 million project with the EU. Instead of saying, give us a loan or support, we say, okay, we have deposit of gold. We have deposit of iron. Can we partner? You give us this and we give you. So we are trying to put the state in a trajectory where every development partner that come in is not only given like a stimulus, will go also with a partnership so that we put the state on a good pedestal to ensure sustainable development, especially for girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I leave the floor to the next phase of this event. But thank you, panelists, for all the good words.
So thank you so much, Leila. A quick picture, Victor. You've all wrapped it up and summed it up. So thank you. Fife? Can just go ahead. Okay, Fife is on her way. Fife is coming. Take your time. So thank you so much. The next thing on the agenda is lunch. So we're going to go, yes. So lunch is at the Booker Restaurant. And we have 35 minutes and we'll be back. The next session, we're going to be engaging our public sector officials. So please endeavor to be back so that we can plug in. Thank you and see you in 35 minutes. And please, Nenrods, please meet her. Thank you. She has gone. Uh-oh. Do you have her number? Do you have her number? everyone. Please, can we move out? The ushers are waiting to show us to the booker because we'll need tickets to get in there. So please, can we? I think it'll be safe to take it, right? Except if you don't, you can take out your phones. But then they'll be here. They'll be here. Yes. Thank you. So, see you soon. TikTok. Time is counting down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking with us. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are ready to commence the afternoon program. So if we have anyone still in the lobby area, please enter the room as we are ready to continue our dynamic conversation about using the media to make change, to tell stories that can impact social impact and gender equality. Once again, good afternoon. My name is Anto Leckie. By day, I am the Senior Special Assistant to the Edo State Governor on Tourism and Creative Economy. And by night, I am an actress, filmmaker, and social media influencer. So this conversation is right in my line of business as we are connecting people from CSOs, private entities, and of course, government officials to see how we can entertain change with next generation media partnerships for social impact and gender equality. Please, can we have one house? The conversation has started, and I think it's a conversation that we all want to listen to. We all came here because we all represent different entities that love the support of World Bank, and we want to ensure that we're executing these programs to the T. We're trying to ensure that we use media and storytelling to, make sure that our impact is seen in a different kind of way. So for our next panel, we will be discussing how behavioral and media innovations are transforming futures. So like we said, this conversation is about how we're mixing, entertainment, media, and storytelling to provide a different kind of impact that we've seen typically in our, our NGOs and in our development partners. So this conversation is about how behavioral and media innovations are transforming futures. And our moderator for this amazing panel is Banke Ajaguna. Please, a round of applause for her.
Banke Ajaguna. She is a special advisor to the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. Banke serves as an aide to the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy. A generalist, her work sits at the intersection of stakeholder engagement, digital literacy, and community development. She leads Build-a-thon, a national digital literacy initiative introducing adolescents aged 10 to 18 to marker culture and technology. In 2024, she co-led the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy Workshop, convening over 120 stakeholders from government, academia, civil society, and industry to shape Nigeria's first AI strategy. She also led the national consultations on the National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill, securing broad-based participation and state-level alignment. Banke oversees the strategic activation of innovation hubs and spaces, recognizing them as catalysts for creativity, collaboration, and equitable prosperity. Welcome, Banke.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's good to have you all here with us as we take a deep dive into the conversation about how behavioral and media innovations can transform the future. Around the world, we're witnessing the convergence and integration of behavioral science, entertainment, media, and technology. Three powerful forces shaping how people think, act, engage, and digest content. Entertainment media, from film and television to gaming and digital storytelling, reaches billions every day. When harnessed intentionally and deliberately, it can drive social change, shift norms, and influence decisions at scale. I'm going to be joined on the stage today by three remarkable panelists whose work spans policy, storytelling, and media innovation. Jacob Arbach, Executive Vice Chairman of Arewa 24, one of the most influential Hausa language networks in West Africa. reshaping how local narratives reach global audiences. Jacob, could you come on stage, please? A round of applause for Jacob. Can we have his presentation, please?
So I'll talk for a few of the
Super.
and then we'll throw it out.
Go for it.
Hello. Oh my God. Hello, can everybody hear me? Thank you so much. It's an honor to be on a stage with you. Thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure to be amongst so many incredible thinkers and doers in this field of media and entertainment. So let me just first say to my house of friends, Assalamu alaikum, Barka Diyama, Barka Darana, Barka Diyama, Sanu Dazua. Follow who's laughing at me down there. So I've got like 3 minutes and 22 seconds, so I'm going to get right into it. Arewa 24 launched in 2014 and is the largest Hausa language entertainment and lifestyle television network in northern Nigeria and across West Africa. We're about entertainment. We don't do news. We don't do politics, except in our fictional dramas, and then we have a lot of fun with that subject, Wasan and Siyasa. So from day one, we made a couple of decisions. Number one, we're going to build a production studio and also a television channel, because if you don't have production and distribution, you're not controlling your destiny. And I know it's a very difficult thing to pull off. It was not easy. The second thing, we were going to come down by satellite free to air. Nobody in northern Nigeria can afford DSTV, GoTV, StarTimes. All the pay TV services ended up picking us up, encrypting us, and putting us down into their pay services. But to this day, we're free to air, so people can actually afford it. The third decision we made, everything we do is going to be in Harshan Hausa. Dari bisa dari, everything in Hausa. We didn't care what Lagos thinks. We didn't care what America thinks. We were going to be local, 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 and try to build high production values, but tell hyper-local stories. In a way, what we do is we put a giant mirror over the North and over West Africa, uniting people by a language group. Not a tribe, not an ethnicity, not a religion, not a geography. Hausa speakers and Hausa culture. And so when you put a mirror over everybody, for the first time, people can see, people can observe, people can express themselves in their own language, in their own culture, authentically and respectfully. We work from within local customs, tradition, religion, social norms. We're not here to come from the outside and break everything down. We want to be fluid with the people we serve. Our tagline of Arewa 24 is Takuche. So for the Hausa speakers, you know it means we're for you, you're for us, you're part of us. So I've been CEO for 11 years. I handed that off this year to do some other strategic things. But honestly, we've been doing integrating storylines into our fictional dramas since day one. We had no idea what we were doing. We didn't have a clue as to the science behind it. I didn't even know it had a name until 4 or 5 years ago. But nevertheless, we started working with the MacArthur Foundation on governance and corruption. 6 years, 22 seasonal productions, 286 episodes. There was a lot of independent social science behavioral research done by MacArthur. I've seen those studies. You know, in my experience, it was very compelling. So let me stop. Let me say one more thing. We're now integrating with the Ford Foundation a storyline in our most popular drama on gender-based violence. So this is the most difficult, the most sensitive, maybe the most important thing we've ever tried to do. No one's ever done this before. So we have a responsibility as a media network in the North to tackle things that are real. So that's what we do. Let me cue up a quick video just for those of you, give you an idea what it looks like in my world.
Domin ta zo ta ƙaddabar da gidajen nan don ci gaban talakawa.
Since 2018, Ottawa 24 has worked in partnership with the MacArthur Foundation to organically integrate anti-corruption storylines in Nigeria's two most popular hit drama series, Kwanacha Sain and Dadim Koa, using fictional characters and compelling entertainment to expose corruption's damage to society and promote shifts in social norms and behavior. The two drama series dominate television ratings on Saturday and Sunday evenings. Ottawa 24 has integrated a range of pro-social messaging into its entertainment dramas, including gender-based violence, girls' education, health issues, religious tolerance, and corruption. Independent research confirms the measurable impact this edutainment content has shown in shifting social norms and changing behaviors. To successfully integrate messages into general entertainment storylines and to create impactful hit drama series requires execution at scale, with both broad television reach and high social and digital media engagement. Ottawa 24 achieves scale through its 50 million television viewers and high-capacity production studio. And since Ottawa 24 also owns its television network, it can schedule dramas in the highest viewed primetime programming slots week after week. With such high-frequency exposure, over time, viewers often develop strong emotional connections to the fictional characters. They carefully observe and are often influenced by the characters' behavior, choices, and consequences, particularly when messages are presented in a culturally authentic way.
Gaskiya role ɗin da na yi na gwamnan Alfawa ba ƙaramin daɗin sanatu ba, kuma na san ba ni ba, mata da yawa, in ce manyan mata ma 'yan siyasa, na san ba ƙaramin daɗin wannan role ɗin suka ji ba. Auta baita, to bari ka ji dai in ma bayani. Idan har wannan kashe-kashen da ake shi ne zai bani kujeran gwamna, to na ajiye kujeran, na kuma bar takaran ba zan yi ba.
I believe we have a very distinguished guest who I'm going to step aside for, happily.
And like he said, we have a very distinguished guest, woman of distinction in the building with us. As we said today, we're talking about how we're using storytelling and media, of course, for social impact and gender equality. So I will first call up the moderator to the stage for this session. And this session is being called Creative Economics, Inclusive Futures, a Ministerial Dialogue on Policy, Gender, and Growth. This would be sort of a fireside chat where we get to hear directly from the minister's mouth herself on how we can ensure that we're using creativity to connect with women. So first, for our moderator, we have Raymond Temlong Aboki, who is an experienced policy specialist and grassroots connector. She is the gender lead at Albright Stonebridge Group in Nigeria. She was the Women's Economic Empowerment Consultant, providing technical assistance to the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs on the National Women Economic Empowerment Policy Dialogue. The dialogue culminated in the launch of the first Women's Economic Empowerment Policy in Nigeria. RIMICHIC continues to support the FMWA on the WEE implementation and the Presidential High-Level Advisory Council on the support of women and girls in Nigeria. While she is also a member, she also has areas of interest in gender, climate change, and food security. She holds a master's degree in international relations and strategic studies from the University of Jos. Please, a round of applause for our moderator for our fireside chat, RIMICHIC Temlong Aboki. And now, for this woman of distinction, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Honorable Minister Aja Iman Suleiman Ibrahim. She was appointed to oversee the affairs of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. With a strong background in public service and a passion for women's empowerment, she is committed to advancing gender equality, protecting women's rights, and implementing policies that promote the welfare of women and children across Nigeria. Please, another round of applause for my minister. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for being here today. I know you're very busy, but I'll help you turn on your microphone. Yes, please.
Thank you for having me, Irene. I'm glad that it's you, because I know that you'll be kind to me.
No, anything we ask, Honorable Minister, you're capable.
Irene is my friend.
So, thank you very much for honoring us. If you've been following the Honorable Minister, you'd know that she's always around the clock, around the globe. She works, and I wonder how she does it. She was in Beijing on a tour post-Beijing 1995, celebrating 30 years, and she has always championed women and girls issues in Nigeria, children, and social development. Please, can we give a round of applause to our Honorable Minister for all she does? She is always working and never tired. So today, we're just going to be talking about the intersection of policy and what you're doing at the ministry as to amplify storytelling. We know the power of storytelling, and you have always talked about storytelling. So today, we're going to be looking at what you're doing as a ministry and how you're collaborating with other ministries to achieve this. So the first question, again, is how are you collaborating with other ministries and other ministers to achieve your strategic pillar in Nigeria's growth agenda?
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for having me. Secondly, I thought I was coming to support the leading minister in our creative agenda. So I have to be the one to stand in for all of them, and I thought that the Minister of Trade is going to be here as well. But in answering the question, we're collaborating. The agenda of Mr. President, the renewed agenda, is about collaboration, and even the way the government has been structured is for us to collaborate. And our ministry is the lead collaborating ministry because there's nowhere you don't find women, so we can't achieve it alone, we have to collaborate. From the Ministry of the Creative Economy, we do have the Seed Fund. It's a program that has been launched for the creative to access, and I'm sure that a good percentage of that will go to women, because we've been talking with the ministries to see how we can use this particular program to position women so that we can usher in a new crop of creative minds and have that gender sensitivity in implementation. And also with the Ministry of Trade and Investment, we have the Wide Fund, and that also has been able to accommodate the creative minds. It's a women's fund done in collaboration with the WTO and the Ministry of Trade and Investment. The Seed Fund is done in collaboration with the Afro-Exim Bank, with the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy. And from the ministry right now, we do have the Blue Rise program. It's also a creative, driven program that would see an emergence of a crop of creative women. This we're implementing with the China Development Bank. The creative space in Nigeria, it's an economic space. Mr. President, if you look at in our agenda, is looking at a few economic spaces. The blue economy. One of the emerging ones is the care economy, which we're trying to activate from our ministry. The green economy. We also have programs to see women, properly positioned in that space. But looking at the creative economy, is a space that is not just economic for women, but also a high delivery and a high impact space. because we have a lot of systematic, barriers that stops women. And through the creative, efforts, we can be able to sensitize, we can enlighten minds, and we can see a lot of, growth socially, politically, and economically. So yes, we're collaborating and then we're following through.
Thank you so much. You talked about so many initiatives that you're doing in the ministry. But then what policies are you leveraging to be able to attract private and public, funders? Especially we have private sector individuals in the room. So what policies do you have on ground, and what other policies are you expanding on to get this partnership?
I'm sure you'd love this. Because I'm sure she wants me to talk about her policy, the WE policy. The WE policy is all-encompassing. It's a policy that helps women to grow across sectors. The creative sector not left behind. I think it's one of its kind in Africa, because a lot of countries are trying to understudy our WE policy. The Women's Economic Empowerment Policy was done in collaboration with the World Bank and
yes,
your organization. And to see that women, are actually protected when it comes to taxes, when it comes to access to finance, when it comes to access to even the right kind of mentoring, or the right kind of education, so that they can thrive in the sector that they choose to play. So the WE policy, I think, is a master policy, but we do also have other programs, like the SID, the SIF, and a few of them that, and then we're working on a whole policy reform agenda, so that apart from the main driving policies, we also have guidelines and other forms of legal instruments that would help to position women. Because women, with a lot of flexibility, with a lot of incentives, with the right kind of enablers, they can produce. Men are set in their ways, but women, they can, be very, very creative, innovative, and do more with a little, just with the right kind of enablers. And that's what policies, guidelines, and frameworks like this can help women achieve.
Thank you. I thought you were going to give a round of applause to the minister, because she's really doing a whole lot at the ministry, trying to bring together the policies and then the outdated policies, then to have them revised. And so we're looking forward to that. And she talked a lot about the care economy, which is a big one that we need to all invest in and we need to support the ministry on. So, Honorable Minister, what is your shared vision for Nigeria's creative economy by 2030? You started talking about that, but I want you to shed more light on it.
So within the creative economy, there's a lot of economic potential for our women. Like I said, for typical Nigerian women, flexibility is key. We view work differently. There's no Nigerian woman that will put her work before her family. We put a lot of, importance and value to our immediate priorities. And the creative economy presents such opportunities. Let's take, for instance, the wedding economy. Within the creative economy, we have caterers, we have a lot of vendors. So let's just look at Dirty December. In a day, we have 10 parties. That is money on the table. Storytelling. We have a lot of social issues, from early marriages to the fistula issues. 40% of fistula cases are in Nigeria. Our percentages for early marriages is the global highest. The last time I said, no to child marriages on the news, I saw that I said no to marriages. So I have to be very careful what I say. But yes, no to child marriages. We have the most child brides in the world. Maternal, that's 20%, which is the highest in the world. But 20% of the global figures are here in Nigeria. So with storytelling, we can change the narrative. Because people, easily buy into stories. At the last year's CSW, it was all about sharing our stories. Because somewhere along the line, people connect the dots to their own personal experiences. It inspires. And I feel that the creative economy, presents a huge opportunity for our women. Women should be leading, not just, beneficiaries of the creative revolution that's going to happen. We should be leaders within the space, and we have to be very, very intentional. If we want to see more women, we have to be very intentional when it comes to the financing, when it comes to training and creating the right kind of avenues for them to come in, not just as players, but as leaders within the space. And that's what we intend to do. That's what we partner with other government institutions to make happen for our women.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. She talked about storytelling. I wish you were here earlier on, Honorable Minister. There were some beautiful stories we saw from women in Jigawa, in Kano, and we'll have that, we'll get the organizers to share that with you, of Aisha, a little girl that was sold off, wanted to get married, but then due to storytelling and her parents were brought in and she went back to school. So there's a lot of that we can leverage on storytelling.
I would love to watch all of those stories and see how we can also partner to see how we can, scale up on. Because we should be able to tell our stories. That's the bottom line. In the past, I sit in rooms and I hear people tell our stories, and it's because we have not mastered the arts of telling our stories. When I came in, the last clip that was being shown before we came up on stage, I was very happy that the lady who said no to violence in politics was a woman. So I must give it up to the producers, because yes, in politics, no woman would choose violence over any political victory.
That's very true. And so the organizers will get those clips to your office. And finally, before I would allow the audience to give one or two questions, is I know you're passionate about women's leadership in Nigeria. How can we ensure women's full participation in leadership, especially broadly, but then we're looking at the creative industry?
I think we must understand why we need women leaders in the leadership space. We see it more as a competition, and it's not. It's collaboration. It's a democracy, and in a democracy we try to solve issues. So when solving issues, these issues affect women, they affect children, they affect all genders. So it's very important that we allow for everybody to be on the table to provide solutions for themselves. You can't be in a state assembly and there's all men, and they're trying to provide solutions for menstrual hygiene, for nutrition, for early marriages, because they don't experience those things. And that's where we need to be very intentional in allowing women come into these spaces so that we can actually achieve lasting solutions to these problems, and even preventive measures. Because when you allow only a certain group of people on the table, then we end up with the problems. We just recycle the problems, and then we never are able to solve them. So it's a democracy. We should allow for women. We should be very, very intentional about it. We're not competing, and we can't do it alone. We need everybody on the table. These days, I'm the Minister for Children. I heard children saying that we want to be on the table as well. Yeah. Because any solution for us without us is against us. And I agree with the children. So I think everybody should have a space on the table so that we can achieve lasting solutions for our collective prosperity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I agree. If we're not on the table, then it's not about us.
It's not about
and
us,
then
yes.
the rise of women, like I always say, is not the fall of men.
Yes.
So we should create that space for women. So I'll go back to the audience. Two quick questions for the Honorable Minister. Comments, questions. And at this moment, I can give one or two initiatives to talk about what they've been doing in Nigeria so that she can listen and know what you're doing and follow up later on for scale and partnership. So okay, yes, Victor.
Minister, I wanted to ask you, where do you see potential entry points for scaling up edutainment, the use of entertainment media, right, for development objectives, into government programs, into development investments overall? Are there any good entry points, sector-wise, region-wise, where you think a scale-up is more feasible? Thank you.
I think there's a huge opportunity in that regard. If you look at the work that we're doing as a government, it's not being told properly. It's undersold. It's a huge opportunity. I go to a few countries and they take me around for their tourism. I'm like, what is this? Is this it? In the creative ministry alone, if you tell our tourism story, it's huge. There's a lot of things that we take for granted that other people would love to travel to come and see. Our food. In my state alone, we speak over 30 languages. In Nasarawa State alone. All these are culture points that we can exchange, that we can speak about, that we can tell. You know, people don't know much about who we are as a people. And just like I said, if you don't tell your story, people will tell your story for you. So there's the entry points, I think, is working with government to see how we can put in place the right kind of strategic communication, efforts to tell the stories of what we do. In my ministry, we're an advocacy ministry first. So there's a lot of opportunities. Telling a story of a child trying to change, minds, and soft power, is the way forward. And it comes, it ties in with the creative agenda of the government. So yes, the opportunities are there, and we must teach government, we must teach ourselves how to invest in these efforts, because they don't come cheap, and that's why sometimes we don't do them. But once we're well informed on the benefits, trust me, is worth the investments. Because when we advocate and we're able to, address our social issues, we end up with a more secured family, communities, and even a country. So those stories are worth telling. Those minds are worth forming. And those partnerships would go a long way.
Thank you. One last question, comment?
Nobody, no questions for me.
Just one more, Honorable Minister.
You guys are too kind.
Yes, please. The lady
Okay.
behind there.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abasema Ibreso from Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Yeah, I want to commend the Honorable Minister. Yes, I'm also a member of the Technical Working Group on Menstrual Hygiene Management. Yes, so we just developed a draft policy, just in addition to the policy now. So we just developed a draft policy that has been validated, but it has not yet gone to the FEC. So I want you, the Honorable Minister, to use your good office and ensure that this has been passed through the FEC so that we can start implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm happy that you're pushing for this policy, but you have to also tell your minister that when I bring you to FEC, he has to also lend his voice.
So that's collaboration that we're talking about, even in the room. So I saw one more hand. Yetunde? Okay. Was it the gentleman? Okay.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon.
One of the biggest challenges that we experience when addressing social norms, especially discriminating gender norms, has to do with leaders of faith and culture and men and boys. We would really like to hear from you what you're doing to work with leaders of faith and culture and men and boys as allies in the work around gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if I heard you right, gender norms, yeah? Okay. So faith leaders and traditional leaders. So Mr. Michael wants me to speak about his program, the Nigerian for Women project. Because within that project, we're doing a lot to address social norms. We're working with every stakeholder, so that, all hands on board, on deck to address the problems. And I'm so happy that some adjustments have been made to Nigerian for Women Scale Up to accommodate storytelling, to accommodate stratcoms. Because when I came, I told Michael that. He says, oh, there's a ed memo, there's an agreement, you can't temper. I said, Michael, you have to temper and make a room for stratcoms. Right now, this year, we have a little budget that would allow us to start to tell stories. Because trust me, they go a long way. People connect to it easily. It costs money, but yes, when we invest in that effort, it goes a long way. It helps us to solve the problems, and it also outlives us. So you don't have to do it over and over again. It's there. It's a media age. It's online. Everybody can watch it. So yes, we're working with the traditional, and then we're also seeing results. It's one thing to put in place programs, but another thing to actually see results. So we're just scaling up now, so that we're everywhere, and we're making the required impact. Because what we're good at doing in Nigeria is pilots, because we're dealing with numbers. It's not like countries that are in 5, 10, 20 millions. We're dealing with a lot of numbers, so we struggle to scale. But I'm glad that the Nigerian for Women program now is in the scale-up phase. We're going for additional finance, fingers crossed, so that we can be able to do more for the women. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So we'll wrap up this session. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for what you're doing in the Ministry of Women Affairs. And she's open for partnership, like she has said.
Yes, we are.
Do you want to say any final closing words?
Yeah, in closing, our doors are open. We're not just Ministry for Women, we're the Ministry for Family, for Gender. So Ministry for Men too, and that's why in our programs we try to make a little percentage, even if it's a 10% for men. So please feel free to come accommodate us in your future plans, because people don't like to collaborate with our ministries because it doesn't come with a big budget from the government. People only go where they have trillions, let's go there. But trust me, it's a viable space. The women are reliable, they're bankable. So most of the things that you do within the ministry can translate into money, because our women are not lazy, they're very enterprising. So feel free to come collaborate in training women to become storytellers, in even helping us tell our stories. We'll find a way for it to be worth your while. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So we'll take a picture. So remember, it's a viable ministry. So we'll ask Fife and Victor to follow up with the Honorable Minister, and would set an appointment for her. So this is, thank you.
Please, another round of applause for our Honorable Minister of Women, Children, Family, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you, ma. Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
As our minister reminded us, she said that we should not work in silos, that there's an importance of collaboration across governments, private entities, and of course our CSOs. She spoke about the power of storytelling and that we have to be intentional with training and financing. And most importantly, we must allow the people you're working for actually have a seat at the table. And I think the person that knows all about that had just showed us a short video clip before. So please, I would like to call Banke and Jacob back up to the stage to continue from that awesome video clip we had just watched. I'm sure he has a lot of information about storytelling and connecting directly with the people. Thank you.
Thank you for welcoming us back. In the social order, you have the minister here and you have us here. So we're happy to step away for a few minutes. I would like to welcome back Jacob to round up his presentation, please.
Thank you, Banky, for the re-welcome, and that was a nice interlude. So if you could, okay, we got the PowerPoint. So I'm not a real PowerPoint guy. I run a television studio. I'm a producer. But let me just flip to the next slide, or can I do that, or can you do that? I don't see any clicker. Thank you. So let me get into the meat of my subject. I could talk about how we produce edutainment, how we integrate storylines. I could sit here and talk from now until next Saturday. We do this, we've been doing this for years. So, but let me talk about this cooperation that everybody's been mentioning today. So, normally, we are a private sector media company. I don't have it, yeah, I didn't, oh, here it is, oh yeah, so which, okay, I got it. So, we're a private sector media company. In normal life, we're independent. I've got a board of directors, I've got shareholders. If we don't earn revenues, we go away. All my wonderful young people go home. if we don't make programming that people want to watch, we go away. And if we do something and lose the trust of our viewers, we go away. So we're on a razor's edge, and the development world and the sustainable development goals are a long way from what we have to do down on the ground, producing programming, making a living, keeping my staff fed every day, and being sustainable year after year. However, with edutainment, we've got this common shared goal, right? You've got sustainable development at a macro level. They work through either NGOs or CSOs with all of your projects on the ground. And then when entertainment, the NGO hires us, or a development agency or a foundation hires us, and we're the ones on the ground. We're the ones who understand our viewers. We understand local customs, religion. We understand social norms. And if we didn't understand that, people wouldn't come back and watch our programming. Our programming is about daily lives of regular Northern Nigerians. All their struggles, their survival, their humor, all their wahala every single day. And as you go from the top of this chart down to where we are at the bottom, you've got this increasing dependence on trust. And if there's one word that I've learned in 12 years living in Northern Nigeria and producing programming with Arewa 24, it's trust. And the word in Hausa and trust, for those of you who know, amana, it's a very deep religious traditional term that English doesn't do justice. When we say, I trust you, in Hausa, that word has deep dimensional meaning. And if you keep the trust, rikon amana, you have lifetime relationships. And if you break the trust, chin amana, you're done forever. So we have to be very, very aware that we work within a certain kind of social norms and traditions and customs, and we work from the inside out. What we try to do is help the global development organizations and the foundations use us to share the trust that we've carefully built to help them tell stories that shift social norms first, and God willing after that start to change behaviors. And again, I could talk forever on that subject, but let me go to the next slide. So let me also say another thing important. When you do an edutainment drama and a development organization or a foundation is behind it, you're part of a very large ecosystem. You've got dozens of NGOs and subject matter experts. They're on the ground with their various projects. The way we're seen is we shine a great big light on it. And we tell these fictional stories with fictional characters that our audiences can observe, and they think and they judge. How are they going to make their decisions, and what are the consequences? So we really work in a larger structure. There's so many fantastic NGOs doing what they do. But if we didn't understand their mission and put them on our talk shows, our drama wouldn't have as much impact. And if we didn't understand the government policies and initiatives behind those sustainable development projects, our writers wouldn't be writing the kinds of stories that would be as effective. So for the development agencies, they work with us because we know our market, we know our viewers. If we didn't, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. We would have been out of business a dozen years ago. And then we depend on the development agencies to give us the kind of funding that we can make projects at scale with high production values, but yet with local, gritty local content. And let me just tell you real quickly, for those of you who have never produced a drama in northern Nigeria, it is unimaginable how hard it is. I know this guy, he's the guy that made that gunshot, by the way, Falalu, who's one of our greatest actors and best producers and directors in the North. So Falalu, we love working with Falalu. So, you know, we're out there in extreme heat, and then it's extreme rain, and we don't have any power grid, and 15–20% of my poor crew and cast are down with malaria or typhoid or yellow fever. We have no safety net. If we don't make this drama that people like, ratings will be down, advertisers will go away, and all my young, hungry, talented Northern Nigerian staff will go home, and they're like my kids, so they're not going home. But it is so hard. All my top flight producer friends in Los Angeles who have these gazillion-dollar budgets, they wouldn't last 30 seconds in our environment. So, you know, I just want to shout out to Conniewood. It's really tough. I really appreciate what we do. So here's really where it all comes down to. This is where we all meet. Aligning government macro initiatives, development initiatives, foundation initiatives. We need capital. I mean, the one thing the North has is talent. Great writers, great producers, great directors, great actors, you name it. There's no capital. And you can't build and grow, whether it's edutainment or entertainment. Remember, entertainment's reflecting our culture back to us. We need to communicate with ourselves. So we need to start with capital. We need to start with training our writers, training our directors, training our producers. You know, directing integrated storylines is very, very delicate. If your audiences believe for 1 minute that you have an agenda and that you're bought, you lose them. They will not come back next week or the week after. So the start, it's capital, it's training, it's shared dialogue. We need a lot more dialogue between the top of this chart and what we do. We need experienced local writers who grew up in northern Nigeria, born and raised, understand the customs, religion, culture, social norms. We need to involve lots of production companies, not just Arewa 24. I'm happiest when I see independent house of producers in Conniewood getting business. It warms my heart. We're all trying to train our young people in these entertainment skills, raise the level of northern Nigerian media, and like Nollywood, one day, some smart investor, maybe it's Adekunle who left early, they're going to figure out that there's an industry ready to break open. But if we don't take care of ourselves first, we're not going to get there. So we have to stay independent. We don't want to depend on Netflix with our hands out. We need to produce our own content for our own people and our own customs. And if we do that right, from the scripting to the theory of change and creative design, to the production, direction, execution, and then broadcast, you're going to have a hit drama. And honestly, this is where we all meet in the middle. We all want to have a top blockbuster hit drama. Because if nobody's coming back and watching your drama, all your integrated storylines, everybody's winking in the dark. Nobody's watching. But when you have a blockbuster hit drama, week after week, season after season, you can weave storylines organically, naturally, over time. And it's very, very effective. People develop deep emotional connections with our fictional characters. And with fictional characters, you can show so many dimensions of emotion and pain and joy, you know, that 1,000 reports going up to the developments, you know, you can read 1,000 reports, but you watch one scene with a young woman who's been raped by a family member, and it is the most powerful thing you've ever experienced, and it makes people stop. So I think we're all familiar with the challenges, but I've got a few takeaways. So the big question people probably outside this room ask, does edutainment really work? Is it really measurable? Are there enough studies? You know, from my experience, I've worked with the MacArthur Foundation, the Ford Foundation, several NGOs. We're television guys, so we don't do M&E and social science behavioral research, but they do. And we shared our scripts, we helped them design their research studies, and I can tell you, because I've seen the studies, it's very, very compelling. And one of the things, the other challenge we have to manage is expectation of quick empirical results. That episode aired last week. You know, it's not like social media where you know 10 seconds later how people think and feel. It takes time. If you don't let these storylines breathe and weave in and among your broader entertainment storylines, they're not natural. Things in life don't happen tomorrow. They don't happen overnight. People have to see, they have to think, they have to observe, they have to make mistakes. And that happens over time. So I might have people in this room disagree with me on dosage. In my experience, the longer you have your dramas running week after week, and you can have 10, 15, 20 million viewers coming, and then you repeat it the next season, and you repeat it during the week, and it goes for 12 seasons, 15 seasons, you've got a lot of time to work with. And you can transition. You know, storytelling and edutainment is really about transformation. The best drama series, the best films are about transformation. People fall in their lives, they have redemption, right? People can change. Families can change. In a patriarchal society, men can change and still be in control and still make decisions. But they can make decisions with better information and more choices to take care of their wife, take care of the kids, get them to school. They don't have to lose any manhood. But you have to show those things and model them over time and carefully and gently. And then it's very effective. And then I guess last is sustainability of the messaging after the donors exit. So we just keep running these series all the time. Again, we're a private sector business. I've got to fill up 24 hours of airtime. Falalu's going to be in repeats till he's my age. So a couple of takeaways. Again, I think the deep knowledge of your local market is really the secret. You have to start within the customs and the traditions and the religion of the local market. I don't care whatever subject we're talking about with social development and social change. The second takeaway is this edutainment sector could be doing so much more to drive the macro sustainable development goals if there were more communication, more direct channels for funding to flow down to more producers, more people on the ground who really know what they're doing. But until there's that dialogue, until there's some, I'm not a fan of bureaucracy, I run a television network, but if there can be some kind of council or steering committee formed out of this session where development agencies, government ministries, private sector producers, Northern Nigerian producers, Conniewood, we can talk. We don't need to have Netflix come in and everybody run to them and then they leave, and then where are we? We don't need to depend on them. We need help to do it ourselves for our own people. And so if there's some formal structure that could be put together, you know, like I said, I'm in a private sector company. If I don't do things, we don't survive another day. So if I could leave with one thing, let's try to not just talk about it and try to create some communication from the top to the bottom of my charts. And I think a lot of common shared interest can come out of that. Thank you very much, Mikey.
Thank you, Jacob, for that timely call to action. We need to tell our stories ourselves. We need to, we can't build in silos, right? We need to come together as stakeholders to see how we can chart, you know, the path forward. Thank you, Jacob. A round of applause again.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on stage our second panelist, Umi Bukar. Umi, are you here? Umi is the founder and program director at Paged Initiative, a filmmaker and gender advocate who uses media to spotlight the lived realities of girls and women in underserved and unserved communities. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to play a short video before I speak.
Duk wani kyanka, duk wani abu naka, in baka da ilimi a yanzu ka zama sori. Duk wani takamarka, duk wani kyanka, duk wani abu naka, in baka da ilimi a yanzu ka zama sori. A da ba makaranta nake ba, bara nake zuwa. Ina zaune a gurin bara, 'yan makaranta za su dinga huce ni. Wannan yunifon ɗin ina bani sha'awa. Ina kallon su, to ba ni da wanda zai sani a makaranta. Na kama bara, na yi bara, na tara kuɗin da zan sayi yunifon. Na sayi yunifon, na sayi littattafai. Na shiga makaranta. Yau da gobe sai Allah ba wanda zai taimaka maka. Tun ina yi, na je aji 4 firamare sai na daina zuwa. Na koma bara. Keke na in ya lallace ina makaranta, haka zan ajiye shi. Rarrafe zan yi in fito gurin da nake bara. Haka zan tara kuɗi, in gyara, in ci gaba da makaranta. Na gaba zan iya ba. Wata ran in tafi ban karya ba, sai na dawo. Sannan zan karya. Na daina zuwa makaranta, na ce ƙwara in zaɓi barata. To, na zaɓi bara, na koma bara. Na ga bara ba za ta haifar min da ɗa mai ido ba, tunda a yanzu da ilimi ake ado. Na daina bara, na samu wani. Na ce ina so in shiga makaranta, ita in dai zan shiga shi kuma zai sai min yunifom. Aka sai min yunifom ɗin nan, na shiga makaranta. A haka dai ina ta yi a yanzu ɗin har na gama firamare. Na shiga sakandare. Ƙalubale ban fasa fuskantar ƙalubale ba, duk da na samu wani idan taimaka min da yunifom da littattafai. To idan littafi na ya cika ne masa magana ya ce shi ma ba shi da ƙarfi. A haka sai na ɗinka mafici ko kuma in aka zo kitso na samu na sai littafin nan. Ina son in sai wani abu ko in ci ko na sha'awa haka namu na mata ba zan yi ba saboda ba ni da littafi sai na yi shi. A haka na shiga sakandare. To a yanzu a wannan rayuwar ma da ake ciki, a yanzu din ni zan dinka mafici in siya, kai na dinka mafici na siyar, sannan in sai kilin din da zan wanke yunifan ɗina ba wanda yake bani kuɗin bara. Idan ina da shi in kashe a makaranta, in ba ni da shi haka zan je makaranta in dawo.
Maybe I should just continue, or do we wait for the film? Okay, I should continue. Okay. So this is just a short film produced by some of the beneficiaries of our project, Media Advocacy Project on Girls' Education. Now, today we've heard a lot about, the education situation in northern Nigeria, especially for girls. And as part of this project, we have discovered that there's a lot of things that affect girls' education. Sometimes it's early marriage. Sometimes it is poverty. Sometimes it's just that they are not given priority. But we realize that we could solve a lot of those problems, but then, the problems of education is still going to be a problem. So we decided that why don't we just kind of build the capacity of the young girls themselves to tell their stories by themselves. So we decided to build the capacity of the young girls to be storytellers, to tell their stories, and also to use their voices to advocate for the barriers that prevent girls from their communities from getting an education. Now, this project has run for 2 years, and as a result of this project, many young girls from these communities, many from rural communities, urban poor communities, girls that were not in school, they got the skills to operate cameras, to tell their stories, to kind of advocate for themselves. And through their storytelling, so the stories that they generate from their communities, they don't just use it to advocate for barriers to girls' education, but they also use it as some sort of bargaining chip within their communities to show their parents, their community leaders, that they also deserve an education, why they deserve an education. Now, for them, storytelling in this way, using film, achieves an advantage that they couldn't have before. Because when you're trying to talk to your parents, a lot of times, girls are sort of the lowest of the low in the society. They are not part of decision making. And then, they can be overruled even before the conversation starts. But when they make these films, and we have the mobile cinema in these communities, and their parents are part of the mobile cinema, it gives them the advantage of the parents sitting through the entire film and fully understanding and listening and hearing what the girls have to say. And also, the film has the same effect on their duty bearers. These young women, they have addressed all the issues that affect barriers to girls' education in their communities, from lack of teachers, from lack of schools. Some of the girls, they are in communities that there are no schools, even, 12 kilometers away. The nearest school is like 12 kilometers away, and so they are not allowed to go to school. So they have addressed these problems in the films using their daily struggle, talking about all the things that they have to go through to get an education. Sometimes they don't even get the education. So when they show it in the film format and they go to UBEB, for instance, and they show UBEB that this is a problem that we're having in this community, we have, duty bearers actively seeing these films and understanding the issues in the communities. And a lot of times, many of these girls have been successful in getting either schools being built in their communities, teachers being provided, more classrooms, the wash situation in their communities being improved, or whatever it is that they consider as barriers to girls' education. And not only are they using their stories by themselves to advocate for themselves, for their own needs, it also builds their it builds their confidence, because the next thing we heard is that, these girls have written to the Federal Minister of Education, who was here earlier today, and, she responded and she wanted to meet them, and they came into Abuja and they advocated for themselves, telling her what they needed. So these are the girls with the Minister of Education. These are the girls with, on top is the Commissioner of Education in Kano State. On the bottom is the local government chairman of Lere community. So these girls use their own stories, they use their own situation, and then they use storytelling and film to reach the relevant sources to ensure that their needs are met. We realize that there's a lot of, NGOs, there are a lot of people that are advocating for girls. But we wanted to have this format whereby the girls advocate for themselves, so that whenever the project ends, whatever happens, these girls are already empowered, they are already doing this, they already understand this, and then they can go far. So one of the reasons I showed this film, I didn't have to show the film of Maimuna, but any opportunity to give Maimuna a platform was a welcome opportunity for me. And also because Maimuna initially was not even part of the project. We were filming within her community. Some of the girls were filming about their barriers to education, and Maimuna said she also wanted to get the chance to talk about her own barriers to education. So we gave her the opportunity to talk about it. Maimuna has gone all over the world in film festivals. Okay. Oh, sorry. But can you hear me? Okay. So Maimuna has gone all over the world. Even she cannot, imagine the kind of opportunities that she has gotten because of the opportunity that she got to speak for herself. So the girls now, we have local government chairmen in communities close to their other local government chairmen actually reaching out to these girls and telling them to come and work in their communities. So we have community leaders involving them in dialogue sessions when they're having community meetings. They are now recognized as change makers within their communities and even communities nearer to them. So for us, this is one of the ways that we have used storytelling and the media to shift, girls that did not have a voice, that were not even considered as, important in the long run of things. Now they are the ones that are being used as advocates for change, because we even have people, other needs around livelihoods. Their mothers are telling them that, why don't you start advocating for us to have access to livelihood options or loan options and things like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause, please. Umi, do you want to take a seat? Thank you for that poignant message, Umi, and for being a voice, for lending your voice to people living with disabilities, especially girls and women in underserved and unserved regions of Nigeria. And last but not least, I would like to call on stage Renos Bakis. Renos is the head of the Mind, Behavior and Development Unit at the World Bank, who's been pioneering the use of behavioral insights in policy design. A round of applause, please.
Hello again. I must say it's extremely annoying and intimidating following up all these amazing presentations with amazing stories, inspiration, and motivation to keep doing what we're all trying to do. So I thought I'll try to bring a bit of a, which is, it's very unusual for me because usually I don't consider myself a world banker in the sense of a administrator, but I decided for this next 7 minutes to put a administrator hat of sorts and try to answer the question, what can we learn about the science of scaling interventions? And so I'll try to bring a framing to how can we scale entertainment for social impact. So if I do that, and with my hat as the head of the behavioral science unit at the World Bank, you know, ultimately behavior science is about humans, is about how we make decisions. So if I put that, and if I think about what is the role of policy, and we heard the minister of some of their incredible initiatives and aspirations to change, to do interventions to change norms for men, for women, etc. Then how can we support, you know, policy in that sense? And I think if you think of kind of what are lessons one can take away from scaling around the world of different, you know, intervention is, I think there's like 4 or 5 messages I want to share. So first one is that is really never about the solution. It's actually about the implementation. It's how you actually do it. And if I, in a way, if I take in the entertainment industry, is really therefore not about the message and the story per se, but it's how you deliver it. How do you actually reach the billions of people we all aspire to give them a different perspective? So if I think of it like that, then it becomes an adoption problem. So how do you help people adopt an incredible, you know, and engage with the story? So that's so in a way it's about how not it's the focus is about how do you translate stories into an action and not just the emotions. So let's think of the emotion, let's think of the story, but ultimately is how do people will interact with it, and how do we actually access it, look at it, engage, etc. The second idea is, again, thinking from kind of a policy point of view, is how do you wire this into kind of an institution? So if I think of the minister, well, how can we help the minister adopt some of these stories and learn from these stories and integrate that into the way that a ministry works and delivers services for people? And if we want to go there, then we actually, again, need to think behaviorally about what is the day of a minister? What is the day of people in a ministry delivering programs? And how can we help deliver, you know, entertainment value and communication tools and media into their infrastructure? So kind of, again, with my hat, then I would kind of try to understand and do behavior diagnostics in the sense that I would try to understand what are the bottlenecks of actually integrating a lot of these, you know, solutions into a system. So what's happening, you know, in different places, and it's not enough to just have, you know, a nice series, but then how do I deliver it in this region versus that setting? And again, thinking behaviorally, I would want to think about the mindsets of policymakers. It's very often when we think of behavioral kind of interventions, behavior science, you know, we think of the end kind of beneficiaries, the audience. But remember, part of the audience is the people in a ministry, people who make decisions. And so helping them think differently also becomes then one of our responsibilities to think how to actually do that. The third idea is around, you know, the stories and kind of the evidence, like what works. And again, if I take a little bit of a, how do we think of solutions transforming and getting them to different places, then kind of the message there is really not about, so the global evidence is there to, in a way, give us a sense of a framework of how to think about the problem, but solutions and stories need to be local. And I think Jacob said it probably 50 times more eloquently and with examples, but really the driver at the seat is not somebody from Washington in a suit, is not, even I would say some of the, the Netflix and the industries, the drivers of the seat of delivering the stories and thinking about, changing different types of outcomes are really the people who live the stories, who are going to consume the stories. So Nigeria should be at the front of driving the seat and telling everybody, including us who are trying to help, how to think through that framework. So for us, kind of international kind of policy makers, it's a nice message of humility for us to think how we can help a system and not just expert kind of and come up with the best practice here or the best way of telling a story there, etc. And then I guess the fourth point, I guess Jacob also alluded to kind of this idea of partnerships. And if I think about scaling and partnership, there I think we have a really, really huge opportunity because we talk about partnership. Many of you in this room have amazing partnerships with each other. I think partnering, especially with the governments, has always been tricky, especially in the entertainment industry, in different ways. And I feel that's something that we need to take more advantage. But in these days and in this kind of a time that we live, kind of the technology, the ability to transform with artificial intelligence and, thinking and tackling what does that mean for the entertainment industry, or going back to the academics in the room who helps us understand even more the evidence and the channels by which interventions and stories can be told for maximum impact. And how we can leverage other private parts of industries or even philanthropic institutions that some of you are in the room providing a lot of inputs in that. I think that's also something I feel that's a low-hanging fruit, and again, thinking of ways to systematize that and embed it into kind of the system is important. So, and my last point is really comes back to why we're here. We're here because we're humans, and it's about the human touch. Ultimately, the story of this world is really about three things, which I think Jacob also alluded. One, it's about doing things with empathy, because empathy really connects us and helps us open up to share and co-create. The second is transparency, is this idea that by showing what you're doing, we're not manipulating people. We're just, we're not trying to change people's beliefs. We're trying to tell stories that give people different perspectives. And I think that's sometimes tricky to when we think of different types of storytelling, but I think transparent, and especially in the policy making sense, is important. But the last thing is, again, what Jacob, I really like his last point, it's ultimately is about trust, like building stories. If you don't believe the storyteller, then you don't believe the story. And I think scaling is really about trust and about this idea that we're all in this kind of together coming up with ways to improve, the human life. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you, Renus, for wearing different hats and helping us tie all the conversations. We've had this together. Jacob, okay. So we are short on time, and very quickly, we'll dive right into the questions. Renus, we're going to start with you. You've spent years at the frontier of integrating behavioral science into government policy. If we zoom out for a moment, how do behavior and storytelling intersect to shape real-world outcomes? And if you could also provide an example of a project where this connection has led to measurable impacts, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes? Okay. Thank you for that question. I guess I'll share an example about this, but basically the last 10 years, I want to say behavior science became a bit more mainstream and like good words, okay words to talk in policy circles for all sorts of reasons, but a lot of it has been the proliferation of very strong evidence about the implications and impact of that. And when I speak of, again, when I talk about behavior science, I also think about, how we make decisions about what to eat, when we're in a restaurant, to, whether I'm going to use 2 more minutes of water when I'm taking a shower, to how a system in a ministry works so that people actually can be more efficient in their job. I think one example that connects with storytelling is some of the work we've been doing in many countries around education and specifically to help children get more motivation. And a lot of our diagnostic work keeps finding that the attitudes of teachers towards different types of children does affect the relationship in a classroom and does affect motivation and outcomes. So we've tried to see, well, how can we actually change those type of dynamics? And in different settings, we came up with different ways to tell that story, both to the teachers, but also, more importantly, to the kids themselves. So in some places, we had a little mini-series with aliens talking about things like growth mindset and that everybody can learn from failure and introduce concepts like that. In other places, like in Indonesia, that they already had a cartoon to depict and communicate different elements with the students. That's a nice example where we use what was locally already used and we built storylines around using the same cartoon characters. So the take-up was very natural for the kids.
Thanks, Rena. So what we're hearing from you is that empathy and evidence work hand in hand for the outcomes we're looking for. Thank you. Jacob, I'll be with you in a moment. But Umi, you've worked directly with communities where stories aren't just entertainment, but like Trude said earlier, it's survival, right? Your documentary, Uprooted, and many of your other projects spotlight women and girls whose voices often go unheard. From your experience, what kinds of narratives most effectively shift mindsets and inspire real change one community at a time?
So in my experience, people just speaking genuinely, and I've been doing this for about 15 years now, and I find that just genuinely talking about your situation, genuinely talking about your experiences has the effect to change mindset. Let me give you an example. Uprooted was just the story of people that were affected by conflict, women and girls, who took on gender norms, gender rules that were previously unknown to them. Things like, these are women who have to ask permission from their husbands and their father-in-laws just to go and plait their hair. And then now they find themselves being breadwinners. And because of the conflict, a lot of gender rules changed, and men now became unable to earn, and so women started earning for the household. And this has kind of created a lot of gender-based violence in some homes because men have not been able to live with their new state. They feel emasculated, they feel like, they are no longer men. So what we did was get stories of, positive changes in gender norms, and just sharing these stories, just showing people without even telling them that, you know what, you need to, this doesn't make you less of a man, you need to blah, blah, blah. No, we just let the story speak for himself, genuine stories of couples who have managed to navigate this, and then you find the conversation itself changing even within there. Oh, this is really nice, I need to try this. If women are, you know, given the opportunity to do this, it's even easier for them to understand the situation that men have been living in as providers and things like that. So genuine conversations without, you know, outside influence when it comes to community, you know, in our mobile cinemas and all of that. I find that the more we try to add to something, the more the communities are suspicious of it. So that is why when you see my films, I don't even have voiceover. It's just the community people just talking about their real experiences, talking about their truth and all of that.
Thank you, Umi. Across the board today, we've heard how stories and entertainment is shifting social norms and driving change at scale. Jacob, from your presentation, it's clear that entertainment works. However, the resources and long-term commitment required for multiple drama seasons are nearly not enough. I'll quote you, you said not enough dosage, right? So what order of magnitude of partnership or investment, if you will, would be needful to truly tip the scale and drive impactful and sustained storytelling?
I'll try to look at you when I answer, but it's going to be tricky. So it's all about capital. But as someone earlier today, I think it might have been Shude, there's a formal economy and then there's an informal economy. And in northern Nigeria, if a private equity firm from Lagos or outside of Nigeria came in and wanted to invest in one of the local media companies or a producer or my company, we've got a few more advantages because we've been doing it for a while. They need to see a business plan, they need to see a 5-year plan, they need to see how your revenues are coming. You know, we are in a crazy, difficult economic market with, it's almost unimaginable challenges, not just in the north, but across the country. We all feel it every day. So what I think we need, if we want to have a common interest, we need foundations, development organizations to understand that if they can seed some capital and then have it be responsibly managed to help develop infrastructure and training and seed projects that could produce what we've been able to produce with high production values, it's capital intensive. But if you can start seeding, whether it's us, whether it's Falalu's company or anybody in northern Nigeria, with capital directed, development capital, to direct it to how to tell local storytelling, that is going to be a win-win-win for everybody. It's going to help put young people to work in the northern Nigerian media industry. It's going to help the development organizations really learn more about their markets. The cooperation will allow the storytelling. So I tell my writers when we do storyline integration, I call it directed creativity. Like the last thing you want to do with writers is curb their creativity, but they have to be directed. So directed within some boundaries you have to create. But this took us, you know, years to learn and study, and not everybody has that opportunity. So to help drive macro sustainable development goals in northern Nigeria is going to take somebody stepping up to put a pool of funds together for the local industry, not through one player. You know, Netflix came in, they worked with 2 big players, and then they never learned anything. And none of the people down who are actually really doing the real work saw a kobo of it. So if it can be managed just like you manage any project, you have accountability, you have a budget, you have people managing it, and you involve as many creative people in the North as you can. Our people know our market, they know our people. You can see where the shared interests are. As a private sector person, if we make a hit entertainment, it helps our brand. And if we make a hit entertainment series, people are coming back and they're going to watch and observe how people make choices and think about their lives. And look, at the end of the day, we never want to tell anybody how to live their lives, if their customs are legitimate or not, or if we agree. It's none of our business. We want to give people information and accurate information and options so they can have a better quality of life and their families can have a better quality of life. She cannot. That's it. That's the end of the story. But it needs money. And it needs someone to step up and create something with structure that can be managed responsibly, but that the people down at the lower levels of our production infrastructure, they're the ones who really know what they're doing. And they need to be part of it. It can't be the big players up at the top.
Your outside infusions are always very interesting. Thank you, Jacob. Our time is fast spent, but if we could reimagine the African media landscape 10 years from now, what would a transformed future look like? One where media truly helps people learn, adapt, and grow. In 1 minute, please. And this is for everybody. Who wants to go?
Hello? In my dream, if I'm dreaming 10 years ahead, I will see a vibrant northern Nigerian media sector that's telling its stories in a way that has scale distribution among the North. Maybe some of these stories can travel abroad. Look, we look to Nollywood. What happened to Nollywood when they got money? Wow. All that creativity met capital, met scale, met global. There are so many northern Nigerian stories that are so amazing and compelling. They need to be heard and they need to be told, but if you can't create a structure, but you got to start with the capital, then the infrastructure, then young people learning and young people getting trained. So when I go to sleep and I wake up tomorrow morning, I just see this vibrancy. I see Kano like Johannesburg or Lagos or Nairobi with a West African heartbeat. All the Kano and Northern Hausa musicians got a place to go. And I see stories being told that are relevant globally.
Thank you, Jacob.
So, I am all for underserved communities and unheard voices. And I believe that my life's work has been ensuring that voices that have not been heard get a platform to be heard. So if I'm going to reimagine the Nigerian media landscape, of my dreams.
10 years from now.
Yeah, of my dreams.
Yes.
It would be that a lot of those underserved communities, unheard voices that have really unique stories, that have unique issues, comes out to the fore. We hear it, we see it in mainstream media, so that I don't travel out of Nigeria and I say I'm Nigerian and people are like, no, you're not Nigerian, and this is just me who is kind of mainstream, and they say, no, you're not Nigerian, because they don't hear stories of people like me because of Nollywood. It's not people like Umi you see in Nollywood. Yeah. So the same thing for all the underserved communities. Even in Nigerian spaces, we don't hear a lot of stories. So I would like for that to also be center stage.
Thank you, Umi. Renos, over to you.
30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Sure. I guess two big things. One, even more vibrant African footprint in terms of production of storytelling, but an even more concrete
of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you to our most brilliant panelists for the thoughtful reflections, and to our audience for your rapt attention. We thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause for Umi, Jacob, Reynolds, and Banker for talking to us all about behavioral and media innovations that are transforming futures. They told us about, how we can use media and, of course, specific actions to address societal challenges and accelerate development outcomes. I'll say some of the key points I thought about during their panel is the importance of making decisions specific to the intricacies of the people you are catering to. Is Victor here for the picture? Is Victor outside for our picture? So again, like we've been saying, it's very important that we tell stories that are respectful, authentic, and relatable. And most importantly, it's best that we work within rather than around or above, and to always ensure that we do things with empathy. So please, another round of applause for our amazing panelists and our great moderator. Sure, it's fine. And right into our next panel, as we are continuing the conversation of how we're entertaining change using media and storytelling to provide social impact and gender equality. Our next panel is on policy, partnerships, and advocacy. And here we plan to explore how multi-stakeholder partnerships can enable policy change and advocacy for gender equality through entertainment and storytelling. And without much further ado, I will call our next moderator to the stage. We have Mariam Ajaga, the Special Advisor to the President of Nigeria on Arts and Culture in the Office of the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy. Please, a round of applause for Mariam.
Mariam Ajaga, Special Advisor to the President on Arts and Culture. She is a visionary leader with proven track record in driving impactful initiatives across various sectors, excelling in strategic leadership, program management, stakeholder engagement, and program development. She remains dedicated to advancing the global sustainable development goals and fostering collaboration for a vibrant and inclusive cultural landscape, both in Nigeria and beyond. She holds a bachelor's in biological sciences from the University of Iowa. Welcome, Mariam. The stage is now yours.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on existing protocols. It is both an honor and a privilege to moderate this session today. This conversation is one that sits on the intersection of policy, creativity, and human impact. Today's theme, policy, partnerships, and advocacy, could not be more timely. Across the world, nations, including Nigeria, are rediscovering that culture is not only a reflection of who we are, but it is a strategy for who we can become. Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency, Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Nigeria has taken a bold and historic step by creating a dedicated ministry to arts, culture, tourism, and the creative economy. The first in our nation's history, this act affirms that the creative and cultural industries are central to Mr. President's renewed hope agenda and Nigeria's long-term economic transformation. Through the ministry's 8-point agenda, the government is laying a foundation for sustainable growth from the Creative Economy Development Fund, which the Minister of Women Affairs spoke about, that empowers entrepreneurs to the Creative and Tourism Infrastructure Corporation, designed to finance the facilities and frameworks that turn talent into trade and creativity into capital. I've witnessed how storytelling through visual arts, film, fashion, and digital content have become instruments of advocacy and influence. Our artists are not just entertainers. They are cultural architects, diplomats, if I may say, but definitely policy influencers. This is why today's conversation matters, because beyond every policy lies a story waiting to be told, and behind every partnership lies a purpose waiting to be shared. Our distinguished panelists today represent the ecosystem from the World Bank's gender strategy and women in films advocacy to Kwara State's education innovation, Impact Ed's storytelling, and CC Hub's tech-driven policy leadership. So as we begin, I invite us to listen not only for what is being said, but what is being imagined, connecting intellect with empathy, data with story, and purpose with possibility. Allow me to introduce our panelists. First, we have Cecilia Karen, also known as Cici Wemedi. Okay, she's a member of Women in Film, and we also have Anne-Marie Munoz Budo from the World Bank, also online. Okay. Then we have Arik Noboa from Impact Ed International. Please join us, Arik. A round of applause as he joins the stage. We have Oluwadamilola Amolagbe from Kwara State Education Trust Fund. We also have Ojoma Ocha, Managing Director of CC Hub. So I've been informed that our panelists each have presentations that they will be presenting for us today. We'll start online with Cici. Cici, welcome.
Hi.
Hi, how are you today?
You can all hear me.
Yes, if we can turn up the volume a bit though.
Okay. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here in LA, so it's morning as well. It's lovely to be here. I hope everyone can hear me. Just give me a thumbs up if you can, then I can see. Awesome. Thank you so much. I will share my screen so that I can begin the presentation. I hope you can all see my screen. I think you can. If you can get another thumbs up, that would be great. Awesome. So today I'm going to be speaking about using advocacy to change scripts in Hollywood and beyond. At Women in Film, we create, amplify, execute global narrative change initiatives that use storytelling to advance equity and cultural impact. And as a storyteller and strategist myself, I am the senior project manager. I've lived and worked across 6 countries globally, including Nigeria. I lived everywhere from Lagos to Owerri to Abuja to Jos. I feel very, very honored to be able to share some of the work that we've done, and I've seen firsthand how powerful stories can be in shaping opportunity, perception, and progress. And today I'm really honored to see that vision being brought to life through Women in Film. So Women in Film is an organization that has been around since 1973. We have led the charge for gender equity in entertainment across the world through advocacy, education, and grant making. WIF has supported thousands of women across film, television, and digital media. And we're working to make our industry not just more inclusive, but more just. Today, we're proud to also extend that mission globally through our Women in Film International Programs department, which I am a part of. It's a multi-year initiative supported by the Gates Foundation. And the goal of this international programs team is to advance gender equity in entertainment industries worldwide and to use storytelling as that powerful tool for change. How have we been able to do that? So behind the scenes, we have worked to build bridges, conducting regional industry mapping, connecting filmmakers to local resources, and launching over 10 new women in film chapters across the globe. From Nigeria, we have a chapter led by the incredible Ajoke Silva, to Kenya, to Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, South Africa, and India. We've convened across different events, as you can see in some of these images, Marché du Film, which is at the Cannes International Film Festival, South by Southwest in Austin, and a number of other events across the world. We've convened creative communities at global festivals like Sundance, Cannes, and TIFF to really amplify the voices of the filmmakers whose stories deserve a global audience. And as a Hollywood-rooted institution, we are committed to ensuring that creatives within the Hollywood bubble are also learning with and from their peers across the world. So how else have we been able to build this infrastructure? So together with Women in Film International Television, which is our larger WIFTI bucket, we have been able to strengthen networks for women by working on 3 interconnected pillars. The first one is we're building infrastructure. So these chapters that we've been able to build are chapters that allow women to work together, to network with each other, to share resources, from toolkits to production sets opportunities, to really showing them that making a film, being a part of the entertainment industry is not a one-woman job, it is a community of people. And so that's the first way we've been able to do that. The second way we've been able to do that is by also co-developing resources for them. We're not building these chapters so that they can work on their own. We're building these chapters so that we can advocate and support them with high quality, entertaining, marketable storytelling opportunities that represent women and girls across the world. We also conduct filmmaker feedback sessions. We support them with creative toolkits and partnerships, and we support their projects, especially the ones that challenge gender norms and empower women both on the screen as well as off the screen. And the last thing, which is probably the most excited venture in our department, is we've been able to launch a content analysis framework. So like our friends at the World Bank, a research tool that has assessed how feature films represent gender equality and women's empowerment, both in front of and behind the camera. How have we been able to do this? We've been able to do this because in its first phase, we have completed research of 20 fiction feature films between 2020 and 2025 across Nigeria and Kenya specifically. These films were selected because they had popularity metrics across Netflix, Amazon, Showmax, Felix TV, and other areas. And we were able to, critically analyze these projects in terms of their level of gender equity, thematic depth, and institutional gaps within the African cinematic ecosystem, which just basically means what does one country have in the cinema and in the entertainment region that another country wouldn't have. And so by analyzing these areas, our goal is to then recommend practical tools that can drive gender norms and authentic representation in those stories. Each film was analyzed in 3 ways: on-camera representation, the story and theme that we're finding in the projects, as well as who is working behind the camera to amplify these stories. And so the women's participation off camera for us comes from another program that Women in Film has done, which is called a reframe stamp evaluation. This is a mark of distinction that we give to projects that have a gender balanced production. So that just means that whenever there's a project that has more women behind the camera or an equal amount of women behind the camera, especially in a lot of special skills, that is a really great thing. And how we've been able to tell that this is a great thing is because of a number of things. We've done a couple of reports to prove that women being behind the camera and women being behind the story, not just in front of the camera, is actually helpful and actually has revenue and cost support behind it. So one of the research that you're seeing right now is we've been able to show that across the board, whenever there are women behind the camera and a gender balanced production, you have 1.33 million more views, and you see a 10.5 rise in terms of the hiring behind that project. And this just means that you no longer have women actresses, but you also have women directors, camera operators, etc. Another area that we've been able to see this, as I mentioned, is in revenue. So we have seen that overall gender balanced projects have an average of 293 million more in revenue than non-gendered productions. So again, emphasizing that gender balanced productions are more equitable for production. Again, in other ways, we are able to reaffirm something that we've always known. Inclusion, and especially the inclusion of women and girls, is not only right, but it's actually good for business. And in other ways, we've also been able to see other stats and other findings in terms of why women are behind the camera and how these actually affects our stories. You know, things like performative inclusion versus transformative storytelling. Many productions showcase gender inclusion in appearance, but not in substance, and this actually affects us and affects how then we're risking reinforced stereotypes. And so to really, you know, wrap up the goal and the aim of our
Thank you
content
so
and
much, Cece. We're running out of time. So sorry to interrupt you, but let's move on to our next panelist. Thank you, Cece.
Thank you.
Next panelist will be Eric.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon, or almost evening. I'll jump right into it so we stay on time, but very pleased to be building on the foundation that Hajra set for us about our work. And if you could put the slides up for this presentation, that would be great. Impact Ed, as an organization, produces and distributes media for social impact across sectors, but really tackling wicked problems in education, the environment, health, livelihoods, mental health. And we've had some great successes. Some of that's been talked about already. Super proud of our International Emmy Award, and also certainly proud of here in Nigeria, awards we've had at the African Movie Academy Awards. And that's fantastic, and we're excited about that. But also, most importantly, the impact that we're having through viewership and getting entertaining work out there to viewers. We also do a lot of capacity building in helping other organizations, nonprofits, foundations, corporations really maximize the opportunity that Media for Social Impact or Social Impact Entertainment provides for us, and helping them achieve their goals through that. I thought today I would give just a little bit of a roadmap that we use and some of the principles that we use for our work, and really excited to hear from you all as the evening goes on about your frameworks and what we can learn from that as well. But I'll start with, and I'll go through a series of pieces that we work through in this framework. The first is problem. So what are the drivers of the problem? What's the behavioral science behind the problem? We really want to become obsessed and experts in the problem that we're trying to solve. The next is, what's the goal? Being really clear about the change that we want to make, making sure it's achievable, and developing a really sound and solid theory of change that we then can wrap everything around. I mean, that's got to be the center of the universe. And so all the decisions that we make, you know, from who we hire, distribution, creatives, it all needs to go back to that theory of change. And then the audience, who do we need to reach to achieve our goals? Really prioritizing and focusing as much as possible. A lot of times people come to us, organizations, and they say, well, I've made this movie and it's for everyone. And that's great, but it probably means there isn't really a focused theory of change behind it. And so that's important to think about. The other is co-creating from the start with the audience. Here in Kano State, we were doing that before we ever created the My Better World series. We were sitting with young people, hearing from them, understanding their stories. We're doing the same right now in Afghanistan, and sitting with young people to understand and having their story become the foundation, the core of the stories that we're telling. So it's a true co-creation process. Next is message. This is a bit of an obvious one, so basing it in behavioral science, focusing on what will really create change that media can achieve, and then focusing on the appropriate levers for change. Lastly, but this is really where we need to start, really want to start with what the distribution mechanism is going to be. So how do we reach that audience that we've identified with that message that we've also identified as critical? So distribution should really be guiding all the other decisions that we're making. And here is a caution, and Netflix has been sort of talked about a few times, but thinking about prestige versus impact. I love Netflix. We've got a couple of our films on Netflix. They're a great partner. We were careful to do non-exclusive deals with them. Don't maybe share that outside this room. I don't think they like to advertise that. But we did non-exclusive so it wouldn't step on other opportunities, and they were late in our distribution process because that reach is relatively small compared to other things. So if Netflix, for example, has a reach of maybe between 4 and 5 million total subscribers across sub-Saharan Africa, I mean, we did My Better World on Citizen TV in Kenya, and we could get 2 million verified viewers in an episode. And Arwa 24 can probably get, get that in a weekend. So thinking about what works for the goals of the project as opposed to what may it sound good or may make us feel great by having it on something that's kind of prestige. And the other thing is that production and distribution are really part of the same mission. So think about them as a complete package. Just a quick word about government partnerships. They're really a potential for development, for production, but also distribution. So here in Nigeria, we worked really closely with SUBEB, the Kano State Universal Basic Education Board. They were a part of our content review committee. So they were helping shape the content of My Better World before we even went to script, let alone to animation. And then they partnered in community screenings, and we trained local government authority and those facilitators so they could continue using and making the most of My Better World. In Kenya, we were working with the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development to get the show on their Edu channel. We worked with the National Ministry in Kenya to embed My Better World as part of their national mentorship policy and the rollout of that. And again, with the county governments in terms of local facilitators and making sure that that can continue on and our content becomes an asset that they have over the long term. So I'll end it there, and maybe if that sizzle reel is queued up, we can just end with a short 90-second sizzle reel. He's just going back to his computer. Thanks. Look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you so much, Eric. Now our third panelist, Anna. Anna, are you with us?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
See me? Brilliant. Hi, everyone. I'm going to skew all protocol and understanding that it's probably been a long day and you guys have been talking about really interesting things. Let me find my presentation to share quickly with you. I hope you can all see this.
Yes.
Yes, no?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I feel that a lot has been said today, so I'm going to try to be very concise. So the first thing is we've all talked about the power of a really well-told story, and the main question is how does this translate? And we know that it's multiple levers, whether it is emotional connections, relatable role models, social norms change. But the most important thing is that how do we use edutainment to both address issues where we really care about health, gender equality, and others, and how do we cross context and mediums? It's all really great, but when it comes to policy, and here I'm going to follow on Brenno's before, it is hard to balance multiple interests and particularly multiple institutional constraints and incentives. From a government and a policy side, and from us at the World Bank, our incentive is less about who views and is about what are they viewing and how does this manifest in practical changes. If you think of from our priorities that we have, so we first want to focus on improving policy and regulations, whether it is new technologies, regulatory frameworks, or development innovations, and to take this to solutions and impact. So what works to replicate in multiple settings, not only within the country, but multiple countries. And what you have there are our priorities in terms of gender, because I was told to talk about gender. We have 6 specific outcomes and 3 objectives, ranging from gender-based violence to women's leadership. So when we align what we can leverage from edutainment or media and entertainment media to these objectives, the most likely it is that we're going to align policy priorities. Take as an example this campaign that we did, for example, in Lebanon and Jordan and Indonesia, where we tried to support the government's efforts to expand childcare. And the support of childcare, both in terms by the household, so what the grandma accepts that the woman sends her kid to childcare, do the employers support women that work and don't discourage them to try to work because they're mothers, and others. And this went beyond just views, reach, and engagement to basically supporting and creating dialogue and an enabling environment for a policy to happen. From parliamentarians being willing to engage and talk about this, from the government being willing to put money behind the policy, and overall from municipalities and others to be willing to work. And I think here is probably from the policy side my first ask. How do we think about creating this kind of collective action force that can support the policy work? From the World Bank side or others, we can support the policy design, but policies go as far as public support goes and demand for them it goes. I'm going to borrow a sentence from the World Bank president, which is that we have to still shape. Probably we need to think less about what do we own, what is ours and our own, and what is our idea, to think about how can we replicate ideas to others, and also for those that have the copyrights and or make the money out of this, how can these things be shared more seamlessly across contexts and across countries, particularly when they work? So how do we think of partnering and finding the win-win between governments and private sector industries or across private sector industries? And here edutainment in sub-Saharan Africa overall has been instrumental to show that this can be done, whether it's Suga, whether it's others. And basically, how do we find the sweet spot where everybody wins and we don't get trapped into institutional arrangements and money? Replicating and adapting what works to new contexts, and I think Renos here I was going to talk about exactly the same thing. Our work that we've done in education, basically how do we translate academic and non-academic gains from one sector to another and from one country to another. And this works because we're dealing with a stakeholder that's exactly the same interest. All ministries of education want their children to learn, and all parents eventually want their children to learn. So what can we support here? And leveraging the synergies between actions and development objectives. And one of the, as I mentioned, childcare, for example, any effort in investing in childcare, whether it's in the Middle East, in East Asia, and in the Africa region, how do we align these policy aspirations with individuals and families' aspirations? And how much can then the entertainment industries support this, and we leverage the power to scale this demand and this support. Are we working, Victor, yes, this is my last one. Victor asked me, are we working with entertainment industries today? Yes. Our colleagues at the IFC have an entire creative industries arm that provides support to creative industries, and it focuses particularly on four things. Basically, supporting the policy framework at the government level to support creative industries, maximizing the contribution of these industries to bridge the gap between developing and developed markets, supporting issues such as intellectual property, copyright regulations, taxation, and others, but most importantly, working with incubators that offer these industries the possibility to grow, particularly the small ones, the locally produced ones, and the women-owned ones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. And for our next panelist, Oluwadamilola Amolagwe. Okay. Then we'll move on to the next panelist, Ojoma Oche.
Hello, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the applause earlier. I'm really pleased to be here to talk about one of my favorite things, stories. And one of the trickiest things that stories shape, norms. And I know that when we say norms, many people think about complicated sociology theories, complex gender indices. But norms are really like invisible scripts that shape how we think about who cooks, about who cleans, about who first apologizes, about whether women and girls have agency over their health, their economic outcomes, and their education. And in Nigeria, these scripts are written every day, in comedy skits that we watch and laugh about, in Nollywood films, and at 8 p.m. every Thursday, when the family gathers around the TV to watch whatever show is on at any given time. And growing up on Nollywood stories, I came to sort of imbibe this norm that endurance is virtue for women and ambition is bad. And that's the danger of norms. They slip quietly in our imagination until we can't remember when we started believing them. These invisible scripts shaping how we live. These scripts are reinforced in the entertainment that we consume every day. They normalize phrases like, act like a lady, or man up, or why you they drive like woman. These scripts make us forget that real men can cry, and that real men don't always come in tall, dark, and handsome packages. So throughout the Entertainment and Media Hubs program at CC Hub, supported by the Gates Foundation, we're really trying to flip the script by promoting stories that normalize equity instead of bias. The physical hubs that we have in Lagos and Nairobi, and the online communities that we have of storytellers, technologists, entrepreneurs are reimagining gender, power, and possibility. And the program is providing skills building, infrastructure, funding, and community engagement that help storytellers and creators tell what we're calling more gender equitable stories. So stories that create new narratives and ultimately create new norms. We launched the program towards the end of last year, and up until this point, over 200 pieces of content have been created by our community members or filmmakers, social media content creators, and television, and it has reached over 20 million people. Viral sketches and comedy skits like Man of the House talks about invisible labor and how it limits women's economic opportunities. And it drew hundreds of comments from men saying, I didn't realize I was doing this. And that's what the program is trying to do. And I mean, policy memos and documents may outline equality, But real change happens when that's accompanied by 2-minute skits or a short video that helps a man in Kaduna decide to wash the dishes so that his wife can make her morning meeting or just simply rest without guilt. Because stories speak louder than any statistic, I'd like to share another of the videos from one of our creators that's titled, "Does This Make You Uncomfortable?" I hope it makes you uncomfortable. Do we have the video? It's really short, it's 45 seconds.
Picture this. A man is walking on the street. Because I see him as nothing more than an object, I go, "Hey, it's fine boy." And when he ignores me, I say, "Ashewo." Because shouldn't he be grateful that I think he's cute, or that I want to talk to him, or that I think his butt looks really great in those pants, and that I tell him that loudly, and that I threaten him, and that I assault him, and that I make sure he never feels safe when walking the streets, but it's just a compliment, isn't it? So he should be grateful, shouldn't he? Tell me, does this make you feel uncomfortable?
Thank you on her behalf. So that reaction, that mix of laughter, discomfort, reflection, is exactly the point of the stories that we're enabling storytellers to tell, to move us from awareness to empathy and from empathy to change. And the skit that I just showed you, it reached over 250,000 views with hundreds of comments debating around lack of safety in public spaces for women, and how that ultimately then affects women's ability to participate in economic life, and the economic outcomes that that has. To date, through the Entertainment and Media Hubs program, we're working with 1,800 storytellers across Nigeria and Kenya. By 2031, we plan to have trained 20,000 storytellers with gender equitable storytelling skills, and to have reached over 200 million people with stories that make gender equity not just a policy goal, but also a social default. Because when norms change, everything follows. Women earn more, girls stay in school longer, families thrive, societies grow stronger, and hopefully tall, dark, handsome men stop being the archetype for romantic love. In closing, I'd like to say that as we gather under the World Bank's banner of entertaining change, I think we should all remember that we don't just need more content, we need more nutritious content. Stories that nourish empathy, that nourish curiosity, and that nourish equality. I'd like to say in closing that if as a people, we manage to change how far from being a question about distance to being a question about your well-being, I'm sure we can change gender equity from something that's just a policy discussion to something that's part of everyday life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ojoma. So now we'll move into the discussion after the presentations. And my first question goes to you, Cece. Cece, your work sits at the front lines of narrative change, using film and advocacy to shift how women are seen and how we see ourselves. In your experience, what does real policy impact look like when storytelling becomes advocacy? And how do we move from awareness to actual reform?
Okay, thank you for that question. So what I would say, the first thing is, you can't change the industry without understanding the industry, and you can't understand the industry without understanding how change works. And I think it's two sides of the same coin. The filmmakers, the policymakers, the funders, the governments, we all have to work together. I think for so long, change has been left at the helm of organizations that care about change. But the reality is the filmmakers also have to understand the change that you're asking them for. One of the greatest things that we've seen across the board is teaching filmmakers that they have been influenced by norms that they didn't even know about. because it's a society that we live in. Teaching funders that they have been influenced by norms, which is why they fund the same perpetuative stereotypes that are harmful. Teaching our societies that we then consume that media and we push it forward. So again, the envelope of change needs to come across the board, not just on one side. And I think that's the major problem that we face today. We think the next person needs to change when it's actually us. So I think those policies, start in your own organization. What's something that you have been doing, that you have done, that you've always done it the same way, and why have you done it the same way? Is it because you're not open to change, or is it because you don't know what change could look like? And we're here to help, to work with funders, to work with filmmakers. I'm so grateful to work with some of the people on stage, including Ojoma. You know, our chapters, her communities really working together to create an incredible, incredible stories, nutritious stories. So, yeah.
Thank you, Cece. So we need to break the norms. That reminds us that stories themselves can function as policy instruments. Let's now look at how data and narrative come together on a global scale. Anna Maria, the World Bank has long emphasized data-driven development, but your work also embraces the human side of policy, emotions, behaviors, and social norms. How can storytelling and creative media strengthen the uptake of gender-inclusive policies on the ground?
Thank you. I mean, I think we've heard examples all throughout the day today, so it's hard to tell you even more. But the main challenge that we normally have, particularly when talking about social norms, and I really appreciate the work and the discussion today, and actually our last presenter about what exactly are social norms. It's that when we work on these topics, this is not something that comes from the top down. It's not the government imposing people a way to think or a way to be. It's not we at the World Bank or policymakers telling you that what is right or what is wrong. It's helping you and helping societies along the way to reach a better place, to eliminate practices and behaviors that may be harmful and negative, and to support new ones, and to create a new organization. So there, data matters because it allows us to see why things are happening. So for example, in social norms, we're promoting a very strong data approach so we can know why are people behaving in specific ways or what are they afraid of. And there are new things that have been learned using data, such as this phenomenon called pluralistic ignorance that tells you that you think others are going to be super angry when you do something. And actually, they're also thinking that the right way to be is the one that you secretly, personally think, or the right way to do, whether it is to send girls to school, whether it is to use contraception, whether it is for men to help more at home. So what media and entertainment media can do here is to help us realize and show those cleavages, show that people's private supports go in that direction, to help us change narratives. I mean, and change aspirations. In Brazil, soap operas got people to have fewer children just because they like looking at the rich households that had fewer children. That's not minor. And it created support for different things. In the US, it's also happened. So there are plenty of opportunities to support the good behaviors and support the dialogue around the things that may be uncomfortable, as we just saw in that short video, instead of reproducing the things that we think are the old ones, the harmful ones, and others. And that can support then policy action.
Very insightful, Anna. Thank you so much. So data meeting humanity. Let's explore how that theory becomes tangible through entertainment, education. Eric, you've produced content that has reached hundreds of millions. Your video showed us that globally. Proof that entertainment can drive measurable social change. How do you translate emotional engagement into tangible outcomes that policymakers and funders can recognize?
Wow, I wish there was a really easy answer to that one. I think in terms of the funders piece, it's knowing really what they care about. Sometimes they care about hard quantitative data, and that's really important. And one of the reasons why we're so grateful for the work that Victor and his team do because it gives form, it puts numbers around the things that we experience on a daily basis. So the value of that is hard to put into words. It's really necessary. I think the other is being good listeners, and again, that co-creation process. The thing that I love about production is that it's a team sport, and so you need everybody else playing their part, filling their role, and so when you have that, and that includes not just the writers, but the researchers, the co-creators, the audience members who are part of your testing groups or focus groups, bringing everybody together towards one goal, I think is really exciting, and is how we can ensure that we're hitting the mark and creating the impact that we want to see. The other thing that I might just mention too, that I was thinking about when Maria was speaking, was just that, and I saw this with work I'm very familiar with Hajra was talking about, but Umi was talking about this as well, and that is that behavior change can be an individual experience, but it's also a community and a communal experience.
Yeah.
So having those group screenings, those community screenings, theatrical screenings, there's a real power in that, because if we're going to change norms, boy, it's a lot easier if we all decide to change together than if I'm like going out and being an outlier. So I really appreciate that about some of the things that have been shared today.
Thank you so much, Eric. It shows how entertainment can educate and how community can change social norms. Now let's bring the focus back home to policy innovation in Nigeria's education sector. Damilola, your leadership in Kwara has shown how policy, digital innovation, and advocacy can transform education. What lessons can be drawn from that experience for those seeking to design gender-responsive education systems nationwide?
Hello, everyone. I'll also be standing on the protocol observed earlier. I feel like I'm in a room full of pros, so I don't know if I will have that much lessons to give, but I could just share my experience. And the first thing I know is to make sure you get your stakeholders together. So with Kwara State, the first thing we had done is make sure our governor went ahead and declared a state of emergency on education in Kwara State. This meant we had to get together all of the stakeholders in a top summit in Kwara State and see how we could walk back from the solutions to where we were trying to go. So what we did is that our panelists and people we brought together for the summit were people we knew we were hoping to work with in the future. So even partners like, of course, World Bank, who was represented by the senior education specialist then, Dr. Tunde Adekola, was our keynote speaker. So we were intentional about the people we brought into the room. Of course, you talk about all of these things, but you cannot do without your funding. The thing with government most times, it seems like, or at least in Kwara State, education is expensive to fix. So no matter how much budgets the state puts in, it is just never enough. So the next thing we knew was that, hey, we needed an education trust fund. We needed a budget or an agency where we knew that was only solely focused on education in Kwara State. Because if we had all of these ideas and we brought all of these amazing people who we know had the right solutions for where we were trying to go to, and we didn't have the money to back it, then it was just sort of pointless. So thankfully, the communique from that summit is what has led us, which included sponsoring a whole bill to kick off this education trust fund in the state. Of course, there were the delays before it became a law, but then successfully we went into operation in 2003, even though the summit was in 2023, even though the summit was in 2020. So I think what is important is making sure you are at least, first of all, starting with all of your stakeholders in the room, working back from your solutions, knowing what you're trying to achieve, and taking it from there.
Thank you, Damilola. So you've spoken, yes, that deserves a round of applause. You've spoken about stakeholders, and I'm also aware of how your project really focuses on community. But policies thrive when people trust them, when communities see themselves in reform. You've often said that policy succeeds when communities see themselves in it. So how has storytelling, whether through local champions or creative media, helped to build public perception and trust around the reform in Kwara State?
Well, one of the most exciting things my team and I actually love to do is visit the markets in Kwara State, especially during times like this, during half term, because we are dealing with public schools. So you know that when the kids are not in school, they are in the market with their parents and hanging out. So one of our favorite things is every other time when there's a break, we go to the markets and we see a kid and we call the kid up because we know of the work we're already doing. So we're like, hey, sing a song from something public school that we know that you know, and then it just gathers so much excitement there within the community. You find the other person who's selling meat, selling rice, everybody coming together, and you know, just proud to see the development and actually see the work that we're doing. So that is one of our favorite ways to actually promote our what we do through the community and through the people who were actually affected. So that's one of our favorite things to do. Go visit the markets and pick up the kids there, and nobody lies in the market. The market is one of the truthful places you can actually visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Damilola. Ojoma, you shocked us and made us uncomfortable with the video that you presented, and from your earlier reflections in your presentation, I'd like to ask, you've helped shape global conversations on digital rights and creative ownership. What policy frameworks should African governments, in particular we're in Nigeria, so let's speak about the Nigerian government, prioritize to protect and empower creators in the digital age?
This will feel like jumping on a trend, but AI is reshaping everything we do, including how we create content. And so I think a fundamental, urgent thing that we must do is to make sure that in this AI shift that's happening, we don't lose out on embedding our cultures, our histories, our perspectives into artificial intelligence. Because whether we like it or not, AI is inevitable. What we are now trying to figure out is what are the guardrails that we're going to put in place, and how do we build AI models, how do we build technology that's inclusive, and it's not widening the gap, and it's not making one culture or one perspective or one paradigm dominant because they happen to have access to those tools. So for me, the most urgent thing that we need to do is around AI strategy, AI policy, to make sure that our voices and our narratives and our stories are in the AI models that are going to shape the content that we'll be creating and that we're already creating. We don't want to be creating content where when you do a prompt for, I don't know, I remember even just a few months ago, you do a prompt for certain professions and it's a certain race and a certain gender that comes out. And then you do a prompt for criminals and stuff and it's another race and another gender that comes out. We don't want that. So I think AI policy is urgent, and it has so much implication for education, for entertainment, for social impact, norms, and everything that we're speaking about today.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all of our panelists here today, as well as the organizers, for putting this very important conversation together. We've heard different things from entertainment, edutainment, to social norms, and how policy partnerships and advocacy can create equity within our communities and equality for women as well. I hope that everyone was able to engage with the conversation and learn from it, and that we'll take these strategies into our communities and further push the policies within our government. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your time.
Please, another round of applause for my amazing moderator, Mariam, and our great speaker, our panelists. We have Cece, Anna, Arik, Damilola, and Ojoma. I think they gave us nice insight on different sectors, how we all can come together as advocates and use entertainment and storytelling. So please, another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Can I please have Fife and Victor on the stage for our picture? So I think a point to remember is that change needs to come across the board. Not one person is responsible for change. Like one of our panelists said, many of us think that is the next person that has the problem, not us. But I think we all can look inward and see how we can all change and adapt and see how we can all then use media to promote the change to, of course, better affect all reform. So that includes media houses, of course, governments, influencers, advocacy organizations, policy pushers, everyone. We all have something that we can do to actually affect this change that we are all talking about. So now, since we've been talking about entertainment and media this entire day, I think it's time that we continue in that line, but kind of make it a little bit more engaging and fun. We do have a few screenings that we're about to engage in. We're going to watch some of these entertainment, some of these mediums that people are actually using part of their storytelling to, of course, impact social change and gender equality. So I'm going to go ahead and call up, I think I'll call up each person with the medium first, and then we'll end up with a panel session afterwards to just talk about more how we're using entertainment and media to do storytelling. So our very first presenter, I guess I'll say, for this evening is Samuel Freiberger. He is of Impact AI. Well, he's going to talk about Impact AI and edutainment. Again, Sam is the data scientist and program lead of DEC DI AI program World Bank. Please, Samuel, are you here, and is your video ready for us? Perfect. So as he's coming up to the stage, again, Sam is a research scientist working at the intersection of computer science and the social sciences, using the digitization of daily life to study human behavior at an unprecedented scale. His work has been published in Science, PNAS, Science Advances, and leading computer science conferences such as ACL, EMNLP, and ICWSM, and featured in the Wall Street Journal, The Economist, The Washington Post, Axios, and an award-winning documentary. So again, he'll be leading us on Impact AI and edutainment. Please, a round of applause for Samuel.
Thank you, and it's good to see everyone again and see that you guys have been patient and diligent to stay here all day. So I'm going to be talking about an AI product that my team has been building at the World Bank that is aiming to solve a very concrete issue that we face in the development space. As we've been talking about all day, we now have a tremendous amount of evidence on what works through behavioral change communication campaigns, but more generally across the development space. But one problem that the development community often face is that this evidence is sometimes hard to access, especially when decisions have to be made quickly. Think of a policymaker that needs to decide on which program to invest in, or someone in the field that needs to design a program but doesn't know necessarily what's the best way of doing that. That's really the problem that Impact AI is trying to solve. It's an AI tool that's really trying to bridge the gap between all this amazing high-quality evidence that we've generated on what works and decision makers. So what's Impact AI in practice? It's a conversational agent specialized for development. So think of it as the ChatGPT for development that's trained specifically on high-quality research. You can ask any question on what's the impact of behavioral change communication or whatever you are interested in. It's going to respond, but specifically by telling you how impactful different types of programs have been on different populations, and so on. And it's going to draw the evidence to answer not from anything it's been gathering on the web, but specifically on rigorously evaluated studies to ensure that the information is sound and accurate and is not just made up by the AI. Not only that, but it also helps you compare the effects of a campaign across context, population, delivery channels, and so on. So it's really a way for you to think about what's the best way, what's going to be the most effective way to implement a program. So I know this session was about showing a video, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be showing you First, a promotional video about the product itself, and then a demo of what a query looks like. I think we have to switch screen, right, in order to get a better signal.
Save lives, strengthen education, and ensure food security. But how do we know every decision is right? Meet Impact AI, a generative AI assistant that turns decades of research into clear, actionable evidence you can trust.
Imagine a world where every dollar and every resource is used at its maximum.
Designed for policymakers, researchers, and development partners, Impact AI delivers evidence you can act on instantly.
When you ask a question, say about how to improve learning outcomes, increase food security, or reduce poverty, it quickly synthesizes the most up-to-date research on that topic. So a task that used to take weeks, if not months, can now be done almost instantaneously.
Most research shows associations, two things that happen together, but associations aren't enough to bet billions. Impact AI highlights causality, compelling evidence that tells you what actually moves the needle.
People are able to interact with the data and with the findings clearly and easily through not only research summaries, but also through visualizations and plots.
By making evidence directly comparable, decision makers can clearly see what interventions work best and in which contexts.
We are trying to bring to you a tool that leverages 20, 30 years in investments in understanding how to optimize development policy and development programs.
With this tool, we built a library of proof, not patterns, proof of what really drives change across time and place so that we can scale solutions with confidence. Impact AI helps us identify high-impact interventions, maximize social returns, and scale proven solutions with confidence.
AI systems are already woven into our daily lives, helping us process information and make choices. But when the stakes are this high, speed isn't enough. You need insights you can trust. Impact AI, clarity you can act on.
Can we switch? Also, obviously the bar was very high in terms of inspirational videos today, but hopefully you still felt somewhat inspired by this. Okay. So now, to show you a bit more concretely how that works, suppose you want to design a program about, implementing a behavior change communication. Oops, this is going fast, so let me go back if I can. Yeah. So here I'm showing you an example concretely where I'm asking, do emotional storytelling lead to stronger attitude or norm change than factual messaging? So this is a very concrete question about how to design a behavioral change communication campaign. How should I frame the messaging? Should I make it more emotional or more factual? And in which context do different kinds of messaging are going to resonate more? And in essence, what it says, and as you can see, everything is sourced back by research. In essence, what it says is that emotional storytelling tend to work more for norm switching, which is very aligned with a lot of the things we've been discussing today, but that factual stories can also be useful for correcting misperceptions or for call to actions. And so it shows you not only, case studies, but more generally, in the aggregate, when you look at all the research that's been done on a particular topic, how strong has been the effect, and that's really what you could see in that visualization that I was showing you. But then how that can vary across contexts, population, countries, and so on, as I was mentioning. So I'd love for you guys to test it if you're interested. We're going to be demoing the tool outside on a booth with my colleague Sharif, who is over there at the corner. And so we'd love to hear what you think, what you like, what you don't like. We're going to be releasing it publicly in the upcoming weeks. So any feedback you have now is going to be extremely useful for us for that public launch. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you again, Samuel, for this your presentation on our Impact AI. I do think that once we call the panelists back up, we probably do need to do some prompts and really see this in action. So I'll be putting you on the spot. So for our next presenter, we will have Wame Jallow, of the Executive Director of MTV Staying Alive Foundation. She'll be showing us a piece on content and community around the globe. I think also someone else will be joining her, Bola Ade Ogunfuye. And again, of course, Wame Jallow, she is a global health, rights, and environmental advocate with more than 22 years of experience promoting equitable access to health services and medicine. So I believe we're in for something very good when we're talking about how we're using entertainment for high impact. So please join me in welcoming Wame Jallow back up to the stage.
All right, good evening, everyone. Very excited to be here to show you some movie time. We're going to take you around the world. You've heard all presentations today talking about the importance of entertainment media, and this is just an opportunity this evening to see some of it. We're going to be showcasing work from India, from our work in South Africa, Kenya, and here in Nigeria. I'll be joined by my colleague Bolade, who will also walk through with you on several of the different films. We'll just try and make it brief. It's short clips. It's about a minute each, 2 minutes in some instances, but it will just give you a sense of how we've been able to address issues around gender-based violence, issues around intimate partner issues, family planning, sexual reproductive health, and then we'll also show a little bit more about Afefe on women's economic empower. So over to Balade.
Hello, everybody. As she mentioned, we're going to do a quick trip around the world, and we're going to start with Nigeria. First off, Nigeria is an interesting place where we know that when taboos and norms close doors, sometimes comedy and laughter opens the doors for us and helps us or allows us to have those kind of conversations.
I'm literally just finishing my studies. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit.
Babe, please don't forget your hot date tonight. I
go.
Baby, I'm not ready for you. One day, but not yet.
I hope you guys smiled and laughed at that. And then through comedy, we're going to show that by taking a simple message of how having a baby can change a young girl's life, and then adding comedy and laughter to it, we'll be able to tell that story in a relatable way that resonates with everybody. As we move forward, one of the things that's important to us is engagement, feedback, and being able to connect with people. So we're going to be putting forward, please, next, a QR code that you guys can scan and share and let us know how you feel about our work and how you feel about us. And then as we move forward, we'll be able to share a feelings cloud, basically. And that illustrates a lot of our work around how we've been able to turn digital tools into being able to share feedback and being able to share a messaging that resonates with everybody. So as we move forward, beyond this, Nigeria is important, but also we understand that other communities and other regions are important as well. We look at a place like India, wherein something as simple as family planning looks a certain way in Nigeria, but looks a different way in a country like India. And we need to tell those stories in ways that resonate and reflect and connect with that particular audience. And regardless of the fact that it's a universal message, it still reads different, sounds different, and connects different. Amen? All right. Please play.
दोनों के लाइफ में तो खुशी है ही नहीं, क्योंकि घर में बच्चे ही नहीं है, तो खुशियां कहाँ से आएगी?
जज साहब, इनकी दिक्कत ये है कि हम बिना बच्चे के भी खुश कैसे हैं? अंकल जी, किसी और पड़ोसी पे नजर लगाइए।
आगे की जिंदगी में बच्चे हमारा इन्वेस्टमेंट है।
फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी भी तो जरूरी है।
बुढ़ापे के फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी के लिए बच्चे पैदा किए जाते हैं क्या?
एक गोली खाओ लड़का बनाओ, 2 गोली खाओ लड़की बनाओ।
पहले आप ये बताइए ओवरीज क्या होता है?
हमारा वंश आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा?
हमारा नाम कौन याद रखेगा बताइए ना।
पिताजी को भी पूछिए, उनको अपने परदादा के दादा का नाम याद है? नहीं ना।
मैं नौजवान तू हूर है, दिल के हाथों मजबूर है, मौका भी है दस्तूर है, कुछ हो जाने दो ना, हाँ दो ना, हाँ दो ना। कुछ पल का ये फितूर है, फिर पछताना जरूर है, और मुश्किल भी भरपूर है, मुझको समझाने दो ना, हाँ दो ना। क्या कहीं कुछ ऐसा वैसा हो नहीं जाए।
All right, so that's India, and that's taking again the sugar format to another context. And what was important at the time was to actually look at the issues that were prevalent to young people. In that courtroom scene, it was actually inspired by a real story when parents were suing their adult children for not having kids. It was hard to believe, yet incredibly familiar to countless of young people in India. The second one, curiously, is a 40-second video that went viral, 4 million organic views and 70,000 shares. And this happened overnight because we switched the format from long form to short form content. So it tells you the power of how you can actually use different types of format to reach audiences very quickly. Thanks.
So for us, we know that Nigeria is one of our #1 places to do work and be able to, achieve stuff. But we've also understood that another vibrant market for us is South Africa, wherein we've been able to, tell stories that connect with certain audiences and being able to show the seriousness with deep research and with strong messaging and empathetic strategy that connects with the audiences and shows messaging that is important to the target audience and connects with them at their places of need through their communities, through their areas, and then through their everyday walk of life. For starters, one of our key messaging for South Africa is gender-based violence and being able to protect young women across South Africa, across South Africa and southern regions of Africa. Please play the next video.
Wait. When do I see you again?
There's a line. Thank you.
Which of your broke schoolboys is gonna spoil you like this?
So now you think because you got me your phone, you can get my digits and skip to the front of the line.
I just want to get to know you better.
And he just gave you all this stuff.
It's got good taste. We need to watch out, eh? You know how Saul likes to change his wallpaper girls.
I've been calling and you're not answering.
Sorry, wrong number. Saul, how many times do I have to tell you? Call me when my dad leaves. Just chill out, guy.
When I call.
Thank you. It's interesting that the actor that plays Saul in the clip you just saw now, that's the male actor, the male character there. He was so affected by what he had to portray for that show, that's Down South Season 1, that he was influenced and he was inspired to create real life content that blends that fiction with real life, wherein it now helped to fuel one of our most should I say one of the most impactful content series, MTV Sugar What Makes a Man, wherein it took away from just not fiction to go into real communities and talk to people that are affected by gender-based violence, that are affected by toxic masculinity, and then it shows and illustrates how this affects and the knock-on effect of this in society and with young women and with young girls and women across South African communities. Please play.
I'm Makai, and I'm on a journey. I'm about to be a father.
Congratulations, madam.
I'm on a journey to explore what makes a man in this climate of GBV.
Over 2,700 women have been killed as a result.
My biological father raped me. How am I going to ensure that my child doesn't grow up to be that man? So my journey is to go around meeting different people of different genders to unpack what makes a man.
Look at our history. It's always war. We men really don't know how to deal with the issue.
I think what causes a problem is when people feel like they have to compensate for a lack of masculinity.
And because of that, I'm worried with how I'm going to raise my son. Catch MTV Sugar, What Makes a Man. What makes a man?
You're not born a man. You have a sex organ. You become. And you become through socialization. How you're taught, things that you're being told. From a very young age, you get told to say, like, you're a boy, behave like one. You're a girl, behave like one. For boys, that process is very traumatic. That process is very violent. By pushing, it's a demonstration to say, I'm not the weakest. And this is the burden that men sort of like carry. They need to prove. And this proving has to happen in a public fora.
Yeah.
You know, for it to be seen. Okay? And that proving, it becomes costly and it becomes costly and costly and costly. Because along the way, men stab each other. You know, the male homicide in this country is skyrocketing.
If men were allowed to cry or show their emotions instead of acting them out on themselves and others, then we can rebuild a community, a society together. You know, a community that embraces and protects and loves each other. We need a reset. And this is just the beginning.
We're excited for that because it actually won us after. Ayanda's an example of an ambassador of gender-based violence issues. I mean, he not only acted in it, but then he turned around and actually said to become an advocate. And this documentary is a testament to that, to say our actors become influencers, become ambassadors of the issue. Stephanie, that you see in there, is also our co-board chair and as MTV Staying Alive Foundation. So she went from acting that scene to also becoming a social influencer on all those issues. And she always says, you guys killed me after season 1. Like, what is this? So, and that's because when we're listening to young people to say, what are the issues that you would like to see? They're like, somebody always dies, and you need to have one of the characters actually die. So she keeps saying, bring me back, and we can bring her back in a different way. We're going to move to Kenya very quickly. And just to say, you know, we were back in Kenya after 15 years, and that was actually quite an incredible experience to relaunch the new sugar called Mashariki, which means East. And in addition to just showing a new season of sugar about gender equality and equity, education, livelihoods of young people in Kenya, we also decided to launch 3 documentaries that actually talk about some of the social issues that young Kenyans are facing. And this particular documentary has just actually premiered at the MBO Film Festival in Kenya over the weekend, and we'll show you a short clip. It's called Johnny, John and Jonty, and it follows a story of a young girl called Nuru, who is a young woman confronting love, trauma, identity. And what I love about this is that it shows the behind the scenes of what some of the writers, directors also encounter as they're developing these soccer series. Next video.
Gen Zs only fear pregnancy, marriage, and data bundles running out.
What we pitched was a concept called acting out, where you take all this data, you transform it into some kind of story, and then within the narratives of the film, some of these data points or some of these views from young people come out.
We didn't have any secrets. She told me everything.
Everything comes at a price.
I know what violence in a home looks like.
You had nothing when I met you, and you still have nothing.
ukilalisha utakulwa na jirani.
All right, we come full circle back again to Nigeria, and I think we showed this case, this film earlier today, Afefe, which is about a young woman called Semi. It was Folu Storms who acted in it, and it was really trying to touch upon the issues that we're seeing around young women's having the social and economic disparities of young women when it comes to taking care of home, but also at the same time the economic burdens and wanting to work. So we're going to show you a little bit more than what we showed this morning. So reeling the next video. Minutes.
Thank you so much, Wame and Bolade. I think we saw some very entertaining yet very educational clips, and I think that's what this conversation has been all about, how we can use entertainment to educate. I think we were all moved. I think something here moved at least each and every one of us, so that's what we're talking about. We're trying to see how we can use entertainment media to have high impact, produce quality content for quality conversations. So our next presenters will be Arik Noboa and Ajara Metro of Impact Ed. We have Arik, who is the co-CEO and executive producer of Impact Ed, where he oversees operations and leads efforts to create measurable change through edutainment education, and Ajara, who is the education and humanitarian professional with expertise in program management, monitoring and evaluation, and knowledge in management. Again, round of applause for Impact Ed International, Arik and Ajara. Thank you.
We're going to show a trailer and then a short clip. For the folks back in the AV, there are 4 videos, but we're just going to show 2 of them. The first one, could we show the Shina trailer? This is a show that we did, a full-length feature film we did for audiences in Southern Africa, and could I just for 1 second? And the purpose and goal here was around showing peer support and building peer support for in the face of gender-based violence, and also to build positive models in positive masculinity. So this is Shina.
What would you do if you could do anything?
What are people going to say?
People like me don't win competitions like that.
In those days, parents thought a girl was better off in the kitchen than in the classroom.
I made a promise when Mama was dying.
Even if it means you're gonna get sick.
What choice do I have? I'm looking for a man who can take responsibility for his actions.
The future belongs to those who build on what's come before.
There are opportunities out there, people. It's just a matter of you seeking them out. Because you are the only ones responsible to improve your own lives.
Mama, I've got something to tell you.
Everyone has to find their own way.
I want to stop. I want to find another way.
You cook the eggs, and I'll cook the rams. Even kana uri short, mazai ano rebesa.
Can you get your presents?
Child, he's a dangerous man.
There's something you're about to say, my sister.
And what makes you think I can? Because I know you shine. And you're way too determined to just quit.
It's time for us all to stop repeating the mistakes of the past. Be kind and compassionate to one another. Forgiving each other.
Do you see, Coco? I'm trying.
So now I would like to introduce the My Better World
which is consists of 55 episodes. It's an animated live video accompanied by some life experiences of role models. So basically, it's centered around the life of 6 characters, their daily lives and how they live. They are usually young children within the school age, inspiring themselves and their communities. So some of the themes of the My Better World are responsible decision-making, resilience, caring for ourselves and others, safety and security, goal setting, as well as rights and responsibilities. So the My Better World, as shared earlier, has been used for community screenings as well as for club activities. So in terms of community screenings, some of the areas that we touch include early marriage, child labor, girls' aspirations, as well as calling for community action. So I would like you to show some of the episodes. Can you start with episode 1? Oh, thank you.
Lives, strengthen education, and ensure food security. But how do we know every decision is right? Meet Impact AI, a generative AI assistant that turns decades of research into clear, actionable evidence you can trust.
Imagine a world where every dollar and
Hi, my name is Abby. Welcome to My Better World. My friends and I are always...
Not that one. You had the right episode 1. Thank you so much. I know you're managing a lot back there. I'll say as you're queuing up the video, though, because there's a representative here in the room, that this was originally funded by the UK government and FCDO. And I point that out to thank them, but also to point out that this was funded several years ago and is still making an impact. It's still being used in communities here in Nigeria, in Kenya, in other parts, and other funders have come in now and are funding the continued distribution and community engagement with this. So it's an investment from FCDO that continues to live on and on and on, well beyond what it was originally intended, and we're really excited about that.
Hi, my name is Abby. This is the start of a journey that is all about improving your life. So how are we going to do that? By learning from each other. My friends and I are always discovering things about our lives.
Finding ways to help us understand the world around us.
And help us to make better choices and to think about the future.
We are going to help each other understand what well-being is and how to find the strength inside us all.
Strength that can make a difference to our family, community, our country.
Even the whole world. Welcome to My Better World. So, who are we? Well, Amina loves football and is our star goalkeeper. Her brother Yusuf is great at making all kinds of things. Yes, Rosa is our future scientist. She loves collecting cool things to show us. And that is Freddie. He is the most brilliant singer, but can be a little shy sometimes. And that is Grace. She loves making clothes. Being well, the watermelon story.
Now, who can tell me what factors influence weather and climate? Grace? We discussed this yesterday. Answer the question.
I'm sorry, Miss Jessica, but I just don't see how this is going to help me.
Grace!
Go find out what's going on with her.
Come on, Amina. Grace, stop. Grace, what's gotten into you?
Just leave me alone. Hey, you can tell us what is going on. We are your friends.
If you were my friends, you wouldn't have to ask.
Good work, Rosa. Now, today, we are going to learn about how we are able to measure the weather. Has anyone read this chapter?
Me, Teacher Jessica.
Me too.
Well done. Can you draw a weather instrument for us?
Yes, ma'am.
You two are welcome to join.
Maybe next time. Thanks. So, you seem a little bit distracted today. Is everything all right?
I'm worried about Grace. Something must be wrong. It's not like her to miss school.
Well, look on the bright side. At least we were not distracted in the class today.
Should we go to her house? You coming?
Okay.
Grace! Grace! Are you home?
Well, we tried. Come on, let's go.
No, Amina, we have to keep looking.
Okay.
Watermelons, come and get... What are you doing here?
Looking for you.
So you have come to laugh at me now?
Laugh? No. Grace, we were concerned about...
Look, I don't have time to chat, so unless you have actually come to buy watermelons.
Fine, I'll buy one. My mother gave me some money for food shopping. There. So are you going to tell us what's going on?
Well, you know how it is. During watermelon season, my mother makes me miss classes to sell them in the market. And when I do come to school, I'm so far behind. I don't even know what is going on.
So you have to sell all these watermelons?
Just wait.
You have to sell all of this?
Yes. They are all from my uncle's farm. The whole family helps out.
Why didn't you ask us for help?
You have your own things to worry about.
Don't be silly. That is what friends are for.
Maybe we can help.
Let us meet Fatima from Nigeria to see how she was able to achieve well-being.
My name is Fatima. I am a pilot. I am the first female pilot from my home state, Kano State. It has always been my dream. I always wanted to be a pilot. I have a passion for it. I always wanted to be in the cockpit, handling the controls myself, making this huge machine do what I wanted to do. Flying an airplane with a lot of passengers whom I have entrusted their lives upon my bare hand is the most satisfying and fulfilling feeling. When I was in secondary school, I used to like geography a lot, and it helped me a lot during my flight training. Back then in flight school, I was the only female out of over 100 students. I was constantly ridiculed by those who felt a woman doesn't belong in a flight school. Honestly, for someone to succeed, you need to be hardworking, you need to be willing to commit and dedicate beyond expectation, push beyond all limits, and you must be willing to bypass circumstances. Men and women are equal. The aircraft itself doesn't recognize gender. It's just a matter of actions imposed by the pilot and responses returned by the aircraft. To the young girls out there, got a dream, believe in yourself and chase it down. Don't let anybody tell you you can't do it.
I've got it.
So this is just a short clip of what the My Better World is. So like I said, animated series accompanied by inspirational real life stories that inspire the communities and the girls. So thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Impact Ed. I love the fact that we're seeing different types of edutainment. We first saw the more formal tech, tech-centric. Then we saw, more, let's say, Gen Z, things that people can relate with. And now we have animation. So it just proves to us that it's very true that we can use entertainment and media to tell these kinds of stories. And now for our next presenter, we have a filmmaker, producer, and director from Kannywood, Falalu Dorai. Is he here with us? He's not here. Okay, well, he was supposed to be here. I guess he wanted to show us one of his films that also talk about things that are going on in his community and how he's using entertainment to tell those stories. So I would like to call all of our beautiful people back up to the stage so we can have a more in-depth conversation on actually the to-dos. How can we actually use, everyone in this room, how can we make use of entertainment and media and content to tell these kinds of stories that we're doing? So please join me again in welcoming Samuel, Wame, Bolade, Arik, and Ajara back to the stage. I hope there's enough chairs. I think so. Please, a round of applause as they come back up to the stage. You know, they do all this amazing work, and let's get into their heads. Let's see how we can extract some things so we can go back to our different offices and homes and see how to push this message on. You know, oftentimes we attend conferences and events and speeches, and everything sounds good, but we don't really have the to-dos, how to actually execute these kinds of similar projects into our work, back where we come from. So first, I do have a selfish plug. I'm coming to each and every one of us here on this stage. Like I mentioned earlier, I am the SSA to the governor of Edo State on tourism and creative economy, and this is something that we're trying to do. We realize that right now, to interact with the youth, you just have to use entertainment. They're not listening to this here, they would have left a long time ago, right? So we need to figure out how to use entertainment and media. So I will be connecting with each and one of you to see how we can bring these messages down to the South-South. Also, as a South-South girl, I do kind of know when it comes to international funders, they have kind of where they like to focus. But I'm just asking all of us in this room and the people on the stage, please don't forget us in the South. I do know that the West or maybe the North, but we too, we're here anyway. So let me just go and sit down and we can start. Hello. All right. Let me go ahead and start with the ones that many of us know already. My Sugar team, right? So we kind of know Sugar, and we know that Sugar has gone from, Nigeria to South Africa to Kenya. I think what will be, critical for everyone here in the room, how do you all kind of choose the stories you want to tell, and then how do you go from maybe research to entertainment? I think that's the hardest part. Many people here in the room probably know, they have their data, they have the evidence, they know what it is, but how do they now use the media to tell these stories in a more catchy, presentable way?
Hello, everybody, again. For us, I just remembered one of my favorite books. It's by someone named Trisha Nwabani, I Do Not Come to You by Chance. And that's kind of like how we work, that's how we think. Wherein nothing is by chance, nothing is, let's just do something. No. It starts with audience-centric research. We start by trying to understand what exactly is our target audience, what is their pain point, what is important to them, what resonates with them, one. Secondly, then we delve into understanding the profile of the audience. Where do they play? What do they like to do? Who do they talk to? Do they like large crowds? Do they prefer smaller networks? For example, we've realized that younger audiences, especially Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, don't particularly like large macro influencers, for example. They prefer micro and nano influencers, wherein they can begin to create and fashion their own smaller networks. That's one thing that we've learned by listening to these audiences. And then we take that forward to begin to then plan and reverse engineer to say, what do we want the audience to see? What do we want them to feel? What do we want them to take away? And what do we want them to do with this content? And that helps us to re-engineer, because if, for example, we say, I don't know, a Fola, for example, Fola is in the target audience, just hypothetically, do we want, for example, do we want them to see content that connects to them through, trusted voices? Do we want them to, feel guilty, like the clip we saw earlier, by saying, do you want them to feel guilty enough to say, I'm responsible for this, and look in the mirror? Do you want them to then begin to question and police their own friends in the community? Do you want them to, take action by reporting perpetrators? That helps in a way to plan the strategy of the campaign and what we want to do, and that answers all our questions in terms of how we do what we do, and that definitely connects with the audience, resonates with the target audience, and delivers the impact that we reach out for in our campaigns.
Great, that was amazing. Please, a round of applause for him. I think he gave us some very key insight. So now for Impact Ed, to be honest, this is my first time learning about you all, and I'm amazed. Like, I have too many personal questions, but just for this conversation, I know you mentioned that I think the animated series was sponsored or supported by the British government. So I know many people here do have a World Bank connection, but I'm sure there's some that are trying to get that World Bank connection. How do we convince funders that edutainment is the thing, right? There's many funders who still just want you to do your reports, print out your white paper, and do your conference. So how do we convince funders that we want to do this entertainment right? We do believe that this is the better way to actually affect the change that we're looking for.
That is a hard question. I think some of it is pointing to the success. And when I mean that, I don't mean just pointing to our success. I talk about Suga all the time as a point of success in social impact entertainment. And so finding those points of success, and there are, working with Victor and his team, they've done extensive research, and so that body of evidence is there. I hope that Impact AI and the things that they're doing make all those white papers and things even more accessible and available to all of us so that we can really capture the impact, because the evidence, I think Victor would agree, the evidence is there, right? Well, I mean, it's there. It's just a matter of taking it and convincing. And the challenge is, like, even if you're a great partner and you have evidence and you're super cost efficient, that doesn't necessarily mean that the funders are going to line up, ready. But that's the first step. You've got to be ready for that and have the evidence, and also know what the funders are looking for. Some funders want a lot of quantitative evidence. Some funders just want sector expertise in that. So it really can vary quite dramatically.
Awesome, thank you. So I think my next question would be, for all of us here that have used edutainment, what can sometimes be the challenges, or are there any forms of backlash that people here should prepare for, when they're going back to their communities and they want to put a cartoon on the TV screen, right? There might be challenges, or there might not be. Maybe everyone receives it wonderfully. I don't know. But for people that are here that want to try and do this, what are the tips that they should go back home and kind of prepare for in case it doesn't go as planned, maybe, or not? Anyone?
So I'll start by saying, like, know your audience and then know your partners, because you can't just go into a community and start showing videos, so you have to, like, engage the authorities first. So I think what we did was also work with them to ensure that what you are presenting is something that is contextually acceptable and approved. Yes, there are challenges, because I could also report that from our own end, we have seen whereby they've brought something showing TVs in school. What are they going to teach the children? But thank God we started together with the government counterpart. And then what we did was, in terms of also content, and that was why I said you have to, like, ensure it is contextually appropriate, and then, like, co-create. Once you co-create with the audience as well as the main target audience, it makes it easier. Because I could remember when we were creating the characters, we had to, like, come, if you can remember, Arik, like, Amina has to have hijab, okay, Yusuf has to have cap, this and things like that, before it was fully accepted in the community. Also, in terms of usage, you will realize that sometimes the way you want to use it, that is not the way the community will want to use it. I'm going to give an example of, like, the community screenings. So we had wanted, there are some communities, what we normally do is, like, have mothers, fathers together, and then sometimes with the kids, but there are certain communities that is not what they like. So you have to, like, go with them, because what you are after is the impact. Yeah. So there are certain communities whereby we had to have a different community screenings for the mothers and the fathers. But where we had them both together, we had more impact. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Anyone else about challenges, concerns, things that people should take away? Sure.
In our work, another thing what we've noticed is to ensure that we always stay local. That is, you think global, but you optimize for local. There's no point winking in the dark. There's no point creating content that cannot connect with the people that you intend to connect with. For example, when we do peer education, where we try to put certain messaging points, when we do it in Lagos State or in the Southwest, we call it family planning. But when we bring it to the North, you don't want to alienate people in the room, so we change the title, change the curriculum to say life planning. And that's completely different in terms of how it is perceived, how it is received, and how it resonates. So it's very important that for it to resonate locally and for it to travel, you need to not alienate the people locally. You need to think global. It has to look globally acceptable. It has to hit all the global standards, but it has to resonate locally. Otherwise, you'll be winking in the dark.
Thank you for that. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Does anyone in the room have a question? You all have been here all day listening to all these amazing people speak, but I think you probably have, the conversations are for you, right? And I think it would be very good if we can make sure we answer some people's specific questions. This conversation is not just for us to sit here and just be gisting. I think we want to take this information back to our organizations, back to our communities, if we're from different countries, what have you. I know some people might be from the funding side, but they're also learning things about what's happening in Nigeria. So if anyone has specific questions for our panelists, okay, where is that microphone?
Thank you. My name is Michael, and my question is about media partnerships, especially for people who are working in edutainment using radio and television. How do you navigate the cost of airtime? Or how do you get airtime for free? Thank you.
That's better.
Okay, I'm going to use Sugar's example. For starters, we don't sell any of our content. We give it for free, rights cleared. And we are able to do that because of the partnerships that we had secured at the beginning of the conversation. If, for example, we want to shoot Niger 6, Sugar 6, for example, first, the funders and stakeholders have to pay for all the content from the outset. So we don't have to worry about monetization. Then when we had a conversation, started a conversation with a local broadcaster, TV, radio, whatever, it's easier to have that conversation with them to say, you're gonna give us free airtime because you don't have to pay for the content. So that way, all we're asking from you, is a report on reach and to to show us a segmented data to show who watched it, how they watched it, what they did with the content, because that's what's useful to us. The content's already been rights cleared. We're not selling it to you. So the conversation changes from it being a transactional conversation to begin to look at how you can help us as a partner to deliver impact. And that changes the conversation immediately. But we wouldn't be able to do that if we hadn't secured the funding from the outset in terms of paying for the content so that the local broadcasters wouldn't have to worry about that. And all they have to do is just to confirm the slots for us, rights cleared, free of charge. Yeah, please.
Can I add to that? I think the other side of it is that media partners are looking for good content. Like, you know, there is a need for that on the airwaves. And so the ability to be able to supply that is as well your competitive advantage. So I think it's something to also negotiate with the different broadcasters and say, we have the content, you have the platform, you're getting this for free. And they love it because then it gives them also the ratings, it gives them the visibility, it gives them the reach that they would also like to see. So it becomes a win-win situation in that auspice as well.
Great. Do we have any other question? Okay. Hold on, someone say. Yeah.
Thanks so much. I think the area I really want us to explore is to how do you identify high order messaging that can get into the audience. I give an example, for instance. We've seen a lot of these short dramas and stories that look at, in the education sector, that look at issues around creating opportunities for enrollment. But there are high-level order outcomes like completion and higher education, which we've not really worked so much on. What would be your advice and suggestions? And also issues around maybe digital literacy, technology particularly for girls. Thank you.
So I would like to start by saying, in terms of that, you have to know what you want to achieve. What is the outcome you want to achieve? That kind of guide you on the content you create. So I'm going to give an example for the My Better World. It was inspired because of the Girls Education Challenge. So that was the main focus, to ensure that girls stay in school and transit. So you can see that apart from the lives of their characters, that was why we introduced the role models, whereby they can be able to change the way these girls and their communities perceive transition and then what they want to aspire in future. So in terms of also content, literacy content, I think it can also be incorporated, especially if you have smartphones or tablets that you can give, so whereby they can use it as to learn in school. Because I know that in Kenya, we had the My Better World content also in tablets, whereby the girls, as part of the Global Innovation Fund, they were already had the tablets, so it was easier to just use that, to just upload it and then ensure that they use them. So we also had some digital literacy library, whereby these girls used to read stories, learn at home, as well as during their spare time. So like I say, it all depends on the outcome, on what you want to achieve. So once you look at that, you'll be able to create content towards that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? Okay, we have a bunch. Can we? Okay, the mics are coming.
I have two questions. One is, so Wame was talking about, or MTV was talking about the public distribution, right? It's publicly funded or through foundations, and then you gave the licensing away. But I'm wondering maybe if there are other models that MTV or Impacted or other folks use to engage the private sector. Is everyone okay there? Introduce some drama here. Yeah, to see, also thinking about the financial sustainability, right, angle on the one hand, and something closer to what my colleague here, Michael, was asking. How can we make collaborations between the World Bank, the development sector, with the entertainment sector, more sustainable, more frequent? I often feel that this is a sector of one-offs. Here's this grant, produce this episode or this season. But you know, it would be great that these collaborations could be done more often, more seasons, right? What's missing? What's the gap for this more systematic collaboration with the development sector? Thank you.
I think part of it for us is hopeful that there'll be more investment, not just in one-offs. So not just, you know, a film here, a film there. They can be great and they can sustain for many years and have a huge impact. But it'd be great if funders see the opportunity and fund slates, not just one-offs. And if they fund infrastructure. And I'm looking at my friend and often collaborator, Delma. You know, she's looking at infrastructure here in Nigeria, but also in other parts of Africa, virtual production, things that would make a big difference, but it requires more than 100,000 here and 100,000, you know, US there. It requires a big investment, but the return would be massive and ongoing. So that's certainly one answer to that question.
No, thanks for that. And I think the other side of it as well is thinking about it as an investment in the industry. Because, you know, part of the work that we do, for example, in Kenya, it wasn't just about developing the films. I mean, the films are beautiful. We can produce a lot of really great content, all of us in the sector. But the opportunity here is that you're building film directors, writers, you're putting people behind the scenes to be able to then take those learnings and the capacity. We talked a lot about capacity building the whole day today. What does that actually mean? They can now take that and pay that forward, right? Go into their communities and write stories, build other writers into the space. So the investment as well is about building the industry, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And I think that's what is also the selling mark. I'll give you one concrete example. In Kenya, we're able to think through building the welfare of the cast and crew. I like the women in film presentation because what it reflected was the intentionality of getting women as directors and camera people behind. But we also need to think about it from intimacy coordination, the welfare, psychological issues that a lot of these writers face. They're writing these stories because they're seeing it on the ground. How are we also taking care of our writers, our actors, who themselves are part of the society and impacted as well from the industry?
I think we had another question. Okay, there we go.
Hey, try now, great. Yeah, so my name's Ian Atfield, and I think as Eric mentioned, I'm working with the British High Commission here in Abuja from FCDO, so really interesting panel, and thanks for flagging the work that we've done through the Girls Education Challenge and in the past funding My Better World. I mean, I recall writing a paper about the Girls Education Challenge, I think had 35, 40 programs around the world, 20 countries, and certainly when I try to look at what scale that went to really big scale, this was one of the best examples we had. Although I would say it was atypical because of the edutainment content as opposed to some of our traditional sort of girls' education programs, which is very much based around providing life skills, literacy, numeracy, and a sort of wrap of activities focused at marginalized girls. I mean, on funding, I mean, I would say, I think I noticed a USAID logo on one of the other videos that was shown, and I think we know that what's happened with the dramatic collapse there, and I would say that the UK FCDO funding is also heading really down at the moment. So I do think in terms of where to look for money, it is important to think more broadly. There's a lot more sort of talk about self-reliance, whether it's in health commodities and the like, certainly for countries like Nigeria that does have significant resources. And so that question about, well, where is the government's, what are they interested in terms of sort of messaging? Are they going to get more sophisticated about their public sector broadcasting? I mean, obviously I could think back to my own childhood listening to BBC content where there was a lot of, and things that have run now for decades like Doctor Who, which progressively sort of pulls in many more, sort of positive messages. I think the metrics point about sort of how can you actually show about not just audience reach, because it's quite, we often hear about sort of crude reach statistics, but I think given how fragmented people's consumption is, as more and more people are consuming on phones, going right across the platforms, I think being able to actually give, harder quantitative data about how it's actually impacting lives and how we can actually target the global quote. I'm probably misquoting you now, but I mean that thing about audience segmentation. I mean, I think in here we've certainly done some partnerships with our playing program through Arua 24, who house the content, but that's partly because putting out English content nationally makes a lot of sense. But if you're trying to target, the fertility rates are generally twice as high in the northwest, northeast zones than the south. So if you're trying to get across messages on family planning, if you want to disguise it, use different terms, you're going to have to put sort of Hausa content and the like. And that's one reason why we've certainly used, in a very modest way, Arua 24. But yeah, with a sort of pessimistic note, I'm not sure we're the right development partners to come looking for finance these days. I would say the World Bank got a massive girls' education program, $1.2 billion, 21 states, a huge amount of infrastructure, a lot of very good content. So, I mean, there is certainly money around, but the big money is clearly in government and how they want to communicate and message. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. And please, another round of applause for my panelists. Do we have any more questions from the audience? So I would like each panelist just to give us one word for maybe some of the people who are still, unsure if they should take entertainment seriously in their own work, or for the people who are already doing it but they just feel like it's not working as well. If you can just give everyone in the room just a piece of advice on how they should keep using edutainment, because I think it works. Yeah. For sure.
It's more than a word, but just think the human brain is literally wired to learn through stories.
Wow, okay. That one word is very difficult. But I just wanted to also make a comment from the last speaker as well. You know, we work in an ecosystem. Our part of our work is one component. The other side of it, especially in the health space, is relying on services and everything else to work around it. There's no way you can raise people's hopes and demand around knowledge and information and not have an outlet. So part of the challenge that we need to contend with is how we're building that ecosystem, what part we're all playing, and making sure that we work together to be able to sustain this work going forward.
Well, what I'll say is, like, if you want to go into entertainment, go into it because it works. We all know the power of story. And then we know that people's attention lifespan now it's very difficult to get, but with edutainment and stories, you can easily get that, especially if you want to make change, so go for it.
I don't have no idea how to follow that. Okay, I'll say two things. One, for anybody doing edutainment, always tell authentic stories. The audience is very discerning now. You tell false stories or stories that don't represent, and they will immediately spot it. Your stories have to be authentic, they have to resonate, they have to connect. Yeah, I think that's about it, yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, my amazing panelists. Thank you to all of you. Please, can we have a group picture with the panelists and, of course, Victor and Fife? I think this is our last official section. Oh, you have a question? Are you sure? Please do.
When you're running the show, you can ask whatever question you want.
Please, okay, he's coming with the mic.
Sorry about that. So I was really trying to ask a question, I hope nobody has answered it because I really was focused on some other pressing matters. But, you know, we talked about, you know, a lot of this work, you know, that you do is funded by some kind of, you know, grant funding, let's call it that, right? I don't know that any one of you is getting any kind of private sector funding or any kind of investment funding. And I think my question is really around, what are some ways or I guess thoughts or strategies that you guys have been looking at when we're looking at longevity and sustainability of this work, right? Especially around funding, particularly with kind of what we're facing in the global, you know, I guess West, especially because a lot of the funding comes from there, and a lot of that has kind of dried up, you know, especially when it comes to things like gender equality in particular. So I was just curious to know, what are you guys, you know, doing? What are some strategies? What are some thoughts or innovative ways you're thinking about, I would say, bridging the gap, you know, between the funding, you know, on the development side that might not be as, you know, available as before, and then the, you know, the other side, especially considering, you know, most of you are NGOs, right? So there's some restriction around commercialization. So it'd just be great to hear from you guys on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and Ian's question and part of Victor's question got at that. So I'm glad you, Ian's question and one of Victor's questions was kind of getting at that, and we didn't quite come back to it. So it was good that you asked it. It's really, it's difficult. I'll just give 3 examples of things that we're doing that are quite different as we're trying to navigate this sort of new world order, if you'll excuse the phrase. So we are working with a fast-moving consumer goods company in Morocco because they see an opportunity where we can do improving livelihoods of small entrepreneurs that actually is good for them as well. So completely privately funded through a corporation. That's one example. We're working with a conservation organization in South Africa. And if we can do something that's right for that market, but also has global appeal, which we think we can because it's a lot of sea creatures, so it should travel quite globally, then we're actually looking for private sector entertainment investment, because there's an opportunity for real returns for global distribution, not just sort of a local distribution. And then thirdly, this is a real sort of stretch, but doing a project in Afghanistan and telling our potential private sector or investors, they will not see a return for this project in Afghanistan, but we see a long tail, and we see an opportunity to format the show in other markets where we could make real returns and investment, and so it becomes an investment opportunity, but only if they see it in the long term, not just the short term.
Thanks, Eric. And I think just maybe adding on two things to that as well. The other one is also thinking through, I mean, we're thinking about ways of optimize, like more cost efficiency as well in the production. Because again, you know, it can get very expensive to do production. So can we use AI technology in certain instances to cut the cost down, cut the time down, and be able to have quicker products, high quality, but at the same time, not at that high price. So that's one big part of it as well. The other thing as well is partnering with private sector on a in-kind contribution. So again, if you go to your broadcasters, your media broadcasters, SABC, for example, in South Africa aired our content for 8 weeks straight with 2 million viewers, and that was because they provided the platform, we provided the content for free. So I think those private-public partnerships as well help for us to be able to optimize on costs, create more sustainability, and build our ecosystem. At the same time, trying to cut our costs because the funding landscape is also dwindling.
So, and I'd say one last thing is explore the ecosystem and look at ways to co-produce. For example, there was the content piece that we just saw now from you guys that was a mixed media type setup that had, you know, real life images and video mixed with animation. So if you are, say for example, an NGO that does animation, for example, and you see another NGO that does real life stuff like a documentary, I see no reason why you can have two people co-pitch, co-produce, and still find space and agency for all messaging to still fit in, and then that instead of over subscribing to smaller pockets and smaller pots, you can then have 2, 3, 4, 5 NGOs combining to push their messaging, and then still have space to be able to push their own unique, media format or unique style, and still find ways to, you know, hold agency across board. So just an ecosystem and co-production.
Awesome, thank you so much. It really does answer the question. I do think that this is actually why we're having the investor roundtable dinner on Wednesday evening, because it gives us an opportunity to actually have a conversation with the investors so that they can kind of tell us what are the things that are the barriers for them to be able to kind of do some of this stuff. Because I do know that it's a little tricky for them, of course, as well as for the NGOs. But these all sound like really great and innovative ways to do that. So thank you for your answers.
And thank you for your question. If there's no last question here, please another round of applause for our amazing panelists. I think they really enriched us and empowered us to go forth and do some amazing things using edutainment. So please, Fife and Victor, if you can join us on stage for a picture with our final group of panelists before we head out to, you know, have a little good time tonight. All right, and can we have everyone for a group picture before we head on to our evening reception networking mixer? Yes, everyone.
Let's squeeze it. Yeah, this is cool.
Maybe Jay, you say you could like sing. I'll move. You sing.
Some people have to step down. Thank you. I didn't think about it.
really didn't even think about it. Just didn't. My brain didn't.
Yes, I believe the reception is at first floor in the main building at the Lagos Hall. Yeah, so see you there.
Leave keys.